General, 10%. Really booming here on inflation and economic worries.
Yeah, one of those stores that you would think might be a little bit harder hit as far as tariffs are concerned, but it doesn't seem to be the case as of yet. As you mentioned, CEG, the big mover so far today, it is coming back in a little bit right now, still up 10% here. And oh yeah, this is a $300 stock, so just a heads up, 340 might end up being a thing here, but just an absolute monstrous move on that Tesla headline this morning. So CEG, top of most people's headlines. Neil is back in the building. Hey. Good to have him back after vacation. Good morning, guys.
Good morning, everybody. I come back and y'all blew the place up.
Yeah, we told you, man. It's Studio 8. Studio 8 is kicking, man, right now. That was Obi. That was Obi that did it. He was rage trading. He just went and kicked all the windows out, and you know how uncontrolled Obi is.
Well, I mean, obviously, Obi being one of the more emotional people that you will find. I'm surprised there isn't a hole in the wall. Yeah. Okay, it's a minor beef, but like, I thought there was going to be a hole in the wall the day that I left. It's like,
there still is no hole.
And there's still no hole in that wall. There's been no Kool-Aid
taking down that wall.
Well, I mean, we could solve that problem in like 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think that would create a bigger problem. Right? Well, there's some electrical and stuff like that, a big pipe in the way.
Yeah, well, these things happen.
So the trip was well, I heard. Good weather, you were saying?
Budapest was amazing. The weather was perfect, and I was telling Sean, like there was one, like the Saturday was like the hottest day that we were there. It got pretty hot, but every other day was that perfect walking weather, great city. I'll throw some pictures up for you guys at some point later when we get into things. But yeah, like it's good to get away. But what's crazy is I come back, and I'm like, oh my goodness, all-time highs here. And obviously we'll talk about Constellation. Like, we're just looking at Robin Hood. Like, that continues to be an absolute moon to the upside. These nuclear names are still going. The quantum, I wasn't there yesterday, the quantum names went again. So it seems like it's more of the same. Like, it's still pretty bullish.
Yeah, the market. I mean, we've been in a bull market for a minute. Tesla's been up and down. Nvidia's kind of back to where we were at the report here. We'll wait to see what happens around this 138, 137 mark. But yeah, then the Blue Jays swept the A's. They've been playing well. There's the taco trade. You heard about that? Taco stands for Trump.
Taco trade.
Yeah. What does it stand for again? Oh yeah, Trump always chickens out. So that's the taco trade. Yeah, someone just put a taco in the chat and we forgot.
Don't be rude.
Yeah, because every time there's a bad tariff news, you're supposed to buy.
Okay.
Because he'll, just like we saw yesterday, extension again after market to August 31st.
I like
for
it.
Some Chinese components. So it's always like whenever he starts tough, it works out to be a chicken. But I don't know if that's true. I'm just letting you know that's what it is.
It is.
Oh, yeah, it's also Taco Tuesday. I said we'd get some tacos around here at some point. So.
I would be down with tacos. I had a lot of schnitzel.
Yes. Oh, okay. Yeah, the schnitzel. Well, the schnitzels probably might be better than tacos.
It was out of control good. And the new thing is my daughter, and this is so completely random, my daughter is all of a sudden into handball. It's a story about so we're going out, usually we just sort of do whatever, like we'll end up at a certain place, and we'd done, I forget where we were in the day, like whatever, we gone to like maybe to the Citadel, whatever it was, and we're coming back on the metro, and we're always trying to find like where we're gonna eat dinner. So my wife is looking up, she's like, oh, she finds a restaurant in a hotel.
Right.
So we just kind of we just walk into this hotel, we're in the lobby like eating, and there's these signs all around. It's like handball? EHF or something. So it's the European Women's Handball like championships, like their premier championship, and they're all staying at the hotel. So there's like players going around, the games are on the TV. So we're watching the game as we're eating, and there's players walking around. She's like, ooh, this is a cool sport. It's actually a really entertaining sport, but now she wants to play handball, which
good.
There's no handball in Canada.
Isn't?
Well, I don't think so. It's a cool sport, though.
I know Randy doesn't have any opinions on handball, so.
So random.
Yeah, that's funny that you were standing at you're in that hotel, and it was the handball hotel. All right, yeah, that's great. Good to have you back. Yeah, it was good that Obi had filled in there. I'm not even here Friday, so Obi will be back on the air.
Tourney?
Yeah, she has a tournament there, yeah, up near Downsview. First big one of the summer. Okay, yeah. Oh, she was, we played last night in a 4-on-4.
Yeah.
She had a penalty shot. Oh, I'm going to get my wife to send it over immediately.
Joe will be salivating.
Yeah. Penalty shot vid, please. All right, so back into the market. So it's going to be a good one. Nvidia's already up 0.56% here. The Nasdaq's just hovering around zeros. That should be a lot of fun. And Neil's back in the saddle, so we'll get some more action as far as that is concerned. Obi was very specific on the ones that he was trading. I think yesterday he's only traded Nvidia. The day before that, maybe it was Tesla or something like that, but we had some good trades. Yesterday, Tesla moved for us, or was it yesterday? It was $13 or $14. Was a good
Yeah, that was
there.
a huge floor.
Yesterday, we had some great ticks yesterday. We had Google up at 170 short. Took a couple bucks off that. We'll see if that can happen again here today. DraftKings got smoked because there was... Oh, it's back. What did it get to 32 yesterday? I thought it did. Yeah, 32 and change yesterday because there was the state of Illinois is putting a 25-cent tax on all bets. Apparently, they didn't like that, so that was a bad story there for DraftKings. Up a little bit today, but relatively flat. And then, of course, man, it's great to see SMR. It's great to see all these other names really starting to blast higher here with that Constellation deal. I mean, sort of high tide lifts all ships, right? And so there it is right there, up to 344. Everybody we've talked to, you know, this was always the best of breed, and it just continues to make new moves here. And that deal with Meta, I guess, normally when there's a deal, sometimes, well, it's not an acquiring deal or anything like that. So I wanted to see what Meta was going to do today. Flat with the market. So Meta, huge retracement back up for Meta too. Wow. Some of these V-shaped recoveries that we've seen over the last month and a half has been quite outstanding. So, yeah, okay, there it is, man. Glad to have you back. It should be a good day. I don't know if we have Trade the Pool coming through, Mitch, or anything today, but if we do, that would be good as well. Nasdaq just making a little bit of a move down here. So we'll see what we do today, but kind of, I don't really have a bias one way or the other yet. So
it's hard to, like, I don't know, like, there's lots of continuation ideas out there, because like, you look at what happened in yesterday's trade, and it's like things are just breaking out tops, right? So the quant names were breaking out, and now the nuclear names are breaking out. I mean, Meta, wow. I hadn't even taken too good of a look at this one, but the action yesterday, like off of the open, my goodness. And then when a stock pulls back like that, usually, okay, well, you know, it's going to be a boring day. And then it broke back out. The reversion of the reversion, as I know Obi likes to call it. And I know it's flat in here. Whoops. Oh, that's right. I had to fix the chart, so I'll do that. The reversion back in, and now all of a sudden you're finally breaking the level that I left as resistance at 660, which is kind of cool for this to be breaking out. But not everything, because Apple doesn't look as good, and Google still looks kind of meh out of the Mag 7, unfortunately. Yeah.
It had up to 170 was pretty good. Got to 174. Yeah. So, okay, let's go. See. I bought some more Amazon yesterday. Actually, that was
Memorial Day sale.
Yeah, if you need to get trade ideas, grab it right now. 28% off annual plans. Okay, TTV 22, TTV 28. Grab it from deal. Trade Ideas. Right there. Okay, thank you so much for all the love there, Neil. Everyone's loving that Neil's back, so that is great. And yeah, we thank Obi for that. We'll get ready to rock and roll here into the morning with our watch list, go through some of these ideas and go back to the desk and see what the boys are up to.
Finishing my coffee, unfortunately. SOAR, S-O-A-R. Fill in your own jokes. Volato Group shares trading higher after the company announced its aircraft trading program delivered $25.1 million in revenue for the first quarter of 2025. So little one, SOAR, which is 1.5 million shares, 6% on the short side as well. Could be a little low float runner here today to keep an eye on. Yeah, we are expecting Mitch Ho from Trade the Pool to come by in a few minutes, see what he's up to on a Tuesday. Again, we do get more employment-related data coming up Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday with JOLTS, and then the weekly jobless claim numbers, and then obviously non-farm payrolls coming up on Friday morning, as they always do. The Fed funds tool, I went out late in the day yesterday, went out all the way to the end of the year. We're still kind of hovering around that 2 to 3 cuts.
Yep.
When they're going to start that remains to be seen, because the language that we're still hearing, we are going to get, I think, 2 or 3 different Fed speakers today as well. The language of late, the past couple of days anyway, still seems to be on the very, very cautious side.
Yeah, and like we're now kicking down to the can to September.
Yeah.
September and possibly December, a lot of people talking about, so we'll have to wait and see. There was a secret meeting that we didn't know about last week between Donald Trump and Jerome Powell in the Oval Office. We didn't know about that ahead of time. Interesting to see. Would have been nice to be a fly on the wall there to see exactly what they were talking about. Obviously, Donald Trump's been pressuring Jerome Powell to cut rates, which he has resisted. So we'll continue to keep an eye out on that, Brendo. I think some of the numbers this week could kind of set the stage for what we may get. We've been waiting for some weakness in the employment market as a result of tariffs, which still haven't come.
Yeah.
So either there's a delayed response or they're not going to come. So let's wait and see what the Fed does.
And this is, kind of looking similar to what happened last year at this time as well. Remember, there was the 7 at one point that we were going to get, or 8, I think, at one point even. And then that got dwindled all the way down to 2 or 3, when all was said and done. So things change very, very quickly. But 10-year back to 4.4, 4.5, 30-year was flirting with 5 at the end of the day yesterday as well. So it's still a problem. And
people are talking about the 10-year being manageable here. Yeah. What really is interesting and what I don't think the Fed can control is the 30-year. And that's the longer dated. And we saw the weak 20-year, the TLT, the 20-year auction that was not well received a couple of weeks ago. So a lot of people talking about the longer end of the yields, Brendo, causing a bit of a problem. But the 10-year should be under control. Obviously, it's pegged to mortgages and pegged to other things. Yeah, the market not buying the story at this point. We're just trying to get Mitch set up here, guys. But just from a high-level standpoint, market in a very, very interesting spot here. Just 3-4% really from all-time highs, but as we've been saying, kind of waiting for that next catalyst. Is it going to be non-farm payrolls? Is it going to be some sort of Trump, China, some sort of deal that comes across? Remains to be seen, obviously. Thoughts here, guys, on the high-level look right now?
Yeah, I just heard something about Google shares dropping.
I gotta turn that up on my.
Yeah, it looks like. Shoot, I didn't hear the exact headline here, but looks like Google heading to the downside pretty heavily. A couple of points already, $2 down. Maybe they'll repeat it here, but not a good look. Well, I was about to talk about how the Qs were at a resistance level and not really doing much of anything because maybe we were waiting for some positive tariff headlines here. But yeah, it looks like Google is taking it a little bit on the chin. All I was able to catch was perplexity. I had to turn my earpiece for the news. It's like way down.
Yeah, I didn't even have it up.
So I didn't even hear that. But not a good look early on here for Alphabet. It did take the markets down a little bit as we were trading off some of the highs just now. Like if you go look at the Qs, which I was gonna mention, like you're in a resistance zone that's been here for a while. I think we can all see this, 520 to 523. Like when I left, that was resistance, and it looks like nothing has really changed, those low 20s. So for now, you're at least holding the line up at a resistance zone, but that is not necessarily a good start for us here if Alphabet's going to be dropping off. Yeah, holding down at 166.5, 1.5%. And look, the market was flat, and this was flat as well. But we were talking just a couple minutes ago, like, some things not looking as good as others on the charts. Like Meta looked fantastic there, but some weakness still coming in to Alphabet. Gonna have to probably add this one to the list because it's breaking the double bottom from Friday, and
166.
Yeah, I mean this is a flat bottom break too at 167.5 here on Alphabet. I think this is going to be if it bounces, play the short back into 167.5. Not a great look here. The market was starting out nice and flat, but here's the dipsy do. We were just talking about how bullish it was, and all of a sudden you get that.
Okay, here we go. So here we go. Ready, Joe, for this? All right, so this is just last night. This is just 4 out of 4, quick little pickup. So here we go. I actually have a slow motion one as well. So it's just
undressed.
Yeah, that was pretty good. I have one more here to show you. This is the slow motion version of it. Slow motion loading also. Here we go. Here you go, Joe. There's the one way. Boom, get the goalie.
Bye-bye. Oops.
And then there it goes. So that was pretty good there. Anyways, that was your only goal. So I was, but there it goes, 165 right now to the downside. I mean, we're gonna have to figure out what this move is happening right here with Google because, yeah, it's really starting to affect the name. It's not really doing too much of the market. Obviously, we talked about Google and its positioning there in the NASDAQ. If you add Google and Google, then you'll get a big part of that NASDAQ. But there it is to the downside right now. So. Yeah, not great here for Google. Did you guys have the news up there?
I still can't see it.
Okay, yeah, let's go over to Brendo.
Keeping an eye out, guys. There's nothing yet on Google. We'll keep an eye out. Just hearing a lot of people talking about the fact that it is down and continuing to move to the downside. But in the meantime, as we mentioned, Mitch Ho from Trade the Pool coming by to give us his take on a pretty interesting market setup here so far this morning, Mitch. We're just, as we were saying there, Google kind of jumping off a cliff a little bit. Not seeing any sort of headline as far as what this could be as of yet, but maybe we start with Google in general.
Yeah, Google, it has to, if it's doing this type of move, it has to be the DOJ concerns, right? The court case coming to an end, and maybe we're going to get a verdict pretty soon. I think at this point, you just continue to watch to see what happens. Google's out of favor here. You got to stay with what's in favor right now. This is a stock picker's environment, right? This is going to be very important as we get closer and closer to all-time highs. There's going to be less and less stocks that are making new highs, yet the market's going to continue going higher. This is what I would be watching for right now. I think it's very important to look for that. You'll see that there's less stocks making those all-time highs. You can do an easy search like on FinViz, a free resource, or things like that to try to find it.
I noted at the end of the day yesterday, coming off the back of what happened last week with Nvidia earnings, lots of major events for the overall market. Volume seemed a little bit on the light side. This is just a little one I was watching earlier this morning. CRDO had some news after the close yesterday, but volume seemed a little bit lighter to start the week on Monday. We'll obviously see how things play out going into the rest of today and the rest of this week ahead of non-farm on Friday. But give me your thoughts here on the lack of maybe any sort of major catalyst for the rest of this week.
Yeah, I think that's the important part. The only thing that I would be looking towards that could put a scare is maybe the jobs number on Friday, right? Unemployment data coming in. But other than that, I still see this kind of just stair step higher to all-time highs. I still think we're going to run into some problems at some point, but right now this market just seems like it wants to get back up there. And when the market just wants to continue lifting off, just like it did in the pandemic, a lot of people can hate the move, but it's still happening. So at this point, I'm just riding the trend higher and continuing to ride swings until things start to break. I got a swing on right now in nuclear stocks. I mean, you guys know I've been all over these nuclear names. I actually started to bring it up here in September of 2024, and it's just been an awesome trade.
Yeah, let's talk about a few individual names here. I mean, we mentioned that CEG deal going back to the beginning of the morning here, but which ones are catching your eye on the nuclear side?
I got it here, guys. I got a swing trade plan for you guys here. And if you guys show my charts right now, I can give you guys the trade that I have on right now. So I have NNE that I have on Trade the Pool, long from 29.95. Got this yesterday, looking for the move higher. Why? This is just a 9 EMA pullback daily buy, right? So you get a good trend, a good catalyst, the stock rockets up. It gets a couple of days pulled back. It undercuts like it did on Friday, and then I jumped on that trade now, looking for this to start working its way. I already sold 25 of my 100 shares. I got a nice 10% return on that, and now looking for a continuation move past towards 38 and 40. That would be 27% on this name from that entry. Really looking for it to pass 35 and start to break out above that. Once we get above 35, I think we can move to break even, but this trade is looking really good right now. Swing trade alert on nuclear stocks, and when we keep getting the catalyst game, this is exactly what we need to continue this story that's a hot story and pushing.
And one of those, as far as the management goes on that, one of those, once you get to that significant level where you can kind of take a little bit off maybe, and then, as you said, move to break even, is that something you just let go and see what happens?
Yeah, so that's the idea here, right? And so a lot of times with my swing trades, I'm 3-to-1 outlook. I'm trying to get that nice return, right? And then when I get a trade like this that can easily go towards more like a 6-to-1, I can take half off and let that remainder run. What I'm going to be looking for is following the trend, right? You can use a moving average or some form like this to start seeing the turn and when you want to get out. If I'm using the 9 EMA pullback to get in, I'm looking for a breakout above resistance. And then when it comes back to that 9 EMA, I'll look for that 9 EMA to hold. And if it undercuts, I can get out, right? And so this is a kind of a trailing stop method.
TEM, another one on your list today, had a huge day yesterday, opening basically top end of that range. What are you seeing here?
Oh, this one looks like it's trading more on a monthly chart than a weekly or a daily chart. So this is what I would see. I'd see a nice trend line that you can draw all the way back from September 24, and we're looking like we want to break out above 70. This name seems like it wants to get back there to the 90 where it was in February, and if it gets back to that 90, I could see 100 all over this name. TEM just recently put out some news. It was surging after the company introduced XM, a new liquid biopsy, and so this is where it's at, guys. You got to look in healthcare and AI. There's two other names, of course, that are in healthcare that have been doing really well. One name that is being watched by tons of the big traders, you know, those market wizards, Grail, G-R-A-L. That one I brought up last week, and I'm seeing it start to form here. It looks pretty nice also. It's starting to try to break. This is more on a daily pattern. It's kind of in this kind of wedge pattern. If it could break above the 45, that's the real breakout signal in this name. And then did you see the move on HIMS this morning? Ooh, I was trading HIMS yesterday. I was watching it this morning, and all of a sudden I saw a spike, and I'm like, that has to be news. This has to be news, and exactly what we got this morning. HIMS getting some news this morning. Nice rip higher. Now the cup and handle pattern on this trade looks really good, guys. I don't know if you guys see this, but if you zoom back on the daily, this looks like a perfect cup and handle pattern. Now I'd like to see the stock break out above the 64.50s, and if it could do that, it could really get going here. The way that I'm looking at this is that once it breaks like 64.70s, you're going to start to break kind of the neck, the pattern at the top end of this cup, right? And that's where you want to see it break above. How we could do a measurement of a potential return on here is to measure the move down from the 64.50s down to that 25.40 level, right? And then what you're doing is you're using an extension away from where the handle is that could potentially bring this to like 102, right? And so this is a really nice outlook. There's a lot of things working for HIMS right now. You got a volume pattern working well here. The MACD's turning up and histogram improving. RSI reset. We got this great sideways pullback that reset the RSI from 70s now down to 40s, and you're starting to see it rise. This is a great stock to look at, guys. These are the names you want to be watching. And just yesterday, did you guys see AI infrastructure stock, APLD, Applied Digital Corporation?
Mitch, you're reading my mind. I was actually just going to go to APLD here. And it was the simple fact that outside of the Mag 7 or Tesla or whatever, the big names, it's very rare that a stock will pop up on Google Trends in the top 10 as a search term being searched throughout the day. And APLD was #1 at one point yesterday.
That's what it's all about. This is why I was bringing this stock up yesterday morning when we started to see it rise. Now, I will say I missed the swing on this one. I wanted to buy it yesterday at the open. I was looking for any red to green action. We didn't get a single red to green action in this stock. It was a straight rip higher. How do you do that? You always look for small stocks to team with a big stock. What are the hottest stocks right now? Of course, CoreWeave. And we've been talking about that one since 2 weeks ago on Thursday when it started to get more and more mentions of OpenAI and Nvidia. Of course, what do? You just follow the trail. You mentioned CoreWeave. Look how the investors are going to come pouring in for APLD. I'll still be watching for it today, but I think we might get an inside day today. So this might be a trade later in the week to look if it can stay hot.
Lots of people looking for that next play. Guys, scan that QR code if you want more info on Trade the Pool. What's happening over there this week?
You know it. We got those new swing plans. That's what I'm trading here. A flexible account and unlimited time. That's what I really love, because then that's when I can just go really patient on taking the swings. Only when I have those rips, 90 MA pullbacks with a good story and a hot stock is the stocks that I want to trade in this account. That's the important thing. If you can go ahead and have those different accounts where you're only trading specific strategies, I think this is what helps us to focus in and really get those returns we're looking for. And have you seen those cybersecurity stocks? I mentioned them about 2 weeks ago. Snowflake up 16% since we talked about it on, of course, May 13th. Wow. So going to be continuing to watch here. where these cybersecurity names have all these bigger traders in right now, Zscaler, Snowflake, and I'm even looking for PanW to break the 200. CrowdStrike earnings coming in, so be careful with that. I think we'll wait till we get through that to play a little bit more in CrowdStrike, but cybersecurity is hot, and this also has to do with what? The theme in all my themes right now. It's AI, baby, and we got to find where we're going in AI. Not large language models, but actual revenue-driving products.
The theme of themes, speaking of this Google headline, Apple chit-chatting with Perplexity, apparently, on going in that direction instead of with Google search. So that was
Apple's going to use their cash. I think that's how they're going to come back in AI. So Apple might say, well, we can't develop it here because it's going to cost too much. So what do? We go look for an acquisition. We have cash. Let's go spend it wisely.
Which is kind of interesting because correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the founder of Perplexity actually came from Google and left their project initially and went over to start Perplexity.
What's going on out there?
Losing on both ends. Mitch Ho, always great insight. Good to see you.
Have a good one. I'll see you guys on Trade the Pool.
Thank you very much. Shout out to Mitch. Yeah, that news by for Alphabet. Right now, it's actually coming back a little bit, so that's pretty good for it. Yeah, but as he mentioned, look for those smaller names that are teamed up or associated with the big ones that are running, because as he mentioned, CoreWeave, that has been an absolute runner and has a chance to break out again, because why wouldn't it? Like, you got to be kidding me. It tagged 130 while I was gone, because obviously it does. And each time it's had what you think looks like a bit of a correction day. And I know, because I remember seeing it kind of fail that 110. It's like, oh yeah, that could be a bit of a pullback. It's starting to look like it might want to go into a dip. Nope. Right back into highs. Another big red, and right back in retesting some of those highs. A little bit of trouble the last time it did this pattern, breaking it the first time, or holding too far above it, but I think this 130 looks like it could be in play. Maybe not today for CoreWeave, but certainly that runner coming right back in. This stock's been an absolute monster, but there's so many monsters out there, and sometimes they lead to upgrades and downgrades.
They do, Neil, and we have quite the stacked list today. Evercore ISI upgrading Block up about 3% this morning, so keep an eye on XYZ. Pinterest is here up about 4%. JP Morgan Chase upgrade, you can read more about that in our watch list. Netflix has been on quite the run lately. $1,400 price target here with this upgrade from Jefferies Financial. Last but not least, one of last week's many earnings names, CRM, Salesforce, with a Cantor Fitzgerald upgrade. On the downgrade side of things, ASML kicking it off here. Barclays giving this one a negative note. Bumble getting downgraded by JP Morgan Chase. We have HSBC with a BofA Securities downgrade. Last but not least, Jefferies here chiming in on Rio Tinto to the downside. Back to you.
It is kind of a stacked list. Block is actually sort of breaking out, believe it or not. Okay. Yeah, this stock it hasn't been the best for Block, and obviously, let me go to my e-signal chart so you can see it, because ours are going to be not adjusted to the new change when they went to XYZ and decided to be all cute about things. But there you go. Like, it's been nasty for these bad boys. But suddenly, on a weekly, if you can hold on a weekly chart above 64, then you're breaking sort of this bottom little consolidation, a double bottom here on the weekly as well. And where are we? Well, we're at 64, right at that resistance level. On a weekly chart, it's not breaking out till it closes above, so don't at me. But 64 does look like a pretty good breakout level. I don't love the volume here, and I just like Robin Hood better. And I think that one's going to be the Fintech name and play today. But yeah, good look on XYZ. I think this could be interesting. If it closes this week on strength above 64, I think you got something here.
I want to look at CRM. I mean, we had a bad earnings report from Salesforce. I mean, it wasn't that bad. It's just more of the reaction, bless you, that happened to Salesforce as we had made that move down in from 275 back into 260. And we said we'd let this one sort of calm down a little bit. We didn't get really anywhere near the lows there. So, and now you get upgraded. So maybe we get that upgrade. We'll see if we can break through 270 and maybe we buy some more Salesforce. I mean, this could be a good level. They're doing a lot with AI, and that's going to be that agent force. So I think Salesforce today, although it hasn't had too much volume, only 18,000 shares, I think this one works. And this could be a good break level here on Salesforce. We had some good calls on Elf Cosmet, Elf Beauty the other day. This looks like a decent level, 263-ish, to see if we can get above there. Yesterday, or 2 days ago, we kind of ripped up before dipping, and then he had that huge move into the close on Friday. So yeah, maybe a 263-ish or so area for CRM gets that name going. I think it's worth a buy down here. A name that we want to pick up. It's, it's a best of breed name here in this space. You have HubSpot as well, I believe, is another one. HUBS as far as customer relations management and things like that. So here's another one, Hubs, you can see there. So they also had a little dip off of the Salesforce earnings, and them still same, actually looks very, very similar at the 50-period moving average for HubSpot. So yeah, I like Salesforce on that list. If I was going to choose any of them, probably be that one, and maybe an investment there into a longer term account or something. But yeah, just hearing something about Micron, because Micron yesterday chart was absolutely insane. We had that good short at the end of the day at $99, but this just kept on going up, and then eventually we had that on the way down. So we actually had a good move, breaking that 50 period, boom, to the downside. So yeah, so far so good. I wanted to check out Apple. We're going to go through our watches in a couple seconds, so all these names will be on there. Apple not moving too much on that Google news. And I think it's just a rumor, obviously, right? So Google comes right back up now as if nothing really happened. Still down 1%, so it's not great. But we are already sort of trying to break lower in the beginning. I actually really like that 168.50 break, but then that happened. So there it goes downside. We'll be watching out Google, a new entrant into the space here today on that downside play. With the market being flat today, man, I wish it had more of a direction, that I'd be more biased one way. But for right now, we'll figure it out. It's Google downside, down 1%, leading the market that way. And I think maybe Nvidia might be one of the better long ideas with Robin Hood. So we'll be talking all about this as well. So we're sitting tight for now. Tesla's moving around. They're all going. So all right, let's go back over to the desk and start our rundown.
59.47, guys. That's where we closed out yesterday on the ES June contract, with the overnight high being 59.49. So we're clearly using that 59.50 area as resistance. We'll continue to use that until we break it, and decisively. If we do break it, we're still looking at 6,000 as resistance, and to the downside, we're going to use the overnight low 5,900 as support.
As always, if you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Top link in the description will get you to that sign-up page for the watch list. Super easy. All you need is an email address, and then you get everything you need to know in the pre-market sent right to your inbox every morning before we come on at 8:30. Meta had a pretty impressive day yesterday, going out basically on the highs. We're flirting with that right now, hanging out basically flat on the day, 0.02, but hanging out around that 670. CEG, my keyboard is not working. There we go. 11.3% on a possible deal with Meta here.
It's a great look here for both companies. Brendo, let's talk about it. Meta signed a 20-year deal with Constellation Energy to purchase 1.1 gigawatts of nuclear power from the Clinton Clean Energy Center out in Illinois. This is all starting June 2027, so still a ways away. The deal secures the entire output from the Clinton single reactor, and it prevents its potential closure. Terms of the deal were undisclosed, but it will also expand the plant's capacity by about 30 megawatts. Meta won't actually use the power directly that it's going to get from Clinton, but it will use the purchase to offset emissions via the regional grid. This agreement supports Meta's goal, obviously, of achieving 100% clean energy across operations. Some other big names that have already signed on deals: Microsoft signed a 20-year deal for 3 Mile Island. Google committed to funding 3 new nuclear sites, and Amazon invested about $500 million into SMRs. So they are certainly not the first, and this is obviously a growing trend. This is Meta's first nuclear energy agreement, though, Brendo, although the company had previously sought proposals for 1 to 4 gigawatts of new nuclear generation. Meta remains in search of advanced nuclear partners, signaling continued investment. You feel like this is going to be a going theme for a while. They're talking about China adding huge amounts of power to their grid, while the States has only about maybe 10% in the last few years or something like that. So you feel like there's a lot of catch up on this side.
Even with Meta remaining the open source AI, they've been very active on this power side of things. So it points to maybe more to come. Just be aware, AVGO ahead of their earnings Broadcom unveiling a new device to boost AI chip performance. So big day yesterday for Broadcom, just breaking out. Just took out that 250 here as well, guys.
We were waiting for that yesterday. It didn't come through, but nice to see that happen.
Yeah, good to see it happening. But the nuclear's got to be in place. And I see that. You see that headline, 1.1 gigawatts. All I remember is the first place my mind went to. I turned to Sean. I go, 1.21 gigawatts was the amount of power the DeLorean needed, which apparently is a ridiculous number.
Must be a huge number.
Obviously, just an obscene number if Meta's going to be purchasing that here. Obviously, this is a good sign. And the entire group's going to be up, right? At least, Constellation, Vistra, all that. But it's a good sign for like the health of, I guess, the growth that everyone's talking about in AI. Like it's just more proof that they're not going to stop spending and they're going to continue going and going and going. Like the Energizer Bunny. Now, CEG in particular does have a current rejection of its 52-week high in here, which is right about 353-ish. And you've already seen it sort of pop, lower high underneath that. So I think you got to be over under at the 353. I was looking more at Oklo and SMR today, like the sympathy plays. And we know those have got the big short floats. They tend to move around a lot. OKLO here. Obviously, it also has a resistance spot that I think it could get to on a challenge. 52-week high sits at kind of about the 58 level. I think you have a chance to be able to test that one there today. So I'm looking for a continuation on Oklo into the 58. The dip into prior highs is usually the way I like to go. So I got 54.3 here and then 53 into the prior highs from yesterday, and we'll look for some dip buying action on OKLO. But the Constellation looking good. I like what this means for the overall space. I think it's as great. If you like GV, they look a little bit better today than they would have yesterday. Same thing with Vistra. And for the hyperscalers, they just continue to be able to drive others. And man, HIMS is still going.
Yeah, GV all-time highs, I think now, 490. That's a good one. Yeah, look, I mean, Meta, we missed the boat, really not getting long this one a lot longer ago. But you're starting to break above that 650 mark right there. And today it looks like we solidified that. We talked about trying to get some of this through this coiled up area right there. And we had topped out at 665 or so before. Now today we'll open up at 670, if not higher than that. Meta not doing greatest today. I mean, it's only a 0.16. They can fade out with this market. So I think you want to wait. I mean, if you can get a 650 fill, that's not going to happen today, but that's, we've well blasted higher. Whenever there's kind of a gap like this, we always say wait for VWAP, but that's not much of a gap. So then looking back yesterday, where did we want to get long? I mean, there's really, I don't see too many areas right here. We're actually right at the closing price. We did have a little bit of a dip down there right into the close and then a move back, got back half of it. So I think you may just want to look to maybe break this thing longer, but just because they got a deal done doesn't mean that this stock needs to be shooting up like this. It was already a huge move from yesterday. I'd rather wait for Meta to come back into 650 again. SMR, I think you take out that high one more time, that high right there. And this is just if it, we need to, that's 37. I'm not talking about that one, but what about a 35.25 or so for SMR? We're obviously not there yet. I think this pre-market break is probably something that we should take. 34.75. We were just long SMR we were short SMR the other day around 36, which was a great short for us. Not able to hold it overnight, and now, of course, that goes all the way back into 30s. But right now, a nice move there for NewScale. NNE, we had Mitch talking about that as well. Oklo. I think that right into here, a good spot to buy SMR, 34.75. So let's wait to see if we can get something going. But to me, that's a good buy zone there, 34.75 for SMR. All right, Apple just a few days away. I think it's June 9th for WWDC. So next week, Monday, I guess, and we'll figure out what's happening with that. June 9th, wait a second. What day is June 9th? That's what we had written down. 9, Monday. Okay, Monday. Yeah, that's right. Okay, good. I was going to say, is that a weekend? All right, let's go find out what's going on with WWDC and Apple. Above 200, I like it.
Yeah, on the back of this note this morning, might be a little bit more interesting coming up, as the guys were saying there, next Monday, this WWDC event on the AI side of things. Again, if you missed it, it's Bloomberg reporting it, so take it for what it's worth. Talking to Perplexity on the search side of things. But I mean, you were making a good point in that maybe they just go down the road of maybe it's one of many that are on offer.
Well, when you sign up right now and you get a brand new phone brand new and you're setting it up, they offer you DuckDuckGo, Bing, Google, and others as your default search engine, and you can choose whichever one you want. So maybe stands to reason that you do that with these LLMs. Let's talk about the JP Morgan headline, though. Reiterating their overweight rating on Apple with a $240 price target, obviously implying an upside from the current 201 level. Expectations, though, for the upcoming WWDC event are, to be nice about it, quite modest after the debacle last year, with analysts highlighting incremental rather than transformative announcements. Some of the things we could expect here at WWDC is to expand AI LLM integration beyond just ChatGPT, possibly including Gemini partnerships, Anthropic, and others. Some key updates that may include on-device LLM access, Siri upgrades, and native app AI feature enhancements, also potential but less likely. News on Apple Intelligence in China. We know that they need a partner there. I think they're teaming up with Alibaba. We also are waiting for that North American Siri rollout, which has been kicked down the road now to 26. Apple clearly lags behind its peers in AI, but is seeking to reassure investors with steady progress. There are some silver linings, though, Brendo. App Store revenue grew 13% year over year in May, bit better than the 12% in April. Evercore ISI also reaffirming outperform rating on Apple with a $250 price target. Likewise with Goldman, buy rating and boosting the price target from 240 to 253.
I think the most important thing was, I mean, I said this yesterday, but the most important thing will be how many times do they say coming later this year?
I don't want to hear any of that, Brendo.
At WWDC. That should be a T-shirt. Apple AI. Coming later this year.
I got allergies to that after the fiasco of the AI rollout last year. Oh boy.
Hey, it's green, guys, to start here.
Yeah, I mean, it's essentially the same as the market, more or less. It's slightly better. Like the ES is down like 0.09 and Apple is up 0.02. So it's not crazy, but hey, it is green. And as Sean mentioned, it's above 200. Like when you pull up the chart, look at the 15-minute. Like there's been a lot of over-under action at the $200 level, and usually when it respects it for the day, it's a good level to trade that day. That said, last week, 197 was a biggie at the bottom. Like you had the low, the bottom range of the low, turn in resistance into support twice. So even if you lost 200, you still have 97 level. But yeah, like looks like a pretty simple 200 over under. Like I feel a lot better about this than I do about Alphabet, which we're gonna get. Alphabet, which is next on the list here. So the 200 looks like it's a good one, but even if you lose it, 197 looks like a pretty solid support level. I just doubt that the next two names on the list are the Mag 7 names that I think I'll be trading today. So Apple might not get in there unless it's something really clean later on in the day.
Yeah, so I mean, I have Nvidia and Apple on here. I have Apple as a number 2 idea for today. I think it can go higher here. So I wrote down, we're going to look for $200 as well for the long, but what about $200, 202.20? Just this high rate there that we sort of made into the close yesterday. I think we can take that out. So, with Apple moving into WWDC, we'll see obviously how it trades, heading into it. Still 4 days away, so 4 market days away, right? We don't have to worry about this till next Monday. So I think this is a break long, 202.20, especially if this market wants to go, right? All right, so I just want to say something here. I just asked Rock, Apple went up after last year's. After WWDC was held June 10th to June 14th, Apple stock closed at 193.12 on June 10th and rose to 212.49 by June 14th. So if Sharif was unimpressed with last time's WWDC and the stock went up 10% in 4 days, imagine if they have something actually good to say. So that was 10% in 4 days off of last year's WWDC that we're mocking right here. I would say that imagine they actually have a good WWDC. So I think Apple has a lot of room to rise up here. If they didn't say anything last year and we went up 10% in 4 days, then let's see what happens this year with Apple. I'd say you're thinking definitely of buying this name down here in and around 200. So for me, it's a buy on Apple all day at these levels. No questions asked.
All right, Google just hanging out here on the way back down a little bit. We're back below 167 currently, but in a bit of a choppy mess currently, down 1.2% again if you missed it. Bloomberg with a report, quote unquote, suggesting that Apple is talking to Perplexity about adding Perplexity on the AI search side of things to their platform. Obviously not good for Google, which is currently the main search.
No, Brendo, and it's not just Apple, and it's not just Bloomberg. Now, Bank of America, BOA, reporting that Samsung now is speaking to Perplexity, which could also hurt Alphabet here. So BOA notes that numerous press reports indicate that Samsung is in discussions on a possible partnership with Perplexity AI, including potentially becoming one of the largest investors by investing about $500 million, valuing a startup here, a joint venture between the two, about $14 billion. So we'll have to wait and see whether this all keeps coming in. But you were telling me off camera yesterday about Gemini 2.5. We got it on our system here. I was giving it a try yesterday. Quite robust and quite fast. So I don't really have anything bad to say about Gemini anymore. It's been really updated well.
They've come a long way. I think there's still some certain things. The depth of which research will come back to you. I still find I think ChatGPT is better, but like maybe coding, things like that is a little bit better in Gemini. But 1% downside now, guys, for Google.
Yeah, like it's unfortunately, it just looks very bearish here relative to everything else, and part of that's going to be news-based, but that is what it is. You just broke down what was a double bottom Friday and yesterday, 167.5, and then you go back into the week before, back in 23rd, and that was another support level. It's probably closer to 168 with some wicks underneath it, so I think you got to give it some wiggle room as we pull back up here. Like VWAP will sit pretty much, I mean, right now, the volume weighted average price on Alphabet's going to sit right at those levels, like just underneath the 68. So at the open, if this can't reclaim and hold above VWAP, I just think Google's a short today and underneath that level. And like we said, unfortunately, they're a bit out of favor. You heard even Mitch say that. And yeah, everyone seems to be taking aim at them. And sometimes you get out of favor for a while. Apple had this, and Apple was out of favor for a bit. And the stock is starting to make a little bit of a venture back, but underneath the 200-period moving average, underneath those prior support levels, unless you start to hold above 168 or even a little bit higher than that, then yeah, I want to be shorting that one today. Things can change. I mean, I hope it goes up, but for now, this one looks like a short.
Just responding to some X posts. All right, so Google right here. Yeah, I mean, interesting move. Come on, Apple. Load that chart up for Google. I mean, here we go. So it's the same kind of a play again with earnings. I mean, when there's a gap, we'll try to play to VWAP, and that's exactly what just happened right there with Google. So it just came right back into that level. Look, I sold this 2 weeks ago, down at 160, 161, or 160 and change. And it's been a bad sale, but this is part of the reason why is just that, we got to just figure out what's going on with their AI. And we already know that they've got a lot of great products. They had their AI conference last week and, sent the stock upside. We got to 174. But, I still worry about their search. I do worry about, a headline like this where all of a sudden they're just Gemini and their large language model just isn't chosen. And there's just so much competition. So I don't know. I am a little nervous about Google here today. I think it's going to be a short. I'd rather wait to sort of see if we can get back up to 168.50 or so. That would be a nice one. Yesterday we had, I mean, thanks to Obi for all of his nice words and everything yesterday. But we had this trade right there at 170, which yesterday happened real early for us. This I didn't even update this chart. So that's the 170 short yesterday on Google that happened real quick. And we were already looking short yesterday. There it is right there. So there's 170 that we had yesterday. It goes down to 167 and change. So we had a $2.50 move almost immediately in this name yesterday before it sort of retraced all day and started going back up. So I do think that there's buyers in this market for Google. So I'm almost waiting to see if we can retest down here and maybe base again and see if we can get bought up in and around 166. So I don't want to look too negatively on this. If we can get back up into this sort of clumped up area, 169 to 170, then I think I'd be going for a short. I don't think we'll play VWAP, although VWAP matches with rate there. So it's interesting. Let's just wait to see how the market takes this news. Obviously, it was ask questions, shoot first, ask questions later. When the questions started to get asked, we had a nice move back up. So this is going to be an interesting name. Definitely on the sidebar here today because It wasn't on my radar until 170, and that changed, so we didn't add it on the sticky note. I'm still looking short 169 to 170 with even more sort of conviction today because, yeah, it's not a great story. Sometimes when there's smoke, there's fire. Let's just wait to see if there's fire on this one.
Portion of the show brought to you by our friends over at VinFast. VF3 has been named the best EV city car at Indonesia International Motor Show in Surabaya. VinFast made waves in Indonesia's International Motor Show 2025, taking home 4 major awards and stealing the spotlight from global rivals. The breakout star, the VF3, which was crowned best EV city car with a commanding 89% of 50,000 plus public votes, outperforming top brands from China and Japan. It also earned the title of most test-driven vehicle at the show, signaling strong local demand. Adding to the momentum, the VF6 won favorite new car launch, celebrated for its sleek design and tech-forward features. Check out VinFast winning awards globally. Let's go to Nvidia here as the clock continues to tick along. Back to about 0.6 to the upside here, just took out the highs. Lots of positive analyst notes over the past couple of days. It's Morgan Stanley's turn here today.
Well, they like them, Brendo, reaffirming that they're adding them or they're maintaining them as their #1 pick in semiconductors. They describe the company as a unique opportunity with business momentum expected to accelerate, despite obviously fears of a broader sector slowdown. Recent results showed outperformance on gross margins, excluding China revenue strength. Their networking division, which had been a lag, showed signs of recovery, while the supply chain commentary remained positive, especially around AI rack and scaling. Analysts noted, though, gross margins ahead, positive commentary on rack supply and ODM inventory expected to resolve. And the geopolitical sensitivity here is kind of limited. They refuse to give guidance for H2 2025 and 2026 due to geopolitical concerns, especially because of China. Despite this, Morgan says, materially under shipping demand, reinforcing confidence in upside potential.
Yeah, above yesterday's high here, guys, on the rebound once again for Nvidia.
Yeah, we like Nvidia, and it was they had a good day yesterday. And what I love about this for Nvidia is, hey, we don't have to stray too far away from the levels when I left, which was, it looked like it was going to be breaking out of this like bull flag channel, and it did on earnings. And now all you have is the first big dip on earnings bounced pretty much exactly where the support was before, 133. So that's your earnings bottom, which the prior day it held. Not yesterday. I keep saying yesterday when referring to Friday. And you have Friday's low at 33, and then yesterday's low again at 33. So you've made a nice solid base, and you're trying to break it out after we had the earnings level. So as far as I'm concerned, I always look back to where's our first area of support. I'm looking at 136. Things have changed. We've been trending higher the entire morning. Usually when I see that, like I'm popping into the pre-market low 137. When you sit down and it's you're down here, I'm thinking dip buy in 36. Now I like into 137. I did want to get to a super chat because Robin Hood's not on our list today. Not on our list. Watch list today. And this is from Derek Okie State Blakely. Do you think Hood will have trouble breaking through the $70 price? I think almost any stock at a psychological round number depends on your definition of trouble. It's literally here right now. There's no size on the offer, maybe like a few thousand shares. Certainly this is a little bit trappish at the open for making a fresh high. Like I don't want to play the breakout at 270 on Robin Hood. I wanted to dip into the prior high as well, like prior day close. I'll probably look for a dip. I'm looking for a dip into VWAP today or the prior day close and tops. Do I think it has trouble getting through it? I think on an initial break, I'm anticipating fail breakthrough, but this stock in a general sense, I mean, it just keeps on breaking highs. And what's good about it is it's consolidated underneath 70 to attempt that breakout. So yeah, I like Robin Hood today, but I'll be buying dips instead of taking that break myself.
Yeah, look, people asking, no Bears versus Bulls in the chat today. People asking for the sticky note link, so I just put it in there if you guys want to get it. I have Nvidia right there, 137 to 138 dip buy. If we can get something like that, we're getting that sort of right now. I want to more wait for that 137. I mean, I just want to be long this name. It's 137 to 137.50 is the dip buying area, but whatever, 137.50 is fine to me. I also think this 139 break for momentum needs to be played. So for me, I'm kind of want to be all over this today. I mean, Morgan Stanley top pick. It's now bouncing. This is day 3 or 4 off of earnings. Looks like we want to try to get, whoops, that's right, we have that move there. The split looks like we want to get higher, right? To get to 140, which I think we get to today, we got to break 139 first. So why not just indicate 139 long? I mean, if it wants to go, it's going to go. We can have easy outs, right? Easy outs are all over the place here. 138 is where VWAP is, and that's just right here, right now. So I think that can come in right off the open. But we're going to wait to see if we can get some support, and if we do, that's what we're taking. Otherwise, man, I think this is a 139 punch long. Oh no, we have another bad wick right there. But if we look here, I'll have to clean that up. But there's 139. We kind of just bounced off of it yesterday. We couldn't really break. We did break. We got to 139.35. But today with better news, if you want to wait, maybe 139.50. But I just think right off the open, you could take that trade. And then worst case scenario, you hold it $1 back to VWAP, which is 138. So for me, I like this trade moving forward. I think it could be a really huge one today. Market's kind of doing its own thing right now, so uncertain of where we're going. The next one is going to be HIMS. I'm with Neil too. If you look at we do have Robin Hood here as a dip buy into VWAP, wherever that is, or the 70 break, which maybe already happened. There's APLD. We talked about that with Mitch earlier as well. A big runner yesterday. This is on the watch list, on the imbalance locator, up 7.5% right now. Apple getting sell side here. Other than that, not much else. I mean, we'll talk about all these, but nothing with huge volumes there. The next story is HIMS, and that's a buy here again right now. They got that sort of deal a long time ago, able to sell Wegovy or one of those things, and it's been really popping since then, man. $25 April 30th, all the way to 65, and it looks like we're in arm's throw of that right now. 60 stone's throw. Don't throw your arm out. $66 right there coming for HIMS, I would say. But let's go find the story.
Yeah, coming back in a little bit here, but just took out the highs there. Picking up this European company, Zava. You have more of the details on that, but I mean, just be careful with this once again. Crazy volatile, this stock.
Yeah, they announced this acquisition. It's Zava is a European telehealth, Brendo, platform as a part of their global expansion strategy. The deal is expected to close mid-year. Financial terms not disclosed, but will be in future filings. CEO Andrew Dudum says the acquisition aims to accelerate European growth and facilitate entry into new markets. The acquisition here, it's gonna give HIMS a presence in Ireland, France, Germany, building on their 2021 UK entry already. They own a company there called Honest Health. Zava will bring 1.3 million active customers, so that's going to increase HIMS' total base, Brendo, by about 50%, up to 3.7 million. Zava's platform has been operational since 2011, so good infrastructure there. Dudum emphasizing Europe has better pricing dynamics and fewer insurance complexities than the US. He thinks they can scale faster internationally, so we'll have to keep an eye out on that. Good headline.
Yeah, a couple of positive days in a row, 2 or 3 even at this point, guys. What do we do here with HIMS?
Oh man, chase it, I guess. I actually just found out Sean got a Tesla. We were just talking about that. We didn't even talk about Tesla yet. Yeah, so look, HIMS, I think it's really tempting to want to chase this move. You're going to run into a little bit of overhead resistance in the mid-60s here for HIMS. A lot of times an acquisition isn't always the best in terms of sustaining you. But we talked about like Hood just now looking at VWAP. HIMS is kind of a similar story. And your 60 level in here is going to give you something. It's just there were buyers underneath that 60. That's the first place I would look on HIMS. Just very quickly, I know we have the market opening in like 20 seconds or so. Tesla, yada, 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 mid 330s has been a pretty good buy. If we get down there again today, I think it's a buy again. And somehow I left and we're 350 breakout and we're 350 breakout again another day. I'm not going to take the break on Tesla because I have other things on my mind, but I think that's a good one. Adara, let's ring this Tuesday bell. How's about now?
All right. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get going here right away.
Nvidia is breaking.
Yeah, no, I know. That's the whole thing that I was thinking about. I just put the stop order in right now. Let's see if we do get a little bit of a pullback here. Into 138 would be nice, but A little bit of a pullback here. I'm going to take something at 59. We're in it way too early, most likely here, but we're in it now. Let's see what happens with Tesla. Here it goes. We'll see if we can add to this position. We just bought some there at 138.50. We're going to see if we can add to this on this break right here, right now. We did have a nice little win there, but we didn't take it. Let me take something out. If it does come back, okay, well, it's right here right now, 97. We'll take a piece out there at 97. It's a nice 50-cent winner so far. Looking to get a little bit more, take another piece out. Excuse me, we are out of 20% right now on Nvidia. I'm gonna take another piece at 93 again. All right, so now we're out of about 25% for a quick little 50-cent winner there on Nvidia. This is what we wanted, so we got it. We just waited for it to come back into that 138 or so. So that's my story there on Tesla. I see you didn't take too long to get into something. Oklo, I see.
Okay, a low broke. Did Nvidia go? No, it still hasn't broken.
No,
all right.
no.
Oh shoot,
It's thinking about it. It's thinking about it.
Oklo just popped through the high as well. There it goes. Nvidia just went. Like I'm into Oklo, but the entire time Nvidia.
What just happened there?
Did it go?
Quotes. I think it went. I'm gonna have to figure.
Yeah, I'm
it
in.
did go.
So,
I'm in.
No,
I
I'm
just
in.
don't know
It went.
what price it went out at there, but
I got ones. That seems impossible.
yeah, I got.
You don't want ones.
Dude, I got 93s. So I got under 139 there. So, all right. So it looks like a very crowded trade early here on that.
I'm going to buy the dip instead. Oklo's flying, by the way, in all of
huge.
that.
SMR is probably huge.
I'm going to buy the dip instead of that breakout. It was a wild one and a weird one. Just very quickly, OKLO. Sorry about that. Nvidia was going in that moment, and I was on that level too. OKLO broke out as well. It just tagged 58, now heading to what is a 52-week high up here, wicks underneath the 60 level. I think it's going to probably stall in and around there, so I'm going to try to respect that. If we get any kind of pullback at the 60 level, I'm going to jump out of that trade. But Oklo is the one I liked better than SMR. SMR, look, it didn't matter. If you took SMR, that 135 through 60, that breakout would have worked just nicely for you as well. Oh my goodness, Google. Well, there was one short idea. It was Alpha. Look at the wick on Alphabet. Maybe we can get back, maybe not back into it because we never took this trade. Maybe we can get into this trade. Alphabet just lost VWAP, clean fail break of 168, and now heading distinctly lower. Yeah, we wanted this one to the south side. The story being Apple allegedly looking into Perplexity to replace Google search. So not good.
No, not good at all. All right, so we are right now, having to suffer through that false break there of 139. And we talked about, like, sometimes these breaks will work, sometimes they will not. So I'm going to wait for it. We are waiting for a little bit of a 138 dip buy opportunity. Hopefully that can come in. Hims and Hers is just crazy right now, $65. We just touched that marker out, and I was like, oh, we're getting to 65 today on Hims. Yeah, we are. That is for sure. And we just got there right now. So look at that top break right there, 65.30. I guess we're just slowing down, but I think that this can go through that level as well. We have to worry, obviously, about Nvidia, but right now Hims looks like it's trying to go upside. Oops, I'm just going to switch that over to see if we do break. I think that's worth putting in a stop order up there on Hims to see if we can get longer. Oh, there it goes, breaking through 65.30, so it looks like it's trying to do that right now. All right, okay, here it goes. A little bit of a rejection there, but now it wants to go. Let's try it right here in the low 65s if we can get it while we are in it now. 65.20 right now for Hims. Not a huge position. If this breaks back down below that last sort of prior candle there, that's 64. I think we can maybe get out of it, but here it goes right now. Nice move up there for Hims. Let's take advantage of that. Get something out in the 80s. Here we go, man. 70 cents now in the money on Hims. So it's a nice move higher right there as we just trading everything here today, man. Whatever's moving and whatever floats that boat, we're in it. There's a couple more outs on Hims to the upside there. Wow, all right. So we're out of only about a third of it. There as it's now pulling back in. I'm going to put my stop now to see what happens if we break back below $64. That's going to be my stop there on Hims.
Yeah, good look. Hims is moving. Someone asked what's going to happen on at 70 on Robin Hood. The answer was it wouldn't have trouble breaking it, apparently. It's right through. Just got to 70, not quite 70 and a half. VWAP is... It hasn't really tested the volume weighted average price nor the 69 level, so I'm going to look for a dip here if we can even get this and sit out in front of that 69.8, like the prior wick on the break, and see if we can't pick a little something up on Robin Hood. We wanted to be all good in the hood, but the stock was too good for us, which meant it just didn't dip at all. Nvidia's that really wasn't that good of a pun. The real pun should be about this stock that was soaring this morning, SOAR. SOAR, small capper.
The whole
That's
market's,
one.
yeah.
But the market is
pulling
the
back
market is
a
kind of
little bit.
pulling back. So I want to make sure we get good prices on a dip. And I'm going to go back over here quickly to Oklo. I'm still not into Robin Hood. Come on, Robin Hood. Pick me up there. Oklo just dipped again underneath the 58, just rejected 58.5. So good breakout initially, but you got to hold on to the volume weighted average price here. That's the prior high in the pre-market as well. So I do want to respect that. I am now into Robin Hood. There you go. So Robin Hood pulls right back into the 70 level. I'm giving it to this, I guess it's the current bar low, and then we'll play into VWAP as well. Still no Google short as that breaks. Low of the day.
Oh, no.
Low of the day on Alphabet. Something happening in Intel here.
Yeah, just hearing that about Intel as well right now. So we'll figure out if that's going down or up or what it's doing. Right now, we did not get that dip buy there on Nvidia, which is crazy because I was actually bidding 138. It went down as low as 138.20. So we almost made it, but there it comes right back to the, not right back to the upside, but trying to do stuff. New position alert, a small one right now. It's 131 for Palantir. We wrote this down, so we're going to dig a little bit more if we get closer to 131. But right now, Palantir, whoops, downside move. We've seen this many times before, and it looks like it's happening right now for Palantir. We have potentially our first Dollar Club winner right now with HIMS. We're long at 65.20. It just touched 66, where we got some out. We got some out twice up here right now. So let's see if we can break through on HIMS. 2 outs in the 90s right now. We have half of that position still on board here as it's trying to get higher. You never know where you're going to fill. So I'm going to put a 66.20 fill right there, see if we can get that, as this one's really, really bouncing around for us now. Palantir trying to go in the money. There it is. Nice move for Palantir right there. It's a face slapper there, but it's Nvidia right now. That's the problem as we are long at 138.75, but it's a good trade there for Palantir as we get some out at O's, and now we wait to see what's going on as HIMS right there. There it is. It's your official right now. Props it up for that one. And, Mitch was talking about it. We've been talking about it today. It was on our watch list. There goes HIMS. Nice little dollar right there, but it's Nvidia that I got my eye on. Dara, what's up?
I look into Intel. I'm not seeing anything right now, guys. I'm not even really seeing anyone talk about it in social media, but be aware, Intel here dropping with volume. If there is a story on this, I will let you guys know whenever that comes in. Keep an eye on Dollar General as well. This one was on our morning watch list. DG, nice earnings day one play for this one. So Dollar General on watch. DLTR, Dollar Tree, I believe, reporting tomorrow morning, their competitor. Back to you.
Yes, sir. And good one. And thank you very much there, Dara. Another big-time mover this morning was Dollar General. Not usually a name that we heavily day trade, but watch out for the nuclear names here. Oklo comes back. It gave us that dollar move initially on the break. Doesn't really fail all the way to the pre-market lows at 55, but it does lose the volume-weighted average price, which where I wanted to get out, wanted to be regrouping here if we can't, either at pre-market lows or prior day lows. For now, it's still looking relatively strong, so don't mind jumping back into this one if we can get a little bit more strength. Shout out to everyone that was mentioning Intel there. I don't know if maybe it's a chip thing. Like the initial break, no good on Nvidia, came back in and dipped, and it is not holding on to this one. Well, it's trying to hold on to 138, but not holding on to that 138. So Oklo worked, Nvidia not at all, and looking weak. It could be the chips. It could easily be the chips. You've got load AMD, which is trying to bounce after just initially flatlining right away at the open in here. And then you guys saw the chart of Intel, and then Micron, which Sean had mentioned, to me.
Yeah.
Yesterday, there was a buy program on Micron, seemingly most of the day. It dipped instantly at the open. So lots of weakness on a lot of these chip names right away off of the bell, and they're still heavily selling it. It's trying to hold on to 138. I mean, it just bounced once. It needs to put in a higher low here and hold on to the volume-weighted average price. And this is why you get out. When Oklo lost VWAP, we talk about this all the time. You lose VWAP on initial breakout trade, I don't want to be fighting it. It's still continuing a little bit lower. Here's the test of the pre-market low as we speak.
All right. Nvidia's having a problem. It can't even get by 138.25 now that it's below it. So that's a problem right there. We'll take out some more Palantir. I just took some out there at 06s. These have been some of the top outs for me right here as it hasn't gone through this 132.18 at all. We'll still watch out for HIMS. It's not doing much either. And then here's Nvidia. It's not, I'm debating just sort of like not going down with this sinking shit. Okay, there it is. I need a pause. There it goes. Okay, we got 34s. I was gonna say I was just about to say we're waiting at VWAP there. So there comes 34 in for Nvidia. Let's see if it really wants to get going now. We're still in this. We've averaged into it. We've got a decent amount of shares, obviously. So I'm gonna take another piece right here if I can. There it is. Okay, in the 40s. Let's go. Let's see if we can make this one, a special trade again. We did break that 139 long, but then, we just trying to follow our plans, right? At the end of the day, that's all that you can do. And right into there, we talked about it right on our note here. Watch out for 137, and that was a level 137.50. I mean, so it came into that. Let's just now see. I was just waiting at 54s. It went to 54? Okay.
Yeah, 50.
We got it. No, we got 44s. Oh no, I'm up in the 60s. Okay, so let's see if we can get going here on Nvidia. Hopefully a good one there for us. We're 50 cents in the money on Palantir, and we only have a third left now on HIMS, but it is trying to make a move down right now. I think we're just resting. Here comes Nvidia. We're resting on Nvidia a lot right now, so I'm going to offer out on HIMS. Here it goes, man. Let's see if this is going to be a good one. We're net positive now on Nvidia after just grabbing that 60 fill. So net positive and holding about 2 units now. So we had about 3 units near the bottom. Now we hold a little bit more for this move. I'm gonna take one more piece out at 65 if we can get that one more time, and then we'll go from there. Shoot, I didn't even remember that Randy brought this coffee. It's probably freezing cold right now.
No, it's not.
All right, so almost out of HIMS. Oh, there's Randy. What's up, Randy? How's it going over there? Good, I like it. We do have demo day around here. It's been demo day for a while.
Well, it's demo.
They got the bin now, so they're loading that up with stuff there out the back. But here we go, man. Here goes Palantir. We had a $1 winner on HIMS. Looks like we're trying to get there with Palantir. We just took some out on Nvidia, and there it goes right now. It's a hot dog cannon kind of day right now for this market. So let's go. A couple good, 3 for 3 basically right now. So let's go. Yeah, 3 for 3. There it is, man. Positive on everything right now today. So let's just keep on climbing right now for Nvidia, for Palantir, and for the tech space. It's a ripper right now. Offer some more out at 69er right now on Nvidia. There's Randy. As we continue to go higher and higher. Hey, Randy, what's up? Right there. We're only at half a day goal because things aren't necessarily ripping yet, but we're trying to get up there. If we can get back to 139, that would be our day goal met. And so far, so good there. $1 everywhere right now. HIMS trying to make some moves as well. So far, so good. Apple was the only one that we didn't trade. Oh, and you looked at Robin Hood, right? There's Nvidia. Holy shit. That's a huge move right there.
We'll go to Adair and come right back and talk some Hood.
There's a note here. Keep an eye if you're a small cap trader on SHOT, that is Safety Shot, announcing this morning that they are developing apparently next generation nootropic and sleep solutions. So keep an eye on this one. About 3 million shares traded so far today. Also, just so you guys know, no 9:45 a.m. number, but at 10 a.m. we're going to get JOLTS job openings and factory orders. JOLTS are going to be the more closely watched of these numbers. I'll be, of course, giving those for you live right here at this desk. Back to you.
Yeah, good look. JOLTS, that's going to be a relatively important one. We know the labor market does matter right here. So there was a initial failed break at 39. The dip has worked in Nvidia, but it just turned again at 139, like 138.95 or 96 it just turned back in on. So I just took another leg out. I'll only load back in, maybe underneath VWAP. Actually, I could go above VWAP here, 138. Quarters to 30s and hold on to that 138 level. Does look like Alphabet and our short opportunity might have come and gone here. And I don't want to chase something at the low of the day when the market is trying to break out still. The NASDAQ trying to hold some of these tops and hold green. If it does, I think Google could get a little bit of a bounce. Obviously that Anthropic news, the Apple news, it should be with Perplexity weighing heavily on this stock. That's why you're seeing a lot of weakness here in Alphabet. But if we can't get it at least at VWAP, it's so far away from that 168 now. You're chasing it $2.50 if you're shorting these lows. So I don't want to short any lows. And if you're looking at some of the other chip names, like everyone was talking about Intel and how it was dropping at the open, it's recovering nicely. So I think Nvidia was stronger to begin with. So continue to want to buy dips over there. And going back to the nuclear plays, we got out of Oklo when the getting was good. That's now a failed breakout underneath the volume weighted average price. It just double bottomed, holding pre-market lows at 55. So at least it's starting to look a little bit better. But on a 15-minute, that's just it's a good break initially. It gives you like $1 change. But it's now a failed breakout on that 15-minute. I need to see a stronger candle on the 15-minute, and we can get back into some longs after that.
All right, great job over there. Guys, we are absolutely just doing the best with the least rate here, man. 3 positions today. HIMS is now $2 now in the money on HIMS. So this is going to be definitely the trade of the day there for, we just missed that 67.40 level though. We should maybe punch out a little bit more there. Okay, there we're offer out, we'll take some out. Right there, there goes HIMS, man. What a monster move, $1.80 on that one. Palantir, we're going 3 for 3. Palantir, nice move up right now at VWAP as well. So let's take another position. Oh, wow, there it is. Nice play out there at 43 for us on that one. We have now hit it. So that's now
another one.
I don't know, I think almost every day in this last week there where we've hit our daily goal. So there it goes again, and I'm not moving the goal. We're happy where it is. There goes Nvidia, just took 139 again right there. I was waiting at 139.30s. It doesn't look like it wanted to get there. We'll offer it out some more here at 95s and take another piece out as we still have more than half of this trade on. I'm waiting for 139.30s. Let's go with Nvidia. It's an absolutely monster day, Neil. There's Palantir joining the club as well. So we have Nvidia in the money $1, HIMS in the money $1.32, Palantir in the money $1. That's all 3 trades at least $1 right now on these names. And it's not like we're trading like if they're $130 names. These aren't Teslas or anything like that. Nice move there on Palantir. Let's take another piece out here in the 80s on that one. So there it goes, man. We are in a bull market. You trade long. That's what you do right there. It's a nice move upside. HIMS, Nvidia, Palantir. I mean, this Palantir trade is ridiculous. And again, another level that we had written down today. Nvidia, Palantir, all on here. The levels came in, and when they come in, we strike with vengeance. And that was a good one there on Nvidia. So let's take another piece out here at 139.20. Now let's just let it ride, man. We're going higher and higher and higher. There it is, man. That's trading. Buy those dips right into the 200, right into VWAP. Let it blast higher. There it is, 139.30s for Nvidia. Might as well take a piece out as this is where we wanted to. So let's see what happens now to the upside. Just excited because we've been really seeing the market pretty well these past couple of days. And there it goes again. Nice move there, upside for Nvidia.
Absolutely, as it continues higher. But hey, everybody, if you want a prop firm that's transparent, very important, and fair, and actually wants you to succeed, listen up. Prop XP gives you 1 to 200 leverage. One of the highest out there and no high watermark. It's fast payouts, real support, and a team that's on your side. That's why they're rated 4.6 on Trustpilot and climbing. Use the code TRADERTV to get 50% off of your challenge right now. Scan the QR code or click the link in the description box and start trading smarter with Prop XP. Pass the challenge and get funded. Shout out to them, as the challenge right now is, can the market break out the top? That would be the challenge. Okay, Robin Hood just came back underneath. It was a failed break of the 70 level. I mean, it got all the way to like 70.30 and then came back, but now it's starting to hold. Robin Hood, that is, starting to hold above that 70 level and the volume weighted average price and respect a little bit better. When I go back into the dips on that on VWAP, it didn't actually break VWAP before when I got out, but then it broke out after. So even if I'd put the stop wider, you would have just been triggered anyway. So the volume weighted average price sits at about 69.80. It just dipped heavily back into it now. Looks like we all close above VWAP here. You don't want to have a big dip failure like this. I'd like to see it close above VWAP or do a bottoming tail and then jump back into the long there. And one of the only places we're looking for a short was Alphabet at that 168. Well, it's about to get to 167 again. So Alphabet's starting to come in here. We'll let it go. The market's strong. Let it get to the price where you want it to reject instead of getting in too early. Nvidia's looking okay right now. It's really just Robin Hood that we want to get back into. So as Robin Hood tries to play off volume weighted average price, I don't want to sit in front of the falling knife. I want to see it close above VWAP, and then we'll try to get it in as well. I see a bunch of people talking about SMH, TSM, a lot of the chip names. It is Nvidia's party right now. That's why you're focusing on them. It's just really been, it was actually nasty at the open for a lot of the chip names in the other direction, but now you're starting to see it go. Like here's SMH starting to break out here. Let's see if we can get a VWAP dip buy as well on Nvidia. But Robinhood's the front of the mind. It's not going to close above VWAP. Not nearly as strong as we would like to see. I have my dip set at 138 on Nvidia, but that was before it broke that 139 top. Now I got to start thinking about VWAP or the prior high at 139. Continuation play only looking longs over there. Yeah, not looking too great for Robin Hood.
No, eh?
Strong early, well, I mean, we're not back in it, but it's trying to lose VWAP here while the market's at the highs. You don't want to see that. You want to see relative strength. And right now, it's still looking a little bit weak.
All right, man. Wow. I'm actually thinking the opposite way. I still have too many shares here of Nvidia. I'm trying to think about where to get out, and I'd like to add to it as well. But we still got on some shares here. We're actually down to 1 unit, but I just emptied the clip right here at 139.50, like a lot. So let's wait to see now, as this is a huge move. Again, it's the #1 trade idea that I had on here, along with, I mean, Palantir's down there at 132. Watch out for 131. We wrote down. That's where we wind up getting it at 131.60s. But there's Nvidia 137 to 137 dip buys into the long, and that's exactly what wound up coming into 138. So we were able to take that. We did take the 139 break long, which sort of got that day going, and as Neil mentioned, not going great. But there it is, man, a nice, huge actually, move to the upside right now for Nvidia. We'll wind up making a similar amount on this today as we did yesterday. We don't have that monster $3 win or anything like we did on Google, or $13 on Tesla, but these will work out, man. They'll work out just fine. Maybe a little bit of a pullback. You can see what this market's doing. I'm going to start to exit a little bit more. I just took some out at 42s right there. Yeah, good hit there at 42. You could see, man, maybe I just need not hit the button so much. We have so many outs in between this 38 to 50 level that it's ridiculous. So I'm going to now see if we can wait. Maybe we'll get something out if it finally takes out this 20 area. I'll put a stop in to get some more out. If that does happen here, let's just do that right now. Let's go to 139.19. We'll get out of 25% of our position if that does come back into that area. Otherwise, there's another out at 50. Now let's just let this thing go, man. We're almost at the 2 times goal, so that's pretty good. We only have 10% left of HIMS. You know, that was a nice move up. We just got some more out there at 66 as well. This name's flying around. This looks like a good out for us, 64.60. So let's change our out now into 64.60 now that it finally gives us a little bit of an area. 64, let's get that exactly what we're trying to do right there. 64.60, yeah, 64.59. All right, we'll just do that. We'll get out of 100%. It's dangerous sending, oh shoot, Neil. It's dangerous sending a market order at HIMS, that's for sure. But there it is, man, 139.74 as the trade of the day, obviously for both of us, I would assume, is Nvidia, as here we go, man. You know, I'll wind up making 4 or 5 times as much on Nvidia that we'll make on Palantir and on HIMS, but that's because we trust in this name. And Palantir, I wanted to get a little lower, to be honest with you, man. I mean, we were down 131. You know, we just started that trade. We'll see if we can get a little bit more for that. But right here, if Nvidia can get, I'm just going to take a piece out right now. Take out a 69 there. There we go. Then we get to 75s. A couple more outs right there on Nvidia. So here we go. You know, we'll make it there. It's pretty much that 2 times goal. So that's good. It's 953. We got to be really happy with that. There's VinFast. Make sure you do scan that on the QR code and get that going. So yeah, so far so good here today. Just trading these 3 names.
Yeah, Nvidia looks like it wants 140, but it's having a little bit of trouble after that last break. There is now a clean trend that's set up, but you needed to see it pop, break the high, consolidate. Now there's a bit of a trend line. We can go with the initial dip. That was 138, and then now here 139.2. If we lose this, I'm out and waiting for the volume weighted average price again. Otherwise, we're getting to 140 and looking for the out there. Alphabet, I'm into for the first time, as that just came into VWAP topping tail. I mean, kind of a topping tail candle here after put the big one in at the level we really liked. That was 168.5, 167.5 into 168. But now we're short underneath VWAP. You can see prior bar high is going to be my out clean here on Google. And if the market breaks out, I think it can take Alphabet with it. But this is the only Mag 7 name, although I'll have to double check, because I just realized I haven't looked at Microsoft this morning, and I haven't really paid much attention to like Amazon either, that was looking this week. So I want 66 if we can get there, and then low of the day. But I'm not letting this, I'm not holding this to the next level. Like, this is the short here underneath the volume weighted average price at a prior high. If it breaks out this top, I'm jumping out. No average into it beyond that price. We wait for it to get to 168. $1.50 higher is where I would be looking for the next opportunity. And yeah, here comes that 140 on Nvidia.
I just took it now in case it doesn't break.
I just took it. I just got out now at 88. We went to Eric Lindros on there. That is Eric Lindros. For a second there, I actually had to think about it. I'm not the biggest hockey guy, but went Eric Lindros on it. And now we'll see if it'll break the trend and pull back into VWAP
You could have got
or
Michael
the prior
Irvin
high.
on it. I mean, there's a lot of...
Well, no. I'm not going to say Michael Irvin.
No. Anyways, there it goes, man. Nice move there to the upside. I think we're doing pretty good here so far. So there goes that. Oh, by the way, we'll slap a fail on our last 10% of HIMS. I mean, there it goes to the downside. I mean, most of the outs are here at 66s, right? A little bit higher than that, 66.25s. Then we have a 67 and change. Then we have another 66 when it's broke lower. So now we're out there. But watch out. Right back to VWAP, so a good possibility there for that trade. I'm over the moon with this right now. We're almost $2 in the money now on Nvidia, and we have about a third, a little bit less. Let's call it 25% again. Not sure exactly how many shares that we had down there near the bottom, but we're really doing well now to hold on to this. And again, it's just taking out more shares, right? I mean, we have many different tranches that we could hit, and we're doing much better trying to hold for bigger moves, and that's really affected the net, right? Yeah, you guys are really talking about Reddit on there, and I love that kind of talk. I really
What's
like
Reddit doing?
Nothing. Well, it's been strong.
Oh.
It's not today. It's doing 2%. I mean, it's good. It's not. We don't really trade it too much because it's pretty illiquid. I mean, that's 30 cents right there. You kind of almost got to play a break and hope that you got something. But there's Nvidia right now at 140. We just took a 97 fill, I think, 95 fill right there on NVDA. So right now we are down to about, I'm gonna say between 20 to 25% left, which is actually, for me, pretty good there. This was our #1 trade idea on the note, so we're very happy with it. Palantir's having itself a day. It's not doing much. It wants to go, but it's not. So I'm going to offer some more out there at 15s just to take that fill. We're down now. I can see this 10% left of this Nvidia trade. That's exactly the level that we have left. And here comes Nvidia one more time. I'm going to take a 97 fill, and let's just see if it breaks now. Bye-bye. See you later, 140. It was nice knowing you. I don't want to add to it, but look at that size that's on there. A couple million shares being posted, and then let alone what's there underneath it, so with a dark pool and whatnot. But bye-bye. That didn't take long. There it goes now, 140 and change. It is now an official banger club. We need a new thing, man. Banger club. There it goes, man, to the upside right there. 140.10, 140 and change. Man, we're here again, man. Obi, Neil, whoever. We're glad to have you guys here with us one more time. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. Let's hit it for Neil, man. Let's get back up to 3,000. Let's spin it for the trades of the day with Nvidia, with Google, with Hood, all that stuff that we've been trading today. I hope you guys have been enjoying the show. It's been a good one.
Yeah, it's been a good one, and wow, obviously if NVIDIA's going, CoreWeave's going to go as well, but NVIDIA flying through the 140.
Wow,
there hasn't been a dip yet, but we took advantage. If the market breaks the high and you're in a short, hey, it's great if it's under VWAP, that's fine. But now that you're really breaking out, no reload on this stock. Like I said, we'll take something out in front of 166. We break that high, we jump out of it. But CoreWeave, you've got to be kidding me. This stock is, it's up 10%. Obviously, it's having a good day like NVIDIA, and it just broke out another all-time high on CoreWeave at the 130 level. So another day, another all-time high for CoreWeave. It doesn't have to make sense, everybody. It's just a momentum trade as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't really make a difference. I think you just want to follow along with it. So the trend break, if it happens here on NVIDIA, I'm looking for a trend break, not short, but trend break long back in off the volume-weighted average price. We're still holding on to our short because Google underneath VWAP looks pretty good. And Robin Hood, as strong as that was, it still can't hold above the volume-weighted average price. So you're not seeing me jump back into this one on the long side because it doesn't look that good. It's lower highs, and for now, it's already made one low. If it makes another fresh low, this turns into something else. The other side of the equation is we have jolts in about 1 minute. I'm not sitting on any bids outside of NVIDIA and VWAP for that jolt number. I think sometimes you get, pardon the pun, a jolt in the stock where like you get a dip and rip or something along those lines. If I get that, I'll try to buy a dip in NVIDIA on that move. We'll get that in about 30 seconds or so, everybody.
Yeah, let's get ready to go over to Adara. I'm just like, we got Joe excited about this trade over here. I hope you're in this, my guy. There goes NVIDIA, man, now $2.40 in the money. Let's throw to Adara. We got jolts right now. Let's go get a jolt.
About 15 seconds here until Jolt's job openings. we are going to get 7.1 million is the forecast here for JOLTS job openings. 7.192 million was previous. We're expecting slightly lower than the previous print. Factory orders month over month, we're seeing negative 3.2 expected. Sorry, 3.2%. Let's see what happens here. So higher than expected JOLTS job openings, 7.391 million. So that is quite a bit above the forecast of 7.1 million and the previous print of 7.192 million. Then we get the factory orders month over month. Those are lower than expected. Negative 3.7% versus the forecast of negative 3.2%, and the previous print of positive 4.3%. So well below expectations here for the factory orders month over month. Above expected, though, for those JOLTS job openings. Those are really the only significant economic numbers we're getting today. We did get some durable goods revisions, core and durable goods, both exactly in line with estimates. So core 0.2%, durable goods negative 6.3%. We're going to get some Fed speak later today, but in terms of economic data, that's basically all of it. The market pushing a little bit higher on this better than expected JOLTS print. So good look here for the NASDAQ. We'll take a look at the SPY as well, see how that one is faring. Generally, though, they have been trading pretty similarly. In this case, though, NASDAQ certainly closer to today's highs than the S&P 500. Here's Hims and Hers. This is one of the biggest ones on watch this morning. This one, like CEG, gapped up. They both had catalysts, but they've both given up a lot of that strength. Hims and Hers, with a pretty decent short float here, was on watch after announcing plans to acquire a European health company called Zava. Then we have Dollar General. This one's still at day's highs on an earnings move. They beat on EPS, missed on sales, but they did raise their outlook for the fiscal year. Back to you.
Yeah, the HIMS chart looks exactly like the OCLO, or similar to the OKLO chart, which I'll have to double check on SMR in a quick little second, but this is why you get out and why I'm looking over at Robin Hood and want to see that confirmation above VWAP, because look at this sucker. Like, the second we lost VWAP, it actually was a reversal short in OKLO, and it's been not stopping to the downside as the market goes higher. So you have to have an out. You got to have one. It was a good breakout initially, but right back into it as this continues to go lower and lower and lower. There was no dip to be had just now in Nvidia on that JOLTS number, so it's still flying higher. Higher time frame look. You've got a pretty wide gap now, up to like 142, so there's a lot of room for this to go. Prior highs on the 15-minute sit at like 139.5. So until we get back in any kind of a trend reversal, that's where I'm going to be sitting. VWAP is going to obviously be a moving target as well. Had to get out of Google. We told you why. You do not want to fight that stock when the market is heading higher. Oh, and Tesla is very close to the breakout of 350. Again, 350 is about to break. Every day I've been sitting down. Come back and it's back at 350 again.
350 on that stock, 350 in the money on Nvidia, and over with Adara. When you're ready, I just heard we have more news.
Just beware here, Fed's Bostic speaking. Wasn't seeing him on the calendar at all today, but he's saying apparently that the best monetary policy approach right now entails patience. With that, as kind of expected here, he's saying that he's, quote, very cautious about jumping to cutting rates. So Fed's Bostic definitely on the rate hold path as of right now. We were expecting rate holds until potentially September anyway, so nothing super new here. S&P 500 now at day's highs, but Bostic looks like speaking right now in addition to a slew of Fed speakers we're getting later in the afternoon. Back to you.
All right, thanks for that one, Adara. Yeah, I mean, this Nvidia trade is just like, you know, we get that Morgan Stanley top pick, right? We get it breaking. It's $3 and change. Like, we were willing to, you know, let this one work for us, and it did that, and it's doing it. And we have so many outs, and I'm just taking out piece by piece as we go upside here. The more confident we get, sort of the more we can try to let this go. But I mean, there could be some tops up here. Just looking at what we've been talking about, we've already been up in this area. I was sort of thinking like this has been this 142, 50s, 140, like that's 141.70. These sort of tops is 141.50 right there. That's right where we are right now. We're at 141.20 and not able to get there. So, you know, we are thinking about getting a little top heavy. I mean, ultimately tomorrow when we break 150, then, you know, you have all clear. But for right now, can't hold overnight. So I am starting to get less and less on this. And I feel bad about how many shares we have left. We only have about that 10% now left on this trade. So a little bit more than that. But now that we broke a little bit below, I'm going to take another piece out at O's right there like we just got. So there it is, man. It's the cleanup trade there for me. We cleaned up. It's good. And then I was just saying, you brought up HIMS. Like that was, yeah. And I just tweeted out, I guess that was a good out. right there. Like once we found sort of it breaking through that support, we're up on, we don't have a negative name today. I'm up on HIMS, Nvidia, and Palantir, and this one could have easily gone the other way had we not had risk management. And we always talk about that here on the show, whether or not you're up or down on any day. It's important to notice, like, you know, that these moves can happen. And notice back when you have some of your worst days, you know, see what happens to the market and, you know, what happened to that trade that you particularly lost on. Like, I've noticed that, for example, punches early haven't been the greatest. We had, when the number one trade yesterday was the Palantir punch of 132 long, which went to 133, 134, but thankfully we had a decent amount of shares. This time we didn't have that many shares because we'd already gotten one time at 50, then we added to it at 139. So thankfully we already had about half a unit there, so that was only another half unit. Then when it came back in, we put on another one, giving us one. Then it came back in, put on another one, which gave us, I said we had about 2.5 to 3 units. And we just put on 2 more positions down here. Each of these are about a half unit. We have about 3 fills there, 2 fills there. So there it goes all the way to the upside. So, you know, you gotta, again, Obi said this because we had many of these trades in the last little week or so. And it's just like, you gotta be lucky, but you also gotta be there to take the trade. You know, so I think it's lucky that we're moved up 3%. I mean, I don't think we sort of planned on that, but there goes Nvidia. And again, and you know, we'd written it down. It's an idea that we liked. It's going to be, you know, carry the day for me today. And I like when that happens. Sometimes they go against you, you know, and that's fine. So you take what you get. And right now we're getting a nice upside move for Nvidia. So I think we should take it, you know, and then now maybe think about regrouping as it's now past 10 o'clock. And you can see the momentum maybe is starting to head the other way. I'm offering 80s right now. It doesn't seem like it wants to get through that level to give me the fill. Oh, what am I? Oh, I'm at 81s, my bad. If we were just at 80s, we would have got that. I'm going to go to 78 now and get it. No, we miss it. So yeah, we're going to have to regroup now as this is starting to come. There we go. We get a 78, starting to come down a little bit. I was going to use the 50 period moving average. That's just so far away. I don't want to give that all the way back up. So maybe a prior bar high on a 5-minute to give us a trend change right there, which would be 140 30s. So I think if we break through there, then we can definitely get out. We can cancel our get out of 25% now. That doesn't seem to be a matter. So 140.50 downside, I think we'll use that as an area there. Sorry, 140.30 to get some more out of Nvidia.
Yeah, it looks like it does. Maybe you want to pull back in here. Tesla, let me just get this chart back up because I tried to get rid of the wick and you know what happened.
Yeah.
It's starting to pull back into prior highs. So if you look at Tesla, the 350 break, and we said we're not taking that one anymore after like when I left here, 350 break was not very good. The 2 times, one of the 3 times we took it, it was actually good, but the other 2 times it was no good. Pulling back in, I want to see it hold the line. I have a line drawn at 347.3. The real support's down here at 346. Let me just get rid of this. There you go. The real support's here at 346 in VWAP. We're in the prior high. If we lose 46, we're going to have to jump out of this one. Should have gotten out of this one maybe when it broke this. I don't want to give it that tight of a stop. It's still above VWAP, but maybe should have gotten that one early. And I think, look, Robin Hood's starting to turn into a potential short for me in here. I'm just going to show you why while leaving Tesla up here because it wants to challenge that 46 as we speak. So I want to make sure we leave it in. You guys can see what happens. If VWAP holds, then it's still also holding an upward trend. But it looks like, yeah, Tesla's about to come out. Tried to break out that prior high into 50, and then it loses VWAP in here. And this is what I mean about Robin Hood. Tried again to bust out through 70, gets a 69.9 twice, and now holding under the volume weighted average price. If this starts making lower lows, trending back down, then I can think about the short. I want to give it more of a chance to be a long today for Hood because it was part of the plan, but it just doesn't want to go. Like this was one of the top ideas, and I'm looking for that long to set back up again. Still some higher lows into a flat top, something like this. Into the flat top, but it needs to either break out the top of this channel or pretty much bust. That's it. Like it needs to show me that wedge, break out the top, and I can give the stop into that support level on Robin Hood. Right now it's starting to struggle at least a little bit. The good news about the market dip is it might give me a chance to get back in to Nvidia. But yeah, Tesla, we could have got that one for a tight stop, but I wanted to give it to the volume weighted average price. If it closed above, I might take a second swing at it. But it was Robin Hood and Nvidia that were higher on the list. And even then, Nvidia still doesn't want to get back into VWAP. cancel that one. I'm still sitting at VWAP from the JOLTS number. I'm just leaving that order in there. Maybe it'll get filled later.
Yeah, hopefully we get some. Well, hopefully not. I'm still long on Nvidia. So I just took advantage of that move up and got some more out there at 140.75. Yeah, Tesla's been tricky, so we'll wait to see if we can get that one. I was actually looking at Tesla as well. I think it could be a buy. We got to get to 144.50, or sorry, 344.50 for me on TSLA before we're interested. We're still running this, man. Still $3. So Palantir. All right. So like I mentioned before, we had 5% or something, or 10% of Palantir. Of Palantir. It's under 10%. I'm waiting to get more, but not until lower. I want to wait for 131, right? And so I am bidding right now 131.11 right now for Palantir. So if that comes in, good for that. And then our out didn't happen on Nvidia, so we're still waiting for that. So what's up to Tia? What's up to everybody there in the chat? We want to welcome you all to the chat one more time. Make sure you do hit the like and the subscribe. Get those numbers going a little bit. I'm going to refresh to see where we're at right now. Oops, that's the wrong feed right there. Here it is right now. It's because it's paused. That's why. Let me just refresh this. Get that push play right there. 990. We got to get this higher, man. Come on. We've been in the thousands all week. Let's do that again. Get this up to 1.5K right now. 9,700 of you watching. If just 1 out of every 10 hits that button, then we'll get that up to 1.5K immediately. So let's do that. And thank you so much for, again, supporting it. And you can see all the trades. I mean, we break them all down, whether or not winners, losers, Teslas, Nvidias, HIMs, HERs, Hoods, Palantirs. What else have you been in today? One more name.
Oklo.
Oklo, right. So again, covering a lot of the different space. The one space that I don't think we've really talked too much about is quantum. I mean, QBTS did have and Rigetti did have. They all had some moves yesterday, but there's the fade out. We got really excited with them today a little bit, and then a little bit of a fade there on QBTS. So kind of zooming in here too much. Let me zoom out just to see 1650. Yeah, that's the level. So we're waiting for 1650 there. I was going to say I knew that there was something there that we liked on this name, and it was. So there's 1650 right into here, sort of that top from yesterday that finally broke basically at the end of the day, or I guess midday, where we started to make that move into the end of the day, and now you're coming back in. So watch out for 1650 there, potentially on QBTS, and then RGTI, not RG3, but RGTI right there. Nice move. Yeah, 11. So that looks like that wants to even break this shelf there at 1175. That's going to be pretty dangerous. That does not look as good for dip buy opportunities as QBTS does. This one looks like it wants to actually. I should maybe go pay for shorts if I need to. I'm going to try to throw out maybe 100 shares. 1175 there. Let me just
QBTS.
Let me offer 100 shares. No, yeah. I need to get some of that. So I'm going to go get some of that. I like a break lower on this name. But right now, Nvidia is still that $3. What's up, Max? That's still $3 in the money and going higher right now. I don't have any offers except for at the high of the day of 141.30. So let's see if we can get back up to there. Take a small position out. We'll take out 10% of what we have left. We only have on 10% left. Period of this trade. Yeah, good bounce back there for Palantir. Let's take advantage of that one more time there. So we'll get a 10s, take that out. We were a little bit too like frugal or whatever, conservative with our bidding on Palantir because I was waiting. 131.10, 131.11s. We got into 131.30. So there we go, another out, under 5% now left of this name. And that's what we have on, man. Just Nvidia and Palantir. You've already sort of talked about. SMR blew through that 35, right? 34, sorry.
No, they all rejected.
Yeah, they all, that its level was 34s, I thought. But anyways, it just blasted right through it. Because there was a level I wanted to look at. Yeah, no, it was just, that's what it was. It was just a pre-market high. But that sort of came in right there, and that was a great trade on that break. Yeah, $34.80, $35 all the way to 36. Great trade there on SMR, but as Neil just mentioned, the pullback on this one is real, and there it comes. And talk about a real pullback. HIMS, wow, down to $58 right now. I don't even remember the story. We broke that one there early, get that momentum, and whoops, right there back into the downside. Nvidia having a little bit of a problem here at 16. So let me take another out right there. This is the best out I've had so far. So we're going to do that right there. And now we'll wait for a 30 fill coming through on NVDA. But yeah, man, our LFT is 0 right now, and we're going higher and higher. So let's see if we can get this 29 fill. We're waiting at 141.29. So yeah, man, another good day here. And just trying to follow the market, man, trying to have the trend. I sit down, try to pick away. We knew NVIDIA was going to be something today. It's something every day, as is Tesla. So we'll have to look at that in a minute. But give me those 29s soon, and we'll be out. But all right, let's go over to Neil and see what he's talking about.
Well, Hood's looking pretty good, but if you want to make sure you don't have LFT and get the best fills, well, you want to avoid slippage. And that's when you've entered an order to buy or sell, and the price you get filled is just completely different from your expectation. That slippage can be nasty, and that happens when you're trading on an old or underpowered computer, and it costs traders a bundle. That's why our friends at Easy Trading Computers created the complete guide to trading computers. The guide shows you exactly what technology you need to succeed as a trader and to avoid that pesky slippage. Go ahead and scan the QR code or click the link in the description box to get a free copy of this guide. Shout out to Easy Trading Computers. No slippage on the break here of 70 at all on the re-break of 70 on Robin Hood, as I got 01, so that's literally 0 slippage. It's the best fill you can get on a 70 break. So the wedge broke here, the higher lows broke, and then it broke this resistance above the volume weighted average price. I'm looking to get out in front of the high, and we're buying dips back into the volume weighted average price as well. So looking very good right now on Robin Hood. Tesla's trying to claw its way back, but before we go back to Adara, one last thing I want to show you guys. We're talking about HIMS, but also the nuclear names like Oklo is still trading down on the lows. It was a good breakout earlier, no questions asked, but now look at it. Trying to challenge these lows. Thought maybe you'd get to 50 for a support level and bounce, but it's got a nice consolidative bottom here. A little rounded bottom is the best way to think about it. Starting to look a little bit better. If this can form, let's do this so you can see it. A nice little downward sloping wedge and break the plane, then a push back into VWAP, starting to make sense for Oklo. But until I see that happen, I'm not going long the stock again. It's now red on the day. So we're able to get away with the long breakout because we took profit and had a stop. You've got to have yourself an out when things reverse that quickly. Let's go back to Adara.
Here is PTON. Keep an eye on this one. CNBC reporting that Peloton is apparently launching a resale market for used bikes and treadmills. So Peloton here, this resale market story from CNBC, and watch PTON. As you can see here, a little bit of a spike. We had some volume on that as well, but it's not even, it's basically trading near yesterday's lows, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, Peloton is one of those, I don't know, like it feels like the ship has sailed on them potentially getting acquired. Maybe it hasn't, but it feels like that ship has sailed. All the talk seems to be coming away from that. But it's holding on to the 50 period kind of by dear life here, as it hasn't looked all that great. But hey, holding the 50 on higher lows on the daily, you could do a heck of a lot worse than that. All right, jumping back over to Nvidia, this continues. I mean, the daily chart there looks nice, obviously, because it's Nvidia. But I'm going to go ahead and VWAP's a moving target. When I sat there on jolts, this isn't going to get you that dip yet. It's trying to put in another breakout of the prior high. The last dip got you to 140.30. I think it's more likely in around that VWAP at the 140 where I want to jump back into it. So Robin Hood trying to work back into its high of the day. The other thing to keep an eye on here outside of Oklo for myself, and kind of got away from this, was, remember Apple? Yeah, Apple is sitting at VWAP right now when the market's holding on to those highs. This also happens to be prior day tops. So yesterday's high at 202, and it's holding on to the trend at the volume weighted average price. So you kind of move to what is the next thing? Well, this bar closing above the volume weighted average price here gives you the out just underneath that 202. No, it's not down. It's just at VWAP right now. So I can look over and say, okay, Robin Hood's holding okay. Maybe we get the dip in Nvidia. But Apple holding on to VWAP. It's trying to hold on to VWAP. I want to see this bar close above VWAP and then jump into that trade. Look for is your reversion, a reversion of the reversion, as I know Obi likes to say, and a bounce off the volume weighted average price. But it's not there yet.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up because we're in a new position right now for Apple. We had written down Apple right here as our number 2 trade idea, and I actually, first of all, Nvidia right now 350 in the money and absolutely singing. So I couldn't be more happy with that. And I was just going to sit back down and try to look for a trade, but there it is right there. It's Apple. We said 220, break long, like break long, right? But the thing is that we were already in the other names and we actually miss that break long right there at 202.20. Once it does break it right off the open, it only goes to 202.60s. So that was pretty dangerous. Like if you, I mean, to get 40 cents on that and then walk away from it, definitely a tough trade. Comes back into 201, which is again, I'm pretty sure we wrote down 200. So yesterday's bottom 201 comes in there, then rips up to 203.20 and stops. Pulling back into view up. Your boy is in that one. Thanks for that call out, Neil, because I would have missed it. And right there, we take it because it's a stock that we wanted. So there's another little quick out there on this name for 20 cents. We're just stacking on stacking right now with Apple. Still waiting for 202 to come in. If we, yep, no problem. If we break below 201.75 or so on Apple, then yeah, man, we'll get out of it. Not a huge trade here as we just continue to watch out for Nvidia and Palantir. Palantir's pulling back in, so is Nvidia a little bit. I'm gonna take some offers right now on Nvidia. Our best out is right here. We did it. We got what we wanted, 140, 140s. So not a bad out right there as we now turn our attention over to Apple and then a stock that will never be in this segment, small cap recap.
IWM here, this is really nice support on the 15-minute. We have this double bottom around that 205.50 area as of right now, trying to break into 207s, trading around 206.80s and breaking out the day's high. So Russell 2000 up about 0.5% right now. All of that technical analysis aside, Recor Systems, REKR is the ticker for this one, trading about $1.50 right now. They do have about a 20% short float. This morning announcing that they've actually been chosen by the Texas Department of Transportation, or the DOT, for a multi-year statewide contract. Not super specific, but a good look here for the stock. Anyway, REKR, they still have not taken out pre-market highs yet. Then we have Class Over Holdings, otherwise known as KIDZ or KIDS. You might recognize this small cap from a couple weeks ago. Yesterday, they did a bit of an interesting catalyst. We've seen this a lot with these small cap names lately, announcing a Solana related purchase. So they said they've entered into a securities purchase agreement with Solana Growth Ventures to issue up to $500 million in senior secured convertible notes. So KIDZ, nice little look there. Last but not least, this is CRDO. This one's a little bit less of a small cap. It's about $13 billion market cap, but it had a really nice move this morning. Credo, day one earnings for this one. They did beat on EPS and sales. Sales up almost 180% year over year. And their guidance for Q1 better than expected as well, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much there, Dara. Like those small cappers, they can make or break your day. I'm going to get to Oklo in a quick little second, and I'm going to go over SMR. I promised I would talk about SMR and some of the other names, not just all KLO, but there's the retest of VWAP on Apple. We're in. We're going to give it to that O2 as mentioned before. But looking over at those nuclear names, and they are just, look, they're disappointing today. There's no question about it. The breakout, you could have had SMR too, and that would have given you a great break at the open, but this is starting to look like where is the continuation here? Like, you got to be kidding me. So underneath the long weighted average price, underneath the prior day low. I don't think I paid for locates on this. Let me just double check if they're free. Okay, either I paid for these or they're actually free today. But underneath VWAP, underneath the prior day low on a false break, I usually look for the shorts back underneath. Well, that could be in play if Oklo doesn't set something up, and like Oklo can't even get off the bottoms here. It's about to test that low again. So I'm going to go over to this SMR, and yeah, I might get into the short here at 33 just to nibble in and give it to the volume weighted average price. And we'll see. I want to see it maybe break 33 and give me a better fill up there. Robin Hood starting to pull back. Apple, as we mentioned, it's still holding on to VWAP, but only barely. If it loses O2s, there's a lot of space between here and 200 where I have my nice little line drawn. So yeah, we'll see if it holds on the VWAP. It's VWAP or bust, and then I'm waiting for 200 on Apple. And Robin Hood holding on to VWAP, looking for that high of the day retest as we speak. as we go over my man Sean.
Yeah, we got this going on right now. And if you are looking at Trade the Pool, make sure you do scan that QR code on your screen right now. This is one of the most valuable parts of Trade the Pool. It's called Video On Demand Library, a free resource filled with real trading stories, strategy, deep dives, and practical insights to help you grow. Whether you're looking to improve your entries, manage risk better, or just simply stay motivated. This is where experience meets education. And to make sure nothing valuable slips through the cracks, there's the note feature. Say something's wrong worth remembering, click the note, write it down. It stays saved right there on your video. So that's a pretty cool thing there. Making your own notes, getting this all done with their VOD. Go join Trade the Pool and find out what that's all about. It's completely free at Trade the Pool. So scan your QR code right there. Yeah, look, Trade the Pool has been great. We want to thank Mitch for coming on here earlier as well. So, but we just bought more there on Apple. GRPN was the last time we heard anything about Groupon.
Never.
Right now. I didn't even know Groupon still existed, to be honest with you. Who's used a Groupon lately in the chat? Have you, Neil? I don't even know. No, but this is what I'm trying to.
I don't know.
I don't mean to be. I don't mean to be like mocking it, because obviously.
Look at this. Look at the daily chart.
That's what I'm trying to do. Like, I'm trying to say, like, this is a huge move up here. I don't know if there's been some acquisition. Adara, maybe find out if there's anything on Groupon over the last like month or so. I mean, this is probably earnings and then just continued on. But like this was 8. Yeah, okay, so they're just saying, yeah, an earnings, a continuation play. But there goes Groupon right now, man. I mean, maybe there's a short float involved with this. I don't know, but this has really got my interest right now, because we haven't talked about this in a minute, and I didn't even know they existed still. So people in the chat, I don't know, no one's saying they're using Groupon, so there it is. So, all right, let me just see what the short, oh, there we go. All right, I found it. 30% short float right there on GRPN. So I just, Adara's right on top of it. Like, that was going to be, we just like throw to Adara, and that was what she was going to say. So thanks, Adara, for checking that out, man. Great minds think alike, which is why I don't know why you're thinking like me. But there it is, Groupon with that 33% short float. Very, very interesting. All right, we'll look at that in a minute. But just because Apple, is positive today, it's negative against the market, right? And it's such a big holding in the market. That doesn't bode well for me, I guess. Like, I don't want to trade things that are against the trend or that are just going to be tougher to go, right? Nvidia is an easy play long. It was up in the market. It hit our levels. It was monstrous. It held everything. You know what? It's such a fantastic stock. I'm going to get another piece out at 44. $3.50 in the money on this play. We have to do something about it. So, so far, so good there with that. But Apple's a completely different beast. I'm going to try to get a little longer here against the 200. And then if we break that, 201.50, we're gone. I'm actually waiting at 201.75. So let's see if that can come in, which it looks like it's trying to do. We are emptying the clip on Nvidia like pretty good now. We have about 7 or 8% left of this trade. Palantir, we've left it alone. Oh, what? We missed that dip again? Okay, ridiculous what I'm doing over here. I'm going to get something out of this 132 area just because, and then we'll wait to see what happens after that. But there goes Nvidia, there goes Palantir, there goes Nvidia, and there not goes Apple. So far, so good everywhere. There's Nvidia, just took the high of the day out, now up 3%. Thank you, Morgan Stanley. I haven't said that too often. Thank you for that upgrade and making it your top pick. Made it a pretty easy trade there today for me, because we were already looking at it. We talked about this yesterday. Oh, Broadcom, Neil. This was a name that we had yesterday in the afternoon. I was like, if we can get 350 on this or 250 on this today, we should take it. There's the gift that just kept on giving all morning as well. There's our 250 level, and this is what it looked like yesterday. We banged our head against that numerous times right there, and didn't break. Eventually, we wound up losing about 50 cents on that long because it didn't break. We played it back to the 50 period. It goes out at 248, closes around 249, and then today it's like off to the races with these guys reporting. I think it's later on this week or maybe even to next week, but interesting name there for sure.
They haven't reported yet?
Yeah, they've not reported yet. That's the interesting thing about it.
Yeah, you know what? It's you get to this point in earnings season and you're like,
yeah, you're like, why not?
They haven't reported yet? A little bit surprising to me. All right, so something happened in group. Apple just lost the bid.
Oh, no.
Like, literally at the moment that I jump in, oh, I know what just happened. First, I have to get back into OKLO. Give me a second here, because I just saw Apple lose a bit. I'm like, oh, why am I not out of it? And it was actually OKLO, which I had just jumped into. So I'm going to jump back into OKLO, but we just lost a bit on Apple. We'll slap the fail as that loses VWAP. Now it's just about waiting for 200. And 200 has been like the up-down level. 201 is where the pre-market low is, but I'll zoom it out so you can see it. 200 level, that's where support started out yesterday, and then you go back to Friday resistance levels on Apple. So not looking that strong. Let it get to those lows. OKLO has now held the line at 51 for quite some time here and is now breaking out the channel. I had to redraw the trend line. I didn't really draw it all that well, so we have the top of the wicks in here, but it has broken trend. If this is going to hold above 51, it starts to look a heck of a lot better. And Robin Hood, here we're just going back to Adair again.
Nvidia.
Robin Hood just went back in through the high. It's got a very nice looking, finally you can draw a good trend line, which is supporting our 7 level. I'm buying the dips on this trend on the 3-minute, and then we're getting out if it breaks this trend line. Hopefully we can get a 71 move here on Robin Hood, as it's a blue sky setup for the one that is hooded. It's just a good looking stock, man.
Yeah, we love that. I know you got out of Apple. We're still holding on strong with this one. 201.50. We're going to wait. It just got into the 90s again, or close enough. You got 85s there. That is where the 200 period moving average is. So I don't like the fact that we failed off of that. So watch out here for 201.50 coming in now for Apple. We just were like mentioning that Nvidia seemed to be losing it a little bit. So we take another out there around 141.05. Now about 5% left of this trade. It's 10:30 and we're getting lighter on everything. It's been a monster day so far. Let's see if we can continue it. Palantir trying to get into that level as well. We actually missed that out at 132 there as well. So a couple bad moves recently for us, but it's definitely not a bad morning as we continue to rock and roll here today. We're green, and it's been a good one, that's for sure. Let's see if we can stay green, though, in the next half hour, see if we can find out some more moves. I'm offering some Nvidia at 141, and then there it is. Do we get that? Well, I'm not actually, there we go. Okay, there it is. Now we get it. All right, let's go back over to the desk. It's 10:30. We haven't talked about crypto at all. 106 now for Bitcoin. Hopefully Apple's going to moon by the time we get back. Let's go to Adair and find out what's going on with crypto.
Nice little look here. Bitcoin, let's see how many days. This is looking like our 4th green day, potentially, if we can hold this. And as Sean mentioned, we are just shy of 106 right now. I'm seeing 105.9 here, almost 10, basically but 106 here on the trading view chart. But on this daily chart, after making these new all-time highs around at a 112,000 level, we're still making these lower highs. Let's see if we can break out of that and continue and resume this beautiful uptrend we had bouncing off these mid-April lows just above that 72,000 level. Let's talk here about some of these other names. Bitcoin, of course, up on the day. Ethereum, though, up 4%, nicely above that 2,600 level. We've got XRP up 3%, Solana up 5%, Dogecoin up 2.5%, Cardano up 2.5%. So Bitcoin actually underperforming some of these other crypto names today, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it's disappointing. No questions asked. But I mean, I think we're just didn't really talk about this, but you're just in a bit of a consolidation phase. And when I look at IBIT on this 15-minute, I don't see anything terribly wrong with it right now. I think you're about to get, I looked over because I'm like anticipating that Joe would be in a trade because I know he likes his IBIT, and this is breaking out a rounded bottom above this 60 level. I think a retest of 108 would look pretty good to me. So nice little rally here on BTC, as that seems like the kind of break Joe would have. But I'll maybe look back at that 60 level and see if I can find any confluence with it. But it wasn't part of the trade plan, so I'm not going to jump on over to it just now. Alphabet was and is still part of the trade plan. Tried it underneath VWAP, but it never really took hold as the market started to gain strength. It also couldn't get back to the 168 short level, still kind of dancing around. I don't want to. I'm either playing it underneath the volume weighted average price on weakness, or we're going to let it get back and really retest some of those highs. The market's still somewhat trending to the upside. I think playing a little bit of patience here on Google is going to make some sense before we jump back into that trade. We're just in OKLO, which we started with before, and then Robin Hood, which is trying to play trend back into its high at 71. Chill Vibe says MU 100 incoming. I don't know what was going on with Micron yesterday, but whatever it is, maybe it's doing it again. what is so strong with Micron right now? It's up 2 points. I mean, the market's strong and Nvidia is strong and the chips are strong, but it was program buying on it yesterday. It's now through $100 and looking incredibly strong one more time. And on the daily chart, this is screaming breakout as well. So unless there's some kind of story we're missing which says you shouldn't join this trend, on the 15-minute, there's a severe lack of red candles on the stock the last couple of days. Something's up with Micron, and I think you just try to manufacture along in here somewhere. It doesn't even make any sense. Maybe 100 should just be where we go. We'll see what it does in the next. If it does another 15-minute clean green bar above a 100, I think you want to look long. Or at least I would look long, but I'm not punching in any of those highs. I'm still dip buying on this trend in Robin Hood, so that's what's coming in here next, giving it to that just underneath the 70 level as that continues to look relatively strong in here. But wow, Micron, that's a good one that you guys have been able to find. It was super strong yesterday too.
Yeah, Micro was fantastic yesterday. Just looking here, Apple tried to go there. It stopped again at 75. I was actually waiting at 80s to try to get something out for flattish, but looks like Apple wants to go down. This will be most likely our first L here today, and we only have one unit, so it's not a huge trade. Once it broke through there, then came back in, we didn't really want to average in until we got to 201.50, and that's where we are. So I just don't like the stock. We've broken now below. The market's trying to bleed down a little bit. We've already talked about emptying out on Nvidia, and that's kind of still holding up here for some reason. So I have many more outs here at 141 and change, and then we were lucky enough right there to get that Palantir. I'm flat on Palantir now. We just have one little spot left, and we're now bidding down lower here, 131.11, to see if we do get that. But it looks like right now the only position that I'm not worried about any position, but if there would be one, of course, it would be Apple, because we haven't been able to get anything out, and it goes to the downside. And you can always check out all of these plays on your own using the eSignal platform. Make sure you do scan that QR code that we do have right there on the screen. This is what I've been using for over 25 years. It's eSignal, right? It's all the back testing, the reliability. When I used to trade European markets or anything like that, we definitely use eSignal to our advantage, because you can entitle whatever markets you want, whether or not it be Amsterdam. Plus, you can connect over 50 plus brokers worldwide, automatically trade off your charts, trade using eSignal, right? So again, the scanners, everything like that, it really is a great tool that we use here every single day. And in fact, when it's not working, I have like a little bit of a panic attack. So we wait to see, always refreshing, making sure that we get the good stuff here with eSignal. So scan that QR code, grab your first month free on us, and then go from there. I enjoy it, able to travel with you. Again, it's eSignal, the best in the business for my money. And when your money is free, that's a good one there. Go who?
Go Amsterdam.
Go Amsterdam. Yeah, for sure.
It's just it's a big hub, right? So when we flew to Budapest, we stopped over with Amsterdam in both directions. So it was kind of random that that's the market that you picked up. I still had no chance to see it. We were there for like
ASML.
Yes. Well, they're down today because of a downgrade.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I was gonna say, I know they're on that exchange over there. That's their primary.
I still got to see that city for real, but
over in Amsterdam. Yeah, me too. I want to see the water there and all that.
It looks. They had we flew KLM.
Yeah.
So of course. Yeah. They're Dutch. KLM's a Dutch airline, so they were showing their instructional video, and it's got all these great images of Amsterdam. So you're seeing that on the flight.
Like, oh my God, I gotta get there. People riding their bikes around everywhere.
Looks like a great city. Let's head on back over to the desk with Adair.
Here is a story on Micron. It doesn't explain this move recently because this just came out this morning, but basically Micron apparently announcing today that they've shipped qualification samples of the world's first 1Y node-based low-power, this specific type of 5X memory. So this is going to be accelerating AI applications on flagship smartphones. So AI-related application here. Apparently, the first qualification samples are being shipped by Micron. Do make sure that you like and subscribe as we send you back over to the guys with the new Micron story, or old from this morning.
All right.
Well, either way, it's working.
Either way, Micron is hot fire. Right now, nice little move up there as Nvidia keeps going, and then there goes Apple. We actually get our 80 fill there, or 79 fill that we were looking for, just to relieve some of this pressure. Our average price is 79. So we're just getting out for flat, and sorry, our average price was 84. Now that we got some out there, we only got out 10%. So it just shows you that these were the much heavier prices that we averaged into. So right now we're down into here, considering we have a fill there, and then my average price right now is 79, which is right into here. Definitely loaded it back up into this area as we wanted to support the 200 period. It came crashing in there. So let's see if it wants to work now. If these futures go and Apple goes, and oh boy, this day is even. Well, it's not better than yesterday yet, but hopefully we do have that opportunity. Let me check out what's going on with the biggest of the bears, the big bear AI. We got to 440 last week, and then we actually were there this morning as well, up to 420, 421 right there as that just comes in, and then we started barcode right now around 380, 384, 385. So big bear AI not really doing the outside. Well, the volume is 36 million. I should actually see what the average daily volume is on this name so I can get maybe a little bit of a better read on that one. I want to check in on day 2 play of draft. Go Apple. I'm waiting at 90, then I'm waiting at O's, man. It needs to go. We'll see if we can almost put up a perfect morning here. That would be nice. This Apple trade is not a perfect trade. I'm really happy with the Palantir trade and the Nvidia trade and the HIMS trade. This Apple one is taking way too long to work, so I'm not happy with it, but you know, I don't ever like to average. I mean, we averaged into a spot where we're flat on it, but I don't, did not work. Basically. Yeah, DraftKings, nice move there. It looks like we do have a nice little bottom there that we can look at maybe potentially during around lunchtime, 33.50 or so. Looks like we based out there. Nice little flush down. You're always looking for those flushes and then a stop and then a rip, right? We got it on Nvidia really early, which is why we're long at that price right there. Nice to see Robin Hood retook 70, so that's going to be good there. There it goes upside right there for, we like that 70 break. I actually didn't even look at Robin Hood, so it was above 70 earlier, right? You're playing a pullback on that?
No, it did a break.
Oh, okay.
It did a failed break, which, come to my chart and we'll go to it there in a second.
Come on, Apple.
It did a failed break early on,
Oh, yeah,
and then it retook it here at 70, which we didn't take that one. It failed it again, and then we grabbed it like the third time, which was only the second time for myself, and now it's kind of holding the trend. I'm offering right now on the north side of 50, which is a bit weird. A spoofer just showed up. I should have taken it on the south side of 50. Someone just showed up spoofing on this bad boy, it looks like, at the 50 level. I might get something out in the 40s if we can there. But it has been holding a nice little trend line. I'm not really giving it to the volume weighted average price anymore. I want it to hold on to that trend. So from the open, there's your trend line. If it loses the trend, I jump out, and then I might look for VWAP. As now we can go to a dare. It's 10:40 already, everybody. Time for Sector Watch.
Tech here and some of these other larger cap names really bringing up this market. Look at Nvidia and Broadcom together here in electronic technology. Broadcom still isn't even reported yet. You're going to get those earnings Thursday after the bell. Some of these other chip names as well trying to hold down the fort. Retail trade here, Amazon relatively flat, but Home Depot strong, even as Walmart and Costco lag a bit here. Producer manufacturing looking great. Tesla here trying to lead consumer durables to the upside. Energy minerals green across the board. Utility is still pretty strong. CEG very much off of its pre-market highs, but still up on the day on this Meta deal for nuclear power. Then we've got finance a little bit red, consumer non-durables a bit red, and technology services looking distinctly different, as Obi might say here from the electronic technology sector. You've got Google and Meta both to the downside. So a little bit of, I guess, discrepancy here, difference, divergence, if you will, between how these two tech sectors are trading today, guys.
Oh, okay. I just want to say too, yesterday we bought some, today I bought some CRM in the pre-market. So that's flat. Oh, well, I guess it's, well, I guess we got filled right off the open. So I guess we're about flat on that name. And we talked about day 2 plays, day 2 plays, 3-day play there off of earnings. And again, like, I don't know where it's going or anything like that, Salesforce, but I do know that it's been a little bit beat up. We got the upgrade today, and I feel confident better with this trade because there's a definite out, right? This little bottom right there of 258, 259 off of earnings. I mean, I think that's the earnings low. I think if you break that, then obviously the market's starting to head to the downside because the stock-specific news is out, and we got upgraded today, so there's really no reason for it to come back below, even if you down-tick it just a little bit. There goes Apple. Let's go. What a morning, Neil, over here. But 255, 256, a drop-down zone there for me for CRM. So we're into that one. And then yesterday, and I don't know, it's not like I'm trying to talk out my book here because I do it every day, but AMZN we bought yesterday. We talked about that as well during the lunch hour, and it's flat. So right now we'll have to wait to see what happens with Amazon. Amazon was kicking nicely today. Man, that got up to 209, now fading right back into the 200 period moving average. So it's an oh boy kind of a trade right now if Apple can get going as we pick the bottom. We just got some good outs there. Our best out, actually, I can double check, looks like 88, sorry. Well, I still have a 99 there, so obviously that didn't fill. We'll wait to see if we can get back above VWAP. That's at 202 basically, so we need to get that move going there as we're out of half already of this trade. I told you I did not like it. We did not hold it. Lucky enough to be positive right now on Apple, but that's probably coming out. We're out of half of this right now. If we take down that bottom, we're out of this name. So Apple right now not performing well, that is for sure, as we wait for some Palantir. Nvidia, man, we might as well take another piece. I mean, this is it. Like, we traded with bigger shares. We're able to offer out different levels. So we're doing that now on Nvidia, getting less and less in on this name. There goes Apple. Just had a nice move back into the 80s again. I'm just going to scalp out another piece right now at 87 if we can. Well, now it turns around on us. So let's wait to see if Apple gets back up there. We'll see if we can get an out. But Apple right now definitely back and forth. A name, Neil, well, there it is. So nice out. Yes, good out there for us, or for me there. Meta. We talked about sometimes the acquiring company does not.
They don't like the spend.
Yeah, does not play well.
Well, it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money, but I mean, Meta has a lot of money.
Really
Yeah, it's not. I mean, it's just the move down right now. Some of these tech stocks are playing well. There goes Apple. Yes, sir. Okay, that's going to be a nice move. It still needs to break through 202, so let's get going. Just went to 95. But there's Meta looking bad, man. It's at 666 right now, Meta. So breaking lower. We'll see where that goes. There was another level on a stock that we talked about earlier that I was like, man, if we break this, it's gone. Don't remember what that was early on. If you guys remember it, I can go. Ew, I don't. Nah, it wasn't a big cap name.
Oh,
it was like that Elf. Let me see what Elf Beauty's doing. We had Elf Beauty, the Elf, on that shelf the other day.
You've got to be kidding me, CoreWeave.
Yeah, no, Elf did not break that yet. 110. That was going to be a good level for us there. So. Yeah, man, here we go. We're now 20 cents in the money on Apple. We just took a piece. Let's take a piece out again at 90 and watch and see what's going on. I heard you just say CoreWeave. That thing's probably
140 is about to break.
140
on CoreWeave. It's like 16% CoreWeave is up right now. 16%. Like, the stock just continues to be an absolute rocket ship. It was actually something I saw in the chat. People were mentioning it. SMCI also up 4% and looking incredibly strong as that continues to rally. SMCI, just going to give you a higher time frame look for a quick little second before I get back to Robin Hood. It's filling in the gap. And, well, actually, you know, it's filled in this gap. I wasn't here, but resistance was at like 43-ish. And when it gapped through, it immediately lost it. So 43 is still a big level. I just paid for locates in case you get some kind of a big reversal candle on the 15-minute there, because that's a big level here for SMCI. Robin Hood is right back up at the top. So it's held on, holding a trend, and like every time I draw this trend line and hit save, it's been crashing my stock. It's been crashing my chart, so I'm not going to save the trend line. But you can see it's holding on a trend pretty well. If you connect it on the 3-minute, give it one more chance to close. I'd like it to be closing above the high. Every time it makes a fresh high this morning, it's been pulling back. This is looking a little bit better on this latest dip buy. So if it can close above, I'm going to let this one ride and start thinking about buying it a little further away from the 70 level here on the hooded one, looking pretty solid, at least as far as I can tell. But yeah, the new thing to look at for myself might be, like, as the market keeps going high, it's not a new thing, it's Google. Google's on the list already. We took one swing at it and lost underneath VWAP, but the market's about to break out the top right here, and Google's not doing anything. It's got all kinds of resistance on 167.5, as you can see, and that's the prior low. So if we fail this high on the NASDAQ, then I look to short this one off this 167.5. If you can't get 168 again and it won't hold underneath VWAP, I want to play this relative strength one more time. There's a perplexity rumor that Apple will be going with them ahead of Google search, over Google search. So seemingly a bad headline, but if it can fail it here, I want to be back into the short.
So thanks, Constantine, and thanks everybody for paying attention to some of the names that I'm in right there, because here comes Palantir. We just bid it. We are already sitting here. We talked about 131 before. It just comes up into the 20s, or we got 17s, 131, sorry. We just got 17s out, and I was waiting to see if it wanted to break. I was at 30s, and then it does not want to break 20. There's a seller, like an auto seller at 131.19. It is not breaking that level, and now they're pushing it back down. I think this name eventually pops again because the market's at highs and there's no point in Palantir being down 1%. But there's sellers on here. Every single time this tries to pop up, we don't have too much luck. So see, like, it just got down to 131. Let's see what happens now at 131.20. That's where I'm sitting at 131.20. That might be silly to sit at the exact level that you want. But there goes, so we'll wait to see on that one. But here goes Apple, man. There it goes. Yes, sir. Bang. I mean, great trade there for Apple. Now we're in the money, 30 cents on this one as it continues to rock and roll, man. Good day so far here today, that's for sure. There's 20s. Did we get that 20? No, we did not. Again, there it goes. Okay. Here we go. We just get a 20. I'm now at 25s to see if we can get out of some more. And then we'll let this name run to the high side, as we know Palantir can. Yes, sir. Wow, what a day again today, man. Apple up, HIMS up, Nvidia up, Palantir up. It's a 4 for 4 kind of day, and we are still making new highs in the market, and we're long everything. So hopefully the market can still continue to go higher. But Apple, there's the pullback off of 2 bills again. I'm going to offer some more out at 94. We get that fill. Now we're getting lighter and lighter on Apple, so that's all good. Really, Palantir is the one that's being special for me right now. Let's see if that one wants to go back up to the upside. Another sticky note right down right there of 131. So, I mean, it fell back in. When the levels hit, man, we got to be there to strike them. So that's what we did. Thanks for pointing that out to everybody in the chat. Apple, the only name in question, so let's offer some more out. We'll punch out some there at 93. We're long at 67. So, yeah, man, so far, so good. We're going to get ready for, oh, there goes Palantir. Oh, yeah, says Macho Man. As we get back up there to the upside again for PLTR, let's offer it out. Man, Neil, this has been a great morning here. Glad that you're having some that you're back now. Oh, Marvell is smoking. What's up, John? Yeah, I hope so, man. This is a smoking gun in my account right now. We're long around 60. I'll have to double check. You guys remember it was a day before earnings, 64.50, maybe 65.50. I'll double check in and get back to you guys in the afternoon. But right now, Marvell, nice move higher right there. It actually went down on earnings, so not much going on there. I'm going to take out another opportunity there at 91. But here we go, man. Let's get back there up to the high side now with Apple, with Nvidia, with Palantir. We'll come back for money talks, and then we got something special for Joe.
Yeah, before we find out what's for lunch, to spoil that segment, let's find out what's up with this U.S. dollar, because today it actually is up. Oh, sorry for the fail there. To be clear that we still have a bit of a downtrend, of course, coming from this pseudo double top we got back in early to mid-January, lower highs, lower lows, and of course the most recent lower high made in this pretty wicked candle here, no pun intended, that we got at the very end of May. We actually gapped up and closed lower. Michael Naw said yesterday in the market recap show with Sean and myself that the U.S. dollar might need to settle down for us to get a little bit of a sense of direction for stocks. Let's wait and find out if that is in fact the case, because right now, of course, this DXY is still being pretty violent. We had some comments coming this morning from Fed's Bostic. We're on the same time that we got that better than expected JOLTS job number. Fed's Bostic being pretty cautious, but I would say pretty fair as well. He said that right now, at this point anyway, we haven't really seen the tariffs impact inflation in any kind of salient way. He also said, though, that at this moment he thinks it's best to be cautious, and he sees no reason to move rates in any direction as of right now. So Fed's Bostic very much arguing the hold case right now for these interest rates. We'll send you back to the guys and another segment. That's for lunch.
Yeah, thanks, Adara, for that. Yeah, I mean, we are just, lunch is coming. We'll get to that in a second. But Palantir off that 131, I mean, we're not expecting it to get right back up to the 50-period moving average. But I shouldn't say that, because every single dip buy has gotten back to the 50-period moving average. So I'm going to take one more piece out here at 71, because we're right at that level. And I don't want to see that happen again, especially, all right, well, it is kind of happening. So I'm going to punch out some more there at 63s. We're still waiting at 70. And then, we only have a third left. So a third left right now of this position. Once we get out, we'll officially have a third left if we get that 70 fill, which we're at right now. We just got filled on something else. That was Apple, I guess, as Apple's just doing the best with the least again, because it's not really moving too much. We just put on, we only had, what did I tell you, 1.5 units. It wasn't like a huge trade down there, but that's definitely working out for us. Nvidia, wow, this Nvidia play, like, unbelievable right now. Almost $4 here. This is the trade that lasted absolutely all morning. For me, never a reason to get out there. We dip bought, just kept on ripping. We put our stops in. We talked about having our stops in, but now we're lighter and lighter on this one. So there goes Nvidia, there goes Palantir, there goes Apple. It is one hell of a day, and let's see how this day is getting, if it's getting any better or not with what is or lunch. Okay, here we go. Let's get that going right now and figure out what exactly is coming for lunch. All right, now that I loaded up, oops, I'm logged in as the wrong person. So I'm gonna have to log in as my other account to get this. All right, here we go, man. Today's Tuesday, June 3rd. We had fresh fruit bowls. We had egg and cheese sandwiches, some pastries, some bagels and stuff like that this morning. That's every morning. I'll stop reading that. That's always the same. But today we actually get a lunchtime favorite. Definitely a lunchtime favorite of mine, and it is a very, very typical lunch. I had a great one of these in Rome on the streets, and it was a lovely sandwich. So right there, we have assorted sandwiches today. Egg salad, chicken salad, some pastrami over there, some turkey for my guy, Joe. I don't see Montreal smoked meat for you, but maybe that's what this pastrami, we can see what that looks like there today. And then, wow, Nvidia now. $4, 142 coming into play right there. Boy, oh boy, to hold that trade. And then crudité, which we found out that's just a nice little assortment of veggies. There was some hummus is coming in there. Ranch dressing as well. And then, of course, Neil, it's going to get us. It's going to get us bad because Randy's here. Fresh baked cookies.
Oh, that's a problem.
I
ate a lot of pastries.
The cookies.
I can't touch those.
Are a problem.
I ate a lot.
They are
very,
very tasty around here. I think they're just from Costco, but anyways, they're really tasty. All right, 131 in change. We'll try to stay away from that there, but which we will not. We will definitely be having one. All right, so there it is, 131.70s, man. Let's just get some more out on Palantir. I did not think we'd rip that high. We just backed off of 132 with only 4 minutes to go, man. I hope you guys are doing well. It's been a great day here. The market's really responding well to everything. We bought some more NASDAQ last week, and some of the positions, the positions that we have aren't really doing that great right now. Marvell's not doing that much. We just showed you Amazon that we bought. We bought Eli Lilly in exchange for Google. Eli Lilly's not even above that 750 level until right now. We just look at it right now, 750. So this is where we're long Eli Lilly, letting that one try to cook as well. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, this makes sense, man. This is why you got to own the stock, right? Costco's chocolate chip cookies have crack in them. Yeah, I mean, most likely, yes.
I mean, probably not.
No, probably yes, man. Just like the Tim Hortons coffee apparently has crack and cocaine in it as well. That's probably not true. That would be a little too expensive, I think, for many people's tastes. But there it goes. Just new highs and everything, man. Nvidia is really smoking, 142. Apple's trying to go, but not really. We're almost out of Apple. And then Palantir, man, just I'm going to hold all of that. I'm going to be going to the gym a little bit later, so we'll be sitting here trying to trade a little bit throughout after the midday show. So I'll be here with the Bash Brothers, and then we'll figure out the Bro Show starting. Neil, that was a new name. They're starting.
The Bro Show?
Yeah, starting in 3 minutes. The Bro Show.
Okay.
Kicking off. So
I feel that.
Yeah, they're great friends. They talk about
the bros.
Yeah, man.
Well, it's because the Bash Brothers.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? At the end of the day.
That's it, man. The brothers. So the Bro Show coming up soon.
Like
CoreWeave.
It's a lot
of
and all these chips.
Joe, like CoreWeave is nuts.
Well, CoreWeave's breaking trend back down right now. Look, I have no intention of shorting CoreWeave. I said if I took something, it would be SMCI off the 43 level, and SMCI from VWAP is now challenging its trend line as well. It feels like this is going to be next. I didn't even draw that very well. You know what? That matters. Let me just get rid of that. Do it properly. Do it properly, as Tony G says. We break the trend line. I'm looking short in the VWAP on SMCI, not CoreWeave. Someone said they think Oklo is bottoming. Well, it's holding above that downward trend line that didn't hold. It tried to break it before. I took the shot at it and it broke the low. And now it's holding above this little bear flag, I guess is what you want to call it. So it broke the bear flag in the other direction to the upside, and looks like it's made a bit of a bottom. So I have it with a stop underneath 51.20, and I'm looking for, like, VWAP's $2 away here. Like, obviously, well, sorry, check that. VWAP is $2.50 away here, but if it can break 52, that would be a good place to try to do some adding. Robin Hood is stalled again at $71. It just can't seem to break out past that 71. It's higher lows the entire way through, but at some point it's going to lose this trend, and we're going to have to jump out of it. The stop is now at 70.65 on Hood, and a clean break of 71 I will not be taking because it's 11 o'clock. So, I'm not taking a breakout at this time of day. We'll continue to play along the trend line with Robin Hood. Market's looking incredibly strong at this point, so I think you want to be buying dips and looking for the long play. Even Google, well, okay, never mind. 2 minutes ago, Google was above the volume-weighted average price. I was about to say, well, now it is back above the volume-weighted average price and starting to look a little bit better than it was before. MU and NWeb retesting the 100 level. This is one where I wanted to see program buying like it did before, and all green on that 15-minute. This last candle looks a little bit toppish, not as strong as it did before. I think the next trade for me is going to be the reversion on SMCI because it's still having trouble with that 43 level. So this closes failing underneath 43 on the 15-minute, and I look for the reversion short on SMCI. As a matter of fact, it's kind of breaking it right now. I might nibble in and give it to the prior bar high because I wouldn't want to give that all the way to the top because technically on the 15 it hasn't broken the trend yet. So I'll get some 85s now. On the 15 it hasn't closed underneath, but that's a trend break on the 3 right there, and we'll give it to the prior bar high, which is 43, like 43.12, 43.13.
11 o'clock.
Oh, yes.
Yes, no, it doesn't. Whatever. These guys are good to go over there. I'm sure that they don't mind this little extra talk. There goes Apple right now, 202.20, man. We did it. So it was another one. We have 3 today. We have Apple, we have HIMS, we have 4, we have Nvidia, and we have Palantir. All really, really working out for us. So we'll go out. We'll actually wind up having a little bit of a better afternoon this today, or morning, sorry, today than we wound up having yesterday. So it just worked out real well, man. And I just tweeted it out, like, I cannot believe this move there for Nvidia. Like, we'll wish we had sort of thought about that, but huge move up there into 142, still going higher there. NVDA, man, for the dub right there. Big time movement. All right, man, it's 11 o'clock. Great to have Neil back. Hope the morning, it seems like it went fine, right? Sometimes you get that little rust coming off, especially when you don't know levels, you know.
Well, that's the one thing.
Like, where's Tesla now?
There are a few stocks that, like, I looked at and I was like, oh, shoot.
Yeah, for sure.
Really? Well, the biggest one, I think the biggest one was Robin Hood. I was like,
yeah,
you gotta be
$70 for Robin. Did that work out? Did that work out for you, that trade, or did it break back down below?
It's still there.
It
just can't
I don't
hold,
even know.
It can't break 71.
Okay, that's great.
They just went to 71.01 on a break and pulled right back again. So, I mean, unfortunately, this stock does not seem to want to break out that 71 level, but it's holding on to the trend. Like, it's going to go. Like, I have the trend stop. Actually, I have to move it. And,
yeah, whatever.
I'll just punch out manually if it breaks, but I got to move it back into the 70-60 level. As we'll go to the midday, boys. We'll grab some sandwiches and some salad, that thing that we usually do when you eat lunch.
Something like that.
And we'll see you back at 2
I just want tuna.
I don't want tuna.
Boom! Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. That's your boy, Joey Options, and I'm Sharif, and we already have a couple of early birds in the chat. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the OG Darwin, Black Hawk, JP, and Kobe the Kid. Yo, yo, yo! Let's plant up that Storm Say Less, my guy. There it is. We got Sharif Slips. What's up, man? Joe Mama. We got Steve Day, Jesse, Cisco. We got Billy Bezos. Okay. Skull, Gore of the OG, Terry. How about Omar BDL? And we got Big Boy. And then he writes, and Big Girls. Okay. Nice. I see that. Adira's giving you the round of applause there. Thank you for being inclusive. Jeremy Crypto. We got Vern, Ronaldo, Aaron, Drew, Chow, and low grade covalence. Every time I see your name, I remember grade 9 chemistry with covalent bonds. Ooh. Eek, Yannick, we got Brown something or another. Shout out to all things Trump. Tell me more. We got Chatan47. Come on, you gunners. Eric B. Roaring Griffin. We got Sagar Patel and Sir poopy paper hands trading today for tomorrow. Shout out to my man there. Who else? We got Jesse Ramirez, Cran, Mr. Thumbs Up. What else we got over here? Neediest Reckless. I can't even read your name, man. Shout out to Kevin Vasquez, Frank Drives, The Piper. Shout out to the OG Jay Lee. I know we got to cut it a little bit short today. Shout out to everybody in the chat, but we do have Adair at the big desk with news.
Just keep an eye here on CVS. Excuse my booster juice there. So CVS on Watch. The story hasn't come out yet, but a reporter here by the name of Anjali Shamlani posted here on X. She does work for Yahoo. She's a senior health reporter for Yahoo. She posted on X here that there's going to be an article she wrote for Yahoo Finance about CVS. It's going to be coming out very soon. She teased this article on her X account here basically about 5 minutes ago. She said that basically CVS is going to be committing $20 billion over 10 years to modernize the healthcare experience, but there are a few caveats. It's hoping that there's going to be a regulatory environment that catches up that allows, I guess, them to make the most of this investment. They also said they hope competitors will agree to integrate and that their patients will entrust the company with its data. So again, reported here, we're getting an exclusive ahead of the report on Yahoo Finance that CVS is committing to $20 billion for modernizing the healthcare experience with a couple catches. Back to you.
Thank you very much for that, Adair. Good morning, brother.
Yeah, good morning, man. Good morning. I was trading some Bitcoin this morning. That didn't work out how I wanted to, and I was heavy, but this trade, this NVDL short, that worked out really well. But let's break down what we got going on with Bitcoin here. I'm so frustrated because I'm like, I missed. This is the move that I was anticipating, and I was dealing with NVDA, and I didn't want to chase it. I was looking at it right around here, and I'm like, you know what, that's enough. But let's break down this trade that I had this morning there, guys. So I entered, got really aggressive, and then this little wick out right here, I ended up getting stopped out, break even right here, because this was my most aggressive ad as we punched through some of these pre-market levels. And then I went for that hold of the volume weighted average price in the continuation and the break of the high day. Didn't get it, got stopped out. I'm like, all right, we're still up on this trade. Let's try it one more time. We have a bullish thesis. We think that the underlying is going to continue to climb higher and higher. Let's take another stab at it. I mean, we're 1 for 2 on the trade, and we're still up nicely on it. Take another one. Doesn't do what I wanted to. It doesn't break that high, so I take a really small loss on it. And then I try one more time, and I'm like, it's not going. The tape wasn't telling me what I wanted. The price action wasn't. And then sure enough, once I started to trade NVDA, this thing is going on this monster run and continuing to climb higher and higher. So that's a missed one opportunity on my behalf, but it's all right. There'll always be another chance to get involved in that type of trade, but I'm happy with this. I don't know. NVDL. Happy with this short, to be honest with you, because this was a really strong signal, and I got really aggressive. So what I had going on with that first IBIT entry, I was more profitable on this NVDL short, surprisingly, but also I'm not going to try to battle this trend too aggressively. I'm going to wait for those precision entries, which I did, and then if I have any other prints that tell me, hey, we're going to start to bounce again, then I'm going to look to take the majority of the position off, and that's what happened in multiple instances. So this was my first entry, double up the size, take off about 66%, and then we get stopped out. I try it one more time, but I'm this looks like it wants to consolidate before it takes an additional leg lower, and here we go. It did decide to continue to climb higher. So I'm not going to be fighting this trend too aggressively here on NVDA, because I don't want to fight a strong name, especially with a catalyst like that.
Good. Go ahead, Adair.
A couple pieces of China news coming through here. We have Xinhua, which is a Chinese news source, reporting that apparently China's top diplomat is meeting a U.S. ambassador to China. Then we also have some comments here coming through from China's foreign ministry, specifically Foreign Minister Wang Yi. He's saying that they believe it's regrettable that U.S. has recently introduced, a series of negative measures. We know Donald Trump on Truth Social and a lot of members of his team did not speak positively about the China-U.S. negotiations last week. We also have Wang Yi, who is, again, China's foreign minister, saying that China and U.S. relations are at, quote, a critical juncture, and that after the Geneva discussions, China has apparently conscientiously and strictly implemented the consensus. So comments here basically, I guess to summarize too, one more comment coming from Wang Yi, saying that there's equal respect is going to be the prerequisite for China-U.S. relations. So China looks like they're not necessarily feeling respected in these negotiations as of right now. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adair. All right, guys, still in the sim today as we're still waiting on the back end office to clear my my test results from yesterday. So we're doing it again in the sim, but I'm going to put on the same trades that I would have anyway, obviously with different size. But here's what I'm looking at already. So let's get right down to it because there's quite a bit going on. A lot of small cap gappers today on the move. So we're going to have to trade these carefully and trade them accurately. Chief among them, at least the way I see it right now, CATX looking the best. Shout out to my man Bovin. This one just took out $3 with a high of $3.19. I just worked my way into this one. I am planning on defending it into that $3 to $2.95 area. Reason I give that a spread from 3 to 2.95, 3 being the psychological area of support and the 2.95 area being that 10 exponential moving average off which I like to base trades. I will be watching this as it comes down. Let's see if it does come down into that 2.95 and possibly further. I could be convinced to defend it into the volume weighted average price, which is at around 285, a little bit lower, 10 pennies lower, that is, from the 295 where the 10 EMA is. So I see CATX looking awfully good over here. There's lots going today. Let's see if they're able to maintain their momentum to the high side. Case in point, KIDZ now breaking down below the volume weighted average price after making a new high moments ago at 618. Likewise with BMEA dropping down below the volume weighted average price. And basically since 1040 this morning, it's putting in a downward channel of lower lows and lower highs. That doesn't obviously look very attractive. What does look attractive about BMEA is it's being bought aggressively below that volume weighted average price. In fact, all the candles have actually closed at or above the volume weighted average price. It's not exactly a glowing endorsement though that it's just closing above there and not putting in new area highs. So I'm going to be watching this quite intently, seeing if that trend change does come into play and we start putting in higher lows and higher highs. So BMEA of interest to me, but for the moment, not setting up correctly. Who remembers FCell from back in 2020 and 2021? I do. I was involved in this name. It used to be a lot higher back then. Now it's at around $5. That's post reverse split, obviously. What we got here is a good looking bull flag, at least for the moment on our hands. Big move up into that 585, now trading at around 5 3/4. I'm involved in this one at 574, so we're a penny out of the money. I could, again, be persuaded, depending on the volume candles and the aggression with which we retrace, to add at that 550 area, not just because it's a psychological area of support and resistance, but it happens to be the exact price of the volume weighted average price. So FCell involved in that and looking to do some damage there, sim damage that is. Again, guys, we are in the sim today. Last but not least, WOLF coming into the 10 exponential over here. I already have planned DCAs. I don't have to be persuaded to DCA into this one. We're going to put already an order at $1.38 over here for the ad and front running the $1.37 where the volume weighted average price is. So WOLF Joseph up 16.5.
Nice. All right. Yeah. Let's take a look at the options chain. I know some people wanted to take a gander at this one here for this week's expiration cycle on NVDA. And I heard a couple individuals say at 140 there is a little bit of a wall there, 142. But I mean, it's not. It's about half the size that we have around 139 and 140. So whoever's short these calls right here is now underwater, right? You don't want to be this. So this is why we can also add to this squeeze plus this catalyst that we got going on here. And I mean, you want to look for that next level of high open interest, and I don't see anything close to what we have at 39 and 140. So we got to look to see what that next level is going to be. Are we going to knock on the door of 142? We have, and we're starting to slightly pull off of that number. So 38,000 contracts at that specific strike price, and then we have to go all the way up to 145 to see anything relatively as big as that, and that's going to be 56,000 contracts at that 145 strike. So not a bad look here on NVDA. Let's see if it goes back towards 139, 140, and if it does, there might be some more downside because you get that downwards pressure, right? Now that those short calls are on side, you just get that selling pressure, continuous selling pressure right here. But Skull and I I in the chat were talking. I'm like, I'm not going to be giving this too many stabs at the short. I'm content with what I took. And for me, I have no issues with just not trying to short one of the strongest names in the market today. So that's okay. Whether it goes to the volume weighted average price or not, it's essentially irrelevant to me because I've made my 2 good executions on that. And I'm happy. Could we get some more? Absolutely. But I want to look for some longs in some specific names. And I don't want to be looking for a short or going counter trend on one of the strongest performing underlyings on the session. But I wanted to talk about CRM here as well too. I've been buying this for the past couple of days here. I bought some in the pre-market yesterday and I bought some more in the pre-market this morning. And then I like that we were starting to break above the volume weighted average price. I mean, we tap into 264.28. I talk about the swing that I have placed on this. I also have an order for some contracts, just straight up calls, because I think that we can get a nice $10 bounce in this, but I want to start really small. So I started with, I'll tell you guys full disclosure, I just started with 50 shares to just get a move at it. My average is around 260, 250, a little bit below that. So that's my game plan here on CRM. I'm not going to hold it forever. Essentially, the thesis is just to play this gap fill, and then we'll take the majority of it off. And then if we get any continuation past that, then I'll leave some for a runner. So that is my trade plan. Why am I taking this specific setup? Well, look, we had the earnings report. You get that big gap down, but then we also print a hammer candle with an isolated volume signature. So far, we haven't breached the low of this candle, and that's where my stop loss is going to be placed. So as long as we continue to hold this and slowly appreciate in price, I think it's going to give us multiple opportunities to continuously add into this and then get this gap filled, take the majority of the position off, and then leave a small bit for a runner, Sharif.
We're keeping an eye on CATX here. I was able to get a print to the high side, but now showing me 2 candles of indecision. The previous one closed at 11:05. The current one also a candle of indecision on the 5. Sorry, just flipped to the 5 over here. So we'll have to see how this one ends up doing. Again, let's plan some DCAs here into that $3 area. I'll front run that 3 because the 10 EMA is a static level and it's moving with the price action. So a little bit above 3 right now. CATX, the one I'm talking about, good look there. BMEA as well. So I originally got into this one quickly and then got stopped out because it did lose the volume weighted average price. But now it is starting to kind of put in a 3 candle higher low setup. This is on the 5. So let's have a look at the 5 over here. Let's zoom out a little bit. Kind of hard to see these wicks, but I see it on my side chart. It's a little bit above the volume weighted average price. And in fact, the previous candle, the one that closed at 11:10, also has a previous area high. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get in here because it looks like might be breaking back out again, finding support at the volume weighted average price. And my stop on this one is going to be the low of the 11:05 candle. That takes us all the way down to 217. So let's go ahead and put our stop at 215, and we'll see what comes with this trade. Trying to give it the old college try. Let's set up some beak wetters though. If this one finds a nice move up into the area high there, we'll extract some profits at 37s, and then I'll layer my orders into 42s and as well as in the high 40s as well, front running that $0.5 area psychological resistance. So let's see if this one's able to catch a bit of a bid. Here we go, moving up into my level. Just got to cross now on the bid side of the level 2 in order to get the print, so we'll keep tabs on that one. I'm also keeping tabs simultaneously on FCell, losing the 10 EMA on the 5, but well above the 20 and above the volume weighted average price. I've set up my profit or my DCA, my planned DCA into that mid 560s level. Is it 550? It's 550, 556, excuse me. Still not coming down into my level though, so we'll pack her patience there. I see SBET, guys. I do see it. It's very aggressive. It's a big move to the high side. It doesn't interest me given the price. I get I'm in the sim, but that doesn't really change how I trade. So I'll show it to you guys. I wouldn't be trading this if I was live. It's just far too spready, far too aggressive. Hard for me to manage risk on this, and I've seen this one turn the tables a little bit midday before, and I don't want to be on the receiving end of that. So anyway, 81.69, the high of the day. It's having trouble with 80. The 10 EMA on SBET is at around 75.25, and it's been putting a fantastic looking uptrend. There's really nothing to complain about this one. Most candles have higher lows. In fact, they have higher lows and higher highs. just again, look at that. It popped up into $81 and then it dropped into 78 within the same candle. That was 1 second. So managing risk on this is going to be a hard endeavor. If you're going to trade SBET, make sure you're managing risk correctly. But CATX is breaking out here. I had a feeling this was going to happen. There we go again. We have 11s on. We just took 25s. The next level I'm waiting at 28s. It's already showing me 28s on the level 2, but we're not getting the print because it's not crossing. So let's go ahead and set up some more profit takers to the high side over here. Going to wait just a little bit below that 35, and then on top of that, we're going to wait at 39. CATX, very aggressive to the high side. It behooves me to give you some information on that, and here it is. A little bit less than 60 million share float, says Trade Ideas, 58.94, with a very healthy short float. 11.5% of the set 60 million apparently is being bored for short. That could be up to 2 weeks old. So digest that information as you will. Just juxtaposing that to my float over here. So Trade Ideas saying 59 million. My platform saying 53 2/3. Split the difference there. They're both a little bit on the larger side. You know, usually we're looking at these single digit float names in the millions, obviously. So like 5 million, 10 million, etc. So we'll keep tabs on that. So that's all I've got right now. We've got all the trades there on the bottom. CATX, the long. SBET continuing to go like crazy. Wolf, we're involved in that one, but waiting for that dip trade. REKR, another name I was going to mention, up 34.5%. Quite choppy though, and no respect for the volume weighted average price. So I've got less of an area off which to get a dip trade. So that's my thinking on this one. Volume weighted average price right now on REKR, $1.42. As you saw there, it lost it all the way down to $1.28. So it interests me a little bit less. FCEL, we're still holding on to that. BMEA, we just got a little bit out there, so we'll keep tabs on that. Red. CATX upgraded to 16 bucks today by RBC. That's fantastic. You know what? I used to look at Catalyst for small cap gappers. Now I just don't give a flying you know what, okay? Because it doesn't really matter. They're intraday trades and we're trading off momentum. I very, very much do not care about the Catalyst, Joseph.
Yeah, all right, let's see what we got going on. And this is what I was talking about, Skull and I in the chat, which is like, yeah, it's so tough to short some of these strong names, right? And when you have the signals that give you them, don't look for that extension all the way back towards the volume weighted average price, especially when we've seen a trend like we're experienced this morning. So, and focus on the tape as well. So you can see that we're continuously hitting the ask and above the ask, and everything is just being defended. All key levels of support and resistance are just being defended with offers being continuously hit at the ask and above it. So keep an eye out on that, guys, and just be cautious if you are. Keep those risk measures relatively tight or widen and go smaller size, right? You don't want to just go punch heavy right away. And you can see just from the depth of these pullbacks, they're borderline micro. Like you only have a couple minutes of selling and then bought right back up. And then the underlying establishes a new high. So just keep an eye out on that, guys. You don't want to just be kind of beating a dead horse, because if it's not going to give you what you want, then just find something else that will. And then Gorev also pointed out that Palantir just eventually always just gets bought up. Yeah, I mean, we're trading at 132.03. I know that and Hood have made new all-time highs. So it's really nice. It's a good look here in some of these big names. And I like that Nvidia is starting to head back towards some of those earnings report highs. So that's a positive sign for this stock. And I do believe that we are going to breach the all-time highs soon. I'm not saying within a week or two, but I think we're on that path where we go into that realm. So, all right, guys, let's take a look at some other things here. I'm being patient. CRM's looking pretty good, but it's a little bit more expensive for my liking, and it's a NYSE stock as well, too. It's not the most liquid thing here on the lower time frames either, so I'm going to be keeping my eye on some other things. Is Palantir playing catch up? Let's take a look. I mean, it's starting to climb towards the opening price here. So that 5-minute orb is relatively weak, but you do get an indecision print as well too. And then we climb all the way down to 130, and then it gets bought right back up. And then you can see the strength displayed in the time sales too, just as we flip to it, and then boom. And that's what you want to look for a strong underlying. We're not overly reactive to when those orders are getting hit on the bid. But then when we start hitting the ask and above the ask, you can see that underlying really start to react and climb higher. So that's a positive sign if you're long Palantir. I don't know if you're long from the lows, Gorev, but if you are, then congratulations. But right now, it's looking like VWAP is a potentially good entry as well too. So be patient on that one. Bitcoin looking like it wants to take an additional leg higher. It's unfortunate that that ship has sailed. I had a strong hunch. I was going with my gut this morning that we were going to trend. So we were in from around 59.80s, and then now we're trading up $1 higher than that. And I was pretty aggressive this morning on Bitcoin, but it is what it is. I do believe there's going to be plenty of opportunities to catch these types of moves in Bitcoin. Just today wasn't our one.
Yeah, I don't know how to say your name, brother, because it looks like it's in Slavic or Russian writing. So he asked, MCTR on your charts, thoughts on the small cap gapper. So I have a rule with these small cap gappers, my friend. Again, I don't know your name. If you want to tag me and actually tell me your name IRL, and I'll refer to you by that. But MCTR has lost the volume weighted average price. So this was a multiple halter. As you can see, those dashes right here on the 5, those typically mean no activity for 5 minutes, meaning that it was halted. We can get a better view on the 1 for MCTR. So you can see this one halted once to the upside, twice, once to the downside, once up, one down, down. So more down halts than up halts, which makes sense because now it's trading below that white line, my friend. That white line there is the volume weighted average price. So I have 2 rules for these small cap gappers. If they were trading in the pre-market, they need to be above the pre-market high. So if they were doing volume, which a lot of these small cap gappers do in the pre, got to be above that high. Don't want to have to struggle with the bag holders from the pre. That's number 1. Number 2, if they're above the pre-market high, pre-rec number 2 is trading above the volume weighted average price. This is where MCTR fails. So it's not going to be on my trading list, so to speak, until and if it can get above that 875 or wherever VWAP is at the time. Thank you for pointing that out because I didn't mention it, but MCTR not of interest to me at the moment, again, until it can weasel above the volume weighted average price there. So looking over here, we're taking prints on CATX. That one popped into 330, got the print there, waiting at 34s, then 48s. I'm looking, I don't mind adding on CATX, which trades on the Amex network, by the way, guys, on retracements, if they are sound retracements. The one that I'm also keeping an eye on very closely, WOLF. So this one sadly didn't get my add into the volume weighted average price. It found support at 40 pennies. I didn't anticipate that. I thought we would get a VWAP retracement, hence why I put the larger order at that $137, which didn't get filled in any event. We just got a print there at 45, so we'll keep an eye out on that. And then FCell continues to kind of zig and zag here, above VWAP, above the 10, but a bit of a downward channel right now on FCell. And then BMEA, I happen to like the look of BMEA here. It feels very ascending wedge-ish, okay? And what I mean by that is it's putting in higher lows, but not necessarily taking out that area high. And that area high, I'll submit to you guys, is at around that $2.40 area. So BMEA, it's already shown you its propensity to move aggressively on the day. It's up over 50%, this, that, and the other. It's got a 260 high a day. It's above VWAP. It's above the 10 EMA. So, you know, we don't know. We never know with these small cap gappers, but it does feel like it might be setting up for an aggressive move to the high side. And that's why I've layered my orders in the fashion that I have. So we'll keep tabs on that. Just back quickly before we send it to Joe, keeping an eye on WOLF. We're about 2 pennies off the high of the day. I have a bit of a bias here with Wolf that we at least touch that $0.50, Joe. So we'll keep an eye out on that.
All right, nice. Yeah, good looks there. Yeah, I mean, I'm still sitting on my hands there, guys. I went through the 2 names that I traded this morning, and that was Bitcoin and NVDL. See, the thing is, though, I'm so highly tempted to almost want to take another short on it, but then also my gut is just like, no, just don't do it. It's so strong. And I was looking at the Qs as well, and I'm like, all right, well, if we're kind of extended in the overall market, I want to see if I can find any form of indecision, an isolated pivot, and some volume as well, too. But then it's also my job to do the due diligence. If I'm going to short the overall market, what are the bigger names telling me? And that's why I just went across the board to see where each underlying is standing. So I went to Meta. It is trading below the volume weighted average price. Google is trading above VWAP, but moving eastward as well too. And then Amazon kind of just stuck in a chop too. So I think it's a lot of this is being led by NVIDIA and Tesla. So I got to keep an eye out on some of these names, and I don't want to be getting aggressive on the short side until I see everyone start kind of moving as a group. If they want to start to break down, then okay. If we wait for it and look for some indecision prints at the highs near on the Qs, then we can find that, and if it's displayed across the board, then that's just going to add more conviction within the setup. So that's my game plan right now. I do like what we got going on. We're starting to get more wicks in the 5-minute prints, and there are some key indecision prints as well too on the lower time frames, breaking it down into the 1. So you can see we're starting to get a lot of selling pressure, within each one of these individual candles, but yet I'm not seeing the volume backing that. So again, I'm going to be patient on this. If we want to kind of grab some more people, absorb some more liquidity, do another fake out to the top side, then I'll be prepared for that because I'll be able to identify it within the price action. And NVDA is telling a lot for me today as well. So we're holding 142, and just due to the size at 139 and 140, there's a lot of individuals caught offside right now. So that's why we're seeing this squeeze type price action. I'm going to be keeping my eye on a lot of them. There we go. Amazon looking like it wants to head back towards the opening price. Actually, it's right at opening price right now there, guys. So that's a positive sign for the breakdown. But you can see that the Qs aren't flinching. When you have such a big player like Amazon moving down, NVDA holding steady, and then the Qs aren't doing anything, do you ask yourself, do you necessarily want to be shorting it at this minute? And that's, for me, the answer is no. So that's why I have no issues with being extremely patient right now and waiting for that A+ or B+ setup in order for me to put on another trade. The NVDL trade was really, really nice for me. Did I execute to my full potential on Bitcoin? No, but I'm not mad with what happened on NVDL, keeping me slightly green here on the day, Sharif. So again, packing patience, and I think that we are slightly extended on some of these names, so I think you just need to hold those horses and wait for that precision entry.
All right, Sadiq wants to know about SKBL for a swing trade. So, you know, this is a bit of a convoluted name here because there's not too much data off which to work. It seems it's a bit of a newer one here. SKBL. Look, this one, you know, gets a nice bid. It seems like it's topping out with a lot of resistance at $13. You can see some wicks there do go into 14, but have a look, Sadiq. Most of the prints, almost, if not all, closing prints on SKBL are, south of $13. You got multiple wicks like this one over here, as well over here. This candle, it opened at $14, but look where it closed at $12.20. So 13, a very hard level, at least on a closing basis for SKBL to shake. Skyline Blue Builders, or Skyline Builders Group is the name of the company. They make civil engineering business, engage in construction of sidewalks, drains, pipes, and pipelines with about a $281 million market cap. Not that much volume. Look, Sadiq, it looks like a rounded top, and that I don't typically like because it means that we couldn't shake that seller at $13, and that we know for a fact because the price action tells us that. But now it isn't just about having that ceiling at 13, Sadiq. Now we're kind of putting in lower lows and lower highs, and we have been essentially since this topping tail candle here on May 20th. That one broke 13 into 14 yet again, Sadiq, but ended up closing down below $12 at $11.80 and change. And since that day, it has been a plethora of lower lows and lower highs. So I don't like the look of this one's jib. What I would say to you, Sadiq, is possibly be looking to pick it up maybe at $7 to $8. Reason I say that, look at these topping tail here showing you 7 resistance, and then over here on this day, which was March 19th, you actually got 7 support, and you could make the case for that as well over here. So $7 to $8 I'd say is a good long entry with a stop obviously at all-time lows. Don't let that bad boy go to zero. So let me know how it goes, my man, but it's not for me. Currently as a long, just because it's a rounded top, Joseph, so that doesn't really jive with the long position.
Okay. Yeah, Gore, wow, you're an MU? That's insane. Yeah, let me know your average price there, brother, because that looks like a really nice trade here. And look at all these micro pullbacks. This thing hasn't even essentially looked back on the day. I mean, we have a low of 96, we'll call it 97 flat, and then a high of 101.20. So, yeah, that's a really nice trade. If you're trying to catch trends, that's definitely one of them. So there you go. Micron looking really good alongside NVDA. And I haven't even taken a look at Broadcom and or AMD this morning either, because the chips are pretty strong. So let's take a look at some of these names. And okay, so it looks like it's going to be kind of the same narrative across the board here. and see and there you go, another big day here. And I mean, Broadcom put in a solid session yesterday. This thing is a silent killer. I'm pretty sure it's not too far. Okay, so there you go. It's put in a new high. Is this all-time high on Broadcom? Yeah, it looks like it there, guys. So yeah, another underlying putting an all-time high. Look at this bounce off of the bottom, 138, and then now we're trading at 257. Wow, that's crazy. Some good stuff there as it breaks that previous high there. Big time pivot, and especially after that move to the south side, 44% haircut, and then you get a big time move to the top side. So there you go. Really, really strong against trends in some of these chip names. So Broadcom, AMD, MU, NVDA. Really strong sector here today. So whoever's been involved with that, congratulations. I know Katina Man has been trading it from the lows. And I want to talk about this print actually, and I'm frustrated as well because it was another opportunity because I was focused on Bitcoin, but it is what it is. But for all my VPA traders and everyone trading around that kind of style, I mean, that's exactly what you're looking for, right? A nice steady trend in the pre-market. You get that pullback, a lasting effect with the volume weighted average price, and then you have that doji candle right there, and then there's your risk. As soon as it breaks and you get a candle that opens up below this, then you're out of the trade. But as soon as it breaches it to the top side, you're looking to get involved. And if you put on enough size, then you're catching this all-day trend. So that's a really nice trade there from Katina Man and my guy Gorv and whoever's been trading NVDA and some of these chip names, Sharif.
All right, guys, CATX continuing back into the highs. It's now a penny off the high, so we'll take a little bit of profits there. And here it is, taking out the high again. So here comes that 34. That's where we're waiting at 34s, but it's got to cross on the bid side. So showing me 32s on the bid, 34s on the ask. This one is continuing to go. It's a 40% move here on CATX. So I'm going to keep my eye out on that one, waiting for the print. And there it is, guys. So we continue to move up, 336 high a day now, over 40% now at the high. So keep tabs on that one. But BMEA is not cooperating here. Excuse me, there it is. So we're going to give this one to 07s. That's the breakout area over here. So it's already below the volume weighted average price. So I've already broke my rule by holding it this far. We'll see if it ends up losing this level or not. BMEA up 40%, but really losing the bid here in a hurry. It's KIDZ, kind of the opposite of BMEA. That's headed to the, bless you, Neil. It's headed to the high side over here, trying to take out the volume weighted average price again, but finding resistance at that predictable area, that not prior bar high, the local area high here at around 5 mid-40s. Let's keep an eye out on that $0.50, whether it's able to close it above the $0.50, which is obviously that psychological area of resistance. So KIDZ, up very nicely on the day, 40%, a former runner, one that we all know about. We've traded here on the show before, but here comes that 550, so we'll see if it's able to clear it. If it can, then maybe we can involve ourselves with it, but for the moment, I'm just gonna stay clear of that one right now. Keeping my eye on FCEL as it continues to kind of put in these higher lows, but not necessarily aggressively higher highs. I'm really kept optimistic about the continuation of this bull flag, or what I perceive to be a bull flag, just by this current pattern over here at 1110. It makes a local area low right into that 560, and subsequent to that, now it's at about 573, so about 13 pennies off that area low. Let's see if we can take out that 585. Great look here for FCEL on the day, and I did happen to see that group as a whole is strong. Plug Power up 15%, FCEL up 15.8%, Bloom Energy up 8.75. All these names that I just listed all have one thing in common. They all deal with hydrogen fuel cell technology. So something's afoot with that group on the day. What it is, I don't care. We're going to look to trade the price action. FCEL, PLUG, as well as BE, Bloom Energy, even NLAQ up 4.75%. Who remembers Nikola from the good old days? That one's up 4 points. It's at the ripe price of 11 pennies, baby. So we'll keep an eye out on that group in general. So good luck for them. And yeah, man, trade them carefully because these guys, you know, they're really not around for a long time. They tend to retrace quite aggressively. So we'll keep tabs on that, Joseph, as I watch CATZ kind of hang out at the highs.
Okay, thanks for that information, Alvin Johnson. Just in case we didn't know that, now we know. So much appreciated. I don't know if I needed to know that information, but I mean, you can't complain, right? I guess the more knowledge, the better.
I don't know. Which one of us is short? Yeah. Neither of us is short. So I don't know why you're putting that.
I don't know why you decided to tell us that. So by all means.
Anyway.
Yeah, you know what I mean. But to each their own, I guess there, Sharif. So Alvin, you're not Calvin Johnson, that's for sure. Because I mean, Megatron, probably one of the best wide receivers of all time. But yeah, I mean, let's go here, guys. Starting really, really small here. Again, I'm not going to be fighting this too often. All right, that's the thing. I'm not going to be fighting this trend too aggressively. We're going to take a couple attempts. Let's break it down from a risk to reward scenario here, guys. All right, so you can see I'm in at 77s. I'm out here. So there it is. I have about just under 10 cents of risk, and I'm going to be looking for at least 20 cents, 25 cents for an 2-to-1 risk to reward right there, all right? So keep that in mind. That's why we always have to keep our entries precise and see if we can get these moves. NVDA is starting to head towards some key support levels. Google's still struggling, but Meta looks relatively weak, and I like this for a potential short. Am I going to have to hold on to this position for a long time? I think so. I don't think it's going to be an easy grind back, an easy move back towards the volume-weighted average price, more or less a grind, all right? So I'm prepared to sit in this for a while, but again, I'm only risking 10 cents, so I have no issues with getting out when I'm supposed to, because if the market wants to continue to squeeze, then it can do whatever it wants to. I'm not going to be fighting it. I just have a quality setup here, I believe. Lots of indecision here at the highs. I do like these prints on the 1 minute and that move back towards the volume-weighted average price. So that's the game plan. Don't fight the trend. Give yourself 2 attempts, 3 max. Tight risk, and don't get frustrated if it doesn't work, because you are counter trending this whole move, all right? So don't look for that extension unless we get some news that's like, oh, okay, that's not a positive sign for the market, then okay, hold on to that. But other than that, a couple attempts, you've seen that we've taken 2 stabs there on the NVDA short. That worked out for us. We're not gonna ask for too much more. We missed out on the iBet trend. That's fine, but let's see if we can get this move back towards VWAP. If not, then we'll find something else. I know Tyler Verse was saying in the chat, he's like looking for these longs. I think Bitcoin can continue to climb. Let's pull up its daily chart just to see, because it was in like a 4-day downtrend, and then it's like perfect pullback volume for you to get an entry and then add some more shares too if you're already been positioned well in this. So there we go. I mean, this is the market cap, so it's still relatively the same, but you get 4 days in a row that are red, and then the volume is it's moderate, but I mean, you can see it slowly start to pick up. This was just giving me pullback vibes as we crack this primary uptrend. So that's what I'm looking at right there. I think this is going to be a good opportunity to add on Bitcoin. You can have your risk profile relatively tight as well too. If you're just hopping in, you just go to the lower end of these ranges, but then you're also aiming for the high, the all-time high as well too. So this is the move that you would want to look for, the break of that all-time high, and just make sure it doesn't crack through some of these key support levels. Because if you ask me, if we consolidate within this range right here and then break this is shoulder 1, head, shoulder 2 possibly forming, but again, I'm thinking this is just a possible pullback as well too. So I like Bitcoin for the long term. You guys know where I stand on that in my long-term account and in my swing account. So, and I try to trade it intraday as well. So I'm just across the board a lot of Bitcoin. But yeah, let's see what we got going on there. CrowdStrike doing really well for us. The market's still holding on to these highs. If it comes past that, then I'm going to get out of the trade.
All right, man. Shout out to Joe Mazzili. I hope I didn't butcher your last name, but you had a great question. Sharif, look at AREB. Is it because I'm Arab? Is that what it is? AREB? No, I'm playing, of course. Everything's fine. In the pre-market. And you bring up a really good point, Joe. Thank you for making me cover this, because it really does play into one of my rules. Have a look at this. This thing rocketed up in the pre-market on volume. In fact, more volume total in the pre-market than it's done after the bell, and we're 2 hours deep subsequent to the bell now. So look, this is exactly why I don't take these big movers that haven't cleared the pre-market high, because all hell breaks loose when the bag holders are holding this from 245 and it can't seem to put in a higher high for its life. Case in point, area high, and you get another lower area high. So lower high, lower high, lower high. We haven't even gotten to VWAP. We can't even get to VWAP, right? And so even if this, Joe, was to clear that $1.89, $1.90 where VWAP is right now, it still have a ways away before I could trade it. It'd have to clear that high of the day, 248, 250, and not just a wick, Joe, like, oh, show me you print 249 ahead of 248. That's not really what I'm after here. I'm after clearing that level so that I don't have to worry about the guy who bought it at 245 loving life because it's back up into his range, so he sells up a storm. Somebody else sells up a storm. All the bag holders that were holding that in the aftermarket or the pre-market or whenever this was trading aggressively are trying to get the hell out of there, and that keeps a damper on the price action to the high side. That's why I insist that it clears it and clears it well. So AREB, a prototypical example of that. So thank you for pointing it out, my man. So that one, I'm obviously not interested in it, but I just wanted to make that point. CATX is continuing to take out highs. This thing has not touched the 10 exponential moving average for now an hour and 33 minutes. The last time it touched the 10 EMA on the 5 was 10:10 a.m. Every single retracement that CATX has done has been above the 10 exponential. Now, this one trades on the Amex network, guys, so you got to have permissions in order to weasel on over there. But if your brokerage allows you or you already have those permissions, load up this bad boy. It looks good for the moment. It keeps stair-stepping up, higher highs, higher lows. We'll have to see where this one goes. BMEA is kind of the opposite story. So we're about 2 pennies now, 1 penny now from getting stopped out. It has to hold up above that 207, otherwise it's over. This is already a rule breach. And now, mind you, I got into BMEA when it was above VWAP. We extracted a couple of profit takers. It dropped below VWAP. I said to myself, money fills. These are where the money fills are. And absolutely not the right call here as it continues to put in lower lows and lower highs. In fact, it kind of seems to me like a descending wedge. Right? You've got that lower high, lower high, lower high situation with essentially what I perceive to be 220 as that flat bottom, and now we're substantially below it, 11 pennies below it. So this one likely to be an L for me there. We'll keep an eye out on that one, and if it stops out, it stops out. FCell, couple of pennies out of the money on this one. Still waiting for my DCA into this. By the way, guys, Adara looked into it. All these hydrogen adjacent names like FCell and Plug Power and Bloom Energy. No real news on them today, but they all have higher short float, so that could be the reason there. So we'll keep tabs on that for you guys. And WOLF, we're break even on this one, looking for a hold above that $1.40 and at least a move into that $1.50. We've been caught in a tight range here. Let's just say maybe a $1.40 to the high side and a $1.45 with some outlying wicks, obviously, to both the high side and the downside. So a 5 penny range over here on WOLF. Last but not least, guys, I know that this is the best looking one in the market. Even though I am in the sim, I wouldn't be trading this live. And I'm not going to trade it in the sim because it doesn't fit my trading style. SBET is a dang rocket ship, up 45% on the day. This thing closed out at $55 yesterday. It's at $80 right now with an 82.70 high. I mean, it's been very, very respectful, as you can see here on my black chart, of the 10 exponential moving average on the 5. Look at that green line. Literally every wick or print, closing print or otherwise, has been defended by that 10 EMA. But now it is finding a bit of a sideways range. Let's say about $81 to the high side, maybe 78, so about a $3 range. But it trades crazy. You just saw it there. It was at 78, now it's at 81. Like that, to me, is prohibitive. I mean, even Meta doesn't move like that. So I'm not going to touch that. I know Adara loves these, but I don't know how you feel about SPET, Adara, whether it fits your profile or what the situation is. But for me, it's a no-go. Yeah, she likes it. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. She loves the spready tickers. It fits her style. Get it, Adara.
Get it, Adara. That fits her style. Spready tickers. All right, guys, let's go over some of the top performing sectors here this morning and take a look at what we got going across the board here. So the top 3, we're going to go in the energy sector, leading the way this morning. So there you go, up about 1.6% on the day, guys. And then we have the tech sector, also up about 1.1% as well, too, closer to 1.2. And then we have consumer discretionary up about 0.75% there, guys. So those are your top 3, and then we're going going to head to the bottom three. We'll start from the bottom up. The worst performing sector is the real estate sector, down about 3/4. Consumer staples down about 4/10. And then we have the communication service down about 3/10 as well too there, guys. So that's what we got going on. And then from just a heat map standpoint, you can see where the strength is lying. We got a lot of strong names in the energy sector and then tech sector as well too. And it's funny because I'm looking at the 6 big names right here, and I'm like, who am I missing? Who am I missing? And that's going to be Microsoft. But I don't really care too much about, I shouldn't say that, but I mean, I'm short, and if Microsoft is really strong, then that's not a positive sign for me.
Microsoft was like $1 off the all-time highs yesterday.
Is it?
Yeah.
We'll take a look at Microsoft. And I mean, Shri, you and I talked about this before. It was the only out of the big 3 to beat on cloud. So.
It was the only one. Google, AWS missed.
Exactly. So that's what I was saying. Like out of the big 3, it was the only one to beat on cloud. And then look what happened with the stock right after. Like this is absolutely crazy. And I mean, it wasn't like a substantial beat. It was like I think it was 1% or something along those lines, but it was above expectations. And then there you go. You just get this massive gap up from that earnings report, and you're up 20%. Sorry about that. Yeah, we're gonna send it to Adara, and then we'll talk some more market.
Some China-related news here that's kind of been, I guess, the theme for the last quite a while. But right now I'm seeing White House sources apparently saying that Donald Trump is, quote, said or set to speak to Xi of China, Xi Jinping, on Friday. So again, White House sources saying that Donald Trump is slated or likely to talk to Xi Jinping of China on Friday. Earlier, we said it would be sometime this week. That's what we heard. So it seems like they have a date for sometime this week, and that date seems to be Friday. So keep an eye on FXI or any of these names. I know I saw some people in the chat talking about AMD. I haven't seen any news on this, but good luck here for Advanced Micro Devices. And Lisa Su, back to you.
For that, yeah, I mean, the chip space really strong today. AMD also participating as well too, guys. I mean, look at this sideways movement, and that's the thing. You can see where we're sitting at the Qs, but if things turn around here in Microsoft and a couple of the other names, and they decide to break out to the top side, that can lead the market to an additional leg higher, and that's what I'm referring to. Don't keep fighting this trend, and you have to keep an eye on especially these ones, in my opinion, to see what's going on in the overall market. So that is my game plan there, guys. I'm going to be looking at that, but there's also a big name today. I know Sharif, he likes this space. This is the cybersecurity space, and I want to take a look at the expected move here on CrowdStrike. So we're going to pull up CR. Are you in that, Adara?
No, but I'm a noted CrowdStrike fan.
Okay,
it is one of my favorites to trade, especially on earnings.
Because of the spread, right? So there we go. Adara likes it because of the spread. So we're looking at it doesn't give me a percentage metric. Where is it?
Look at SBET, man.
Is it crazy? Okay.
It just dropped from $82 to 67 in one candle.
Well, there you go.
This is why I don't want to trade it. Like, it's okay. Somebody in the chat said scared money don't make money. You're right. Absolutely. But you also, dumbass money doesn't make money either. Okay? Into 82.70, and then it dropped into 68.53. Now, Joseph, you could have had a resting order there if you were able to identify those candles. You have to have of steel to do that. I wouldn't do that. So have at it, baby. But this is how aggressive this is. Imagine punching in at the 10 exponential because it's been respecting the 10 exponential all day. Okay, so you punch in 77.25. All of a sudden, you're out of the money. $9 in one 5-minute candle, and it would have definitely blown through your stops there because there's no liquidity on this. It's moving $2 at a time. That doesn't scream liquidity. I just want to make that point because you're trading these small cap gappers, and I'm trading them all day. I don't want to be vouching for stuff like this because that'll just blow up your account, bro.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to partake in that. Yeah, I agree on you with that front. That stuff is so scary, and especially if you don't have stops in place. And I know there's too many traders that don't trade with them. So boom, just like that. Imagine you have like 100 shares in that. You're punching in at the highs, and then you get a $9 drop. Boom. See you later. That's not a pretty hit. But what we got going on with CrowdStrike today, guys, is I think we're looking at about a 6.6% expected move here. So that can put us at a high of around 516 or a low of around 451. So very interesting stuff there on CrowdStrike. So we have these two numbers, 516, 451. Let's correlate that with the options chain to see where we have the highest levels of open interest. So let's pull this up here and see what we got going on CrowdStrike, and to see if we're going to run into any overhead resistance, or is that we might find a floor and find some possible support. So 516. Okay, 20, nothing crazy. I mean, it is more expensive. So from liquidity standpoint, not the most liquid, and nor is it going to see an abundance of open interest and or volume. So nothing outstanding on the options chain, which is slightly scary because that could tell me like, hey, if the ball really gets moving on this underlying, it can just continue to climb higher and higher. So nothing standoutish. I mean, at 500, I will point out the largest amounts of open interest. 500, we have 1.4 thousand open contracts, and then 505. We have 1,000, and then if we go to the put side, we have to go all the way down to 460 to see 1.2 thousand open contracts. So that's no substantial size there, Sharif.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just having a look at VG. Somebody was telling me earlier that VG, actually, I think it was Benton. Shout out to Benton. VG's having a good day. He's like, look, it's nat gas adjacent. Let's have a look at what this company is. Venture Global, provider of U.S. liquefied natural gas, aka LNG, source from North American natural gas basins. Okay, so nat gas, that's all we need to know about that. Does it have its own independent catalyst aside from just nat gas associations? It looks like it's this. Venture Global launches site work at CP2 LNG followed by federal approval. We know what Donald Trump thinks about nat gas. We know that, for example, XAI out in Memphis is using nat gas turbines to generate power for all the data centers that Elon's building out there. It is not nuclear. A lot of complaints from local residents saying they're choking up on the smoke, this, that, and the other. So we hear a lot of the headlines that are really nuclear driven. For case in point today, CEG and Meta, Constellation Energy and Meta. But I think nat gas might have a part to play in this too, at least in the short term, because it takes a hot minute to make these nuclear plants, whether you're talking about SMRs or traditional. So anyway, VG, big move up into 1410, comes back in, kind of loses VWAP for whatever reason, finds support here at the 20 exponential. Not like I want to base anything off it, but what I see now is a move back above VWAP, but not with the same aggression. So you can kind of feel whoever's picking it up off here, it's kind of like you're picking up the scraps. It's certainly not the buy program that was basically active from 9:30 until right about 10:15. Then it shut off, and then we got a bit of a move down as people took profit. So let's see if this one turns back on again, and whether or not we continue to put in the higher highs and higher lows that we've been putting in essentially since 11:25. It's 11:54, so we're going on half an hour now of higher lows and higher highs. VG, not a bad name. Don't expect parabolic movements like SPET or anything like that, but a predictable one that you can try to base levels on. I would submit to you guys, I perceive this to be finding support at the 20, and there's just not one wick. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, all of which defended different areas because the 20 was at different areas on all those different candles. So we'll see if this one looks like it might be taking out local area highs here, 1369. That does, almost take out that 1370 area. So we'll see what VG has to offer. It's probably going to work its way now onto the side chart. We're going to take off here. We're going to take off MCTR because it spent quite a bit of time below the volume weighted average price. So I'm going to replace MCTR with VG, and we'll keep tabs on that one, possibly working my way into it, maybe with a starter position so that we can kind of manage risk. And then I'd be looking to add into the position if it was to come down again into that 20 exponential moving average again on the 5-minute chart, guys. Anytime I say 20 or 10 or 50, it's almost always, unless I say otherwise, on the 5-minute, that's off which I chart and which I execute. So we'll keep tabs on that. CATX continues to take out highs. We just took out 45s there, but we are having trouble with that half dollar. 348 high of day, and that came in at 1145. The 5-minute candle at 1145. Subsequent to that 1145 candle, it is now two lower highs. So the two candles after that, both are lower highs. So we'll keep an eye out on this one to see if CATX wants to continue trend, or are we going to get a deeper retracement south of that 10 exponential on the 5? That's what I'm looking at right now. It looks like I did get that add on Wolf finally over here. Where's Wolf at? There it is. So we got the add finally at Wolf. It's going to have to hold VWAP, though. What do we got on Wolf now? 43s. It's showing me 41s. So it did wick in. So the money fills were at VWAP. So that's a bit of a miss by me there. I should have been trying to get the money fills, or at least I should have had an order shadowing VWAP for the money fills as we move right back up here. So we'll see if WOLF wants to move back up. Tyler Tyler verse.
Yeah.
Sharif, Wolf getting some support at 140 levels might be worth buying. Again, I just did, my brother. You're probably a little bit behind on the stream, but I literally just added there. Can you even see it? Oh, yeah, you can't even see it, but I know I just got the ad because it just populated on my thing. Why can't I see the triangle? Huh, whatever. In any event, we'll keep an eye out on Wolf over here as it comes right back into VWAP. Joseph, what do you got?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just keeping an eye out here on Google, guys, because if it really wants to break out of this consolidation that it's in right now, so you can see we're slowly climbing higher. If it breaks out, then that's going to drag the Qs up higher, and I'm short the overall market. So I'm keeping my eye on Google and on Microsoft right now. Apple's looking like it wants to take a leg higher too, so the short may not be coming in play, guys, and that's what I'm talking about. You got to keep an eye on some of these mag, because if they've been consolidating and lagging what the market's been doing, then if they break out after we've seen this move, this can add an additional leg into the overall market, and you gotta be cautious of that. So that's my game plan. Oh, okay. So that's my game plan there. If we crack the lows, then yeah, we're gonna get out of this trade. I know there's another HPE is this evening as well too at 4:05, but we have CrowdStrike at 4:10, and then tomorrow we have Dollar Tree, which might be half decent in the morning, and then in the post market, MongoDB 5 below. Those are something that I would be looking at. ChargePoint, not necessarily. Planet Labs, don't really keep an eye on that. And then I think that's really, we're done the big names. Ooh, okay, Broadcom on Thursday after the close there, Sharif. I think that's going to be a good one. Okay, so a nice B-list class. We got Broadcom, Katina Man's favorite, Lulu right there. Lululemon, and then DocuSign as well too, Thursday after the close. So there you go. That can give us some nice potential plays for Friday. I'm looking forward to that. Love earnings season. But here you go. You see Apple starting to break out now. Google looks like it wants to get rolling. Microsoft heading back towards the top end of the range. You don't want to be short the market, especially when these guys are starting to break out. So with that being said, as soon as we open up above this high, I'm out of this trade, and that's going to be right at, there we go. Don't want to be a part of it. Adios, we're out of that trade. Not going to take too many stabs at the short, especially if these names are going to continue this breakout. SPY now putting in a new high a day. Q's put in a new high a day. Apple's not too far off of it. Nvidia is still hovering around those levels, but we got three of the big names still hovering around their lows or just consolidating sideways. If they decide that they want to start participating, watch out for this market to continue to climb higher, Sharif.
Joseph, Holo is halted to the upside now on news. It's still down on the day. No, it should be up now that it's halted at 570. It's halted, I believe, at 570, and here it is. Micro Cloud Hologram purchases up to $200 million in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency-related securities derivatives. This news headline on Holo came in at 11:50. I'm looking at the 1-minute chart, and that's exactly when it halted. Thank you, Jay. I see you. Shout out to Jay Lee, the OG. So HOLO, guys, halted to the upside. It looks like it will be a 10-minute halt. We got 2 dashes here on the 5-minute chart, so we are likely going to be 10 minutes deep here into the halt. Let's look, before we send it to Adara, about when to expect HOLO to unhalt, and we can do that simply by looking at the time in the sales. So you see where it says 11:50:21? That is the last print that came on the time in sales. So you add 10 minutes, you add 15, you add 5 volatility halts, guys. You know, most of you probably already know this, but we always have newer viewers. They come in waves of 5. So if a stock gets halted for volatility, let's say at 11:50, the first time, the earliest it can open, 11:55. But then, if it doesn't open up at 11:55, you literally have to wait till 12. It won't open in the intervening period. Those are different types of halts that open up randomly, not the volatility halts. So keep your eye out on that. Micro cloud, hologram halted to the upside. Adira.
We are pleased as punch to welcome Neil and his lesson of the day back to the show. So we're going to get into that right after we get into our little happening now. Here is the S&P 500, and we are just, looks like maybe our second attempt at the 15-minute candle of the day, but it's coming in, as Sharif might say, fast and furious here. We had a green 15-minute candle here ending at 12, now trickling a little bit lower for that S&P 500 as we continue to rapidly approach the $600 level. The NASDAQ here trading around 527, a little bit of a flat top here with these slightly higher lows. So we're going to have to wait and see what direction the market does. But there's been a lot of these retail favorites and these smaller cap movers on watch today. One of them is going to be SPET, that is Sharp Lake Gaming. This one's been on watch as of late. Right now, though, extremely volatile. We're talking about this move here from $83 to $68. So be careful with this one. Big mover on the day. Last but not least, here, I want to talk about FXI. We actually did just get some reporting coming in here. White House sources apparently saying that Donald Trump is slated to speak to President Xi Jinping of China on Friday. So possible talk here between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping on Friday. We're going to have to wait and find out what happens there. But keep an eye on these Chinese ADRs, of course, heading into that meeting. It's worth noting we've heard earlier reports that Donald Trump was set to speak to Xi, but they haven't actually come to fruition, so we'll have to wait and see if this time will be any different. We're going to send you over to Neil for his lesson of the day. Make sure to like, subscribe, and join us every single day if you're enjoying this market-related content. And if you like some infographics and that type of thing, check us out on X at TTV Research. But without further ado, Neil, lesson of the day. Take it away, Neil.
Thank you, Adara. And before we get into the lesson of the day, just a quick note, that HOLO, I was looking at it because I was watching the countdown too for it to be like a 10-minute halt. Looks like it might end up being 15. I double checked, it's a volatility halt. It's now been 13 minutes since this one halted. We'll see what happens with it. But one of the things that you might see that it is doing is breaking out, which is a theme because as the market breaks out, there were a lot of breakout trades this morning, but some of them stick out like a sore thumb in the other direction, one of which I traded, one of which I didn't. I'll start with the one we did, and that is OKLO, or just look at the nuclear names. Oklo, Rigetti, probably the same thing, all gapping up on that Constellation and Meta deal. Looked like they wanted to make some continuation plays. Everything about it in the pre-market gave you a bull flag and then a clean break. But you'll notice what happens after. It's that false break at the open. I've said it before, sometimes you want to shift into like short gear. It's a quick move down after it fails at the volume weighted average price. And you ask yourself, okay, well, where are you going to get in? You can wait till the bottom to try some longs again, fair enough, but you should almost be shorting this thing. And you got to ask, like, how and where do you work yourself into a short when it does this? And a lot of times, if it's a short fail break setup like this, sometimes you have to get it out of your head that you were in it and got out near that top on the fail break. And that seems like the perfect short entry. But how are you supposed to how could you take shorts that are so much further away from this 47 or underneath the 47 level? Sometimes it's just about short the first available pop. On a 3-minute chart, it just so happens that's like $5 or $6 lower. But despite it being $5 or $6 lower, it still works. The first green candle after that breakdown comes right here at 9.54, bounce off 51.5, and that initial pop turns into resistance at 52.5. And it continues to work lower. So sometimes you've got to look at what the overall bigger picture is, which on the daily chart in here, so I didn't want to zoom out that far. We'll do this. It's a fail break of some 52-week highs on that daily chart. So it's setting up a big reversal candle. On the 15-minute, it's also a failed breakout above some local resistance that you had going into last week. The pullback is wild. That first bounce candle even gives you back into the prior day resistance and close price. So there's some definite confluence in here. And it's the first available bounce on a green candle. And it just continues trend. Now, what happens here is you have a lot of people that are in a long that don't get out on a breakout and are just trapped on that long breakout trade. And if they are, sometimes if it was a big one or they took that bull flag in and they're just holding it, waiting for some stability to work out of a larger position, they're trying to work out of it and you get that resistance underneath that prior day close. Now, it wasn't the only stock that did something like this. Whether you looked at, HIMS is also a good example. I just happen to be trading OKLO where you get a very big break at the open, ends up a topping tail candle, and the first green on the 15 pulls back into prior support, your first available pop, and it ends up being a short trade. Now, what those have in common, big gap up and or massive move at the open where the longs are winning and exuberant. And then when it does give you that fail, sometimes it just is what it is. In the case of OKLO, your first available pop is $5, almost 10% from where you would have had that breakout trade. In the case of HIMS, depending on where you got into the law, I mean, there's 65 breaks, there's 63 breaks. That first bounce happens off 58 into 60. So again, from the highs, you're 10% from the highs, but it's still that first available short on an absolute failed break at the open. And there's a difference between, like, stocks can fail to break at the open and continue. Like Robin Hood would be an example of, hey, well, what's something that didn't hold its initial breakout but then continued? Robin Hood. First break at 70 doesn't really hold, but does it break any pre-market lows? Does it get down into any prior day levels? No, it just stays on trend. That's one where you can continue going long. But OKLO and HIMS were perfect examples where it was just an initial fail break and it never recovered. So your best bet there is to find that first available bounce, wherever it happens to be, see it set up a short, and then work in the trend. I was the other way on the way back, so we gave it back. But sometimes you've just got to be that patient and that willing to ignore how high it was early and short near those bottoms because that's the opportunity that it gave you. That's your lesson of the day. Good luck trading that holo, by the way, everyone out there. It is now open, and in the time we did this lesson, it just went $1.50. Oh my. Good luck, everybody.
Yeah, fair enough. Hello, Ram. Thank you for that, Neil. Wise words as always. No Roberts every day, guys. You guys already know the drill. But if you're new here, he drops hot. Well, no, can't say that. He drops wisdom every day around that 12 o'clock hour. Thank you, Neil, for that. His lesson of the day. Joseph, anything you got?
Yeah. I'm looking at just this market continuing to climb higher. There is a potential short signal here on AAPL. Thing is that I just, it's these counter moves, man. I get it. They just like, I want to take it, but then you have to think logically at times. Do you want to be continuously shorting something that's breaking out and displayed here? But this is a really nice signal. I think that ship has sailed now because this could have been a potential scalp there. You get 20 cents already just like that. As you break the low of this candle right here, I mean, it is an indecision print. You reject this level almost to the penny there, and then you get, I wouldn't call it an isolated signature, but you get a nice volume print there that says, hey, we're not going any higher, but there you go, heading right back towards the volume weighted average price. So you would have had to hop in right at the break of that candle if you had the ability to catch 203.13. So yeah, there it is. I'm going to take one more stab, because it does look like some of these names are going to start to head towards the lower end of the range. So that's a positive sign. And I get a better risk to reward there. So I'm going to take one more stab at this, guys, here on the TQs. Much better entry. Can just use another 10-cent stop. This one's actually even 5 cents. So I like that even more because I have a tighter risk. I know that I'm going to be incorrect quicker, but I'm also going to be using the exact same amount of shares. But that's going to just increase my risk to reward. All right. So let's hop into this trade here. Attempt number 2 on the long on SQQ. So that is short the overall market. What is Microsoft up to? Actually, I should take a look at that before we decide to hop in. And if it's not breaking out, then I think we'll be okay. So, all right, Google heading back towards the volume weighted average price. Microsoft is trading right at VWAP. Tesla, Nvidia is slightly extended. Nice indecision print on AAPL. I got to listen to what the market's telling me. We're going to start really small on this one, Sharif. Better entry than what our first one was, but now our risk is only 5 cents instead of 10 cents. But then we're still looking for that same primary target, and that's going to be VWAP.
All right, I hope everybody took heed of holo. Before we went to Adair for happening now, and Neil's lesson of the day. This was absolutely moving. No, sorry, it wasn't moving, it was halted. But once it unhalted, it really went to the high side here. 763 now high on HOLO. This was halted at exactly 570. Okay, so it's $2, just south of $2, 763 high off that halt level. It's zigging and zagging now with the current 5-minute candle has a low of $7. So right off the bat, we could tell there's support at, that exact area. We always talk about the psychological area of support, that whole dollar and sometimes a half dollar. So let's see what holo does. Can it take out 763? And does it lose 7, or is that going to be a predictable area off which we can pick it up? It's now up 31%. Prior to the headline that came in that said they were buying $200 million of crypto and crypto derivatives, we were negative on the day here on micro cloud hologram. So keep your eye on HOLO if you're into that kind of trade. Maybe look for the money fills in and around 7 with a stop, a reasonable stop. You know, I wouldn't put my stop at 698 or 697. There's just too much of a chance you get stop hunted there. So you're going to have to place your stop, you know, a healthy distance away from that whole dollar level so that the market makers and the algorithms don't stop you out by grabbing your money. Just keep in mind, you know, a lot of people talk about level 3, right? Or level 3 is, you know, I don't know if it's mythical or not, but the idea here is that the market makers can see where your stops are, and if there's a lot of stops amalgamated all near that one area, they'll manipulate the stock so that a lot of people are stopped out. And here we go. We just dipped again below 7. So current bar low now 694, and that's what I mean. Keep your stop a fair distance away. Now, that doesn't mean that it holds 7, okay? I'm just saying in the eventuality that 7 is held and we make another new high, you're going to feel awfully bad having a super tight stop at around that psychological support. And there it is, moving back into 7.25, finding an aggressive buy now. Let's see if it can take out current candle high, which is around 7 mid-40. So HOLO on one right now, baby, and trying to hold up at the level. So we'll keep tabs on that one. I'm still involved in VG, looking for another move higher over here. Market makers are wicked, says trading today for tomorrow. Don't I know it, baby? So we're looking for a print on VG to the high side over here. Already got the beak wet, about 15 pennies in the money, nothing to write home about. But this one is kind of the gift that keeps on giving. We got a partial fill into the high of the day. There's 365, but CATX now, for the first time on the day, actually has a 2-candle retracement on the 5, of course. And now it's actually losing, not just touching, but losing the 10 exponential moving average. And where am I long? Well, I'm long substantially lower than where we are right now at 310. So my move here is going to be to really observe what we do at that fifth of a dollar, that 320 area. Well, why? Because that's where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. And that could be an absolute money fill. So I'm going to be watching quite intently there. I'm not going to have a resting order there. Okay, I'm just not going to do it. I don't want to give back too much, sim or otherwise. Today I'm in the sim, guys, waiting for the back end to give me live access again. I did my exam yesterday. So waiting for that 320 area. So I'm going to go ahead, keep my eye on that area. I'm not going to have a resting order, but that could be of a lot of interest to me. VG, we should be printing this to the high side right now because we're waiting at 84s. It's showing me 84s on the bid side of the level 2. But again, in the sim, we're not going to get those money prints like we would live. And I never have issues getting money fills live. And that's one thing I really want to shout out Real Trading for. The fills are freaking awesome. They always are consistently awesome. Nary do I get any partial fills. I only get them in the sim, funny enough. Funny how that works, huh? So
no way.
Yeah, I got a bunch of partial fills today in the sim. Almost never get partial fills live.
How do you get a partial fill in this?
Don't ask me those questions, bro. I ain't the tech guy. I'm just observing. So, yeah, Real Trading absolutely rocking up the show over here. The only one that I'm quite displeased with right now is my trade on FCEL, okay? And now we should be getting should be adding here because it's crossing my order. You can see my resting order there. Now we're at VWAP. I don't think FCEL is going to bounce off VWAP. That's just my hunch. Got nothing really to support that. It's just these crap names that, catch a bid early on in the day. I don't know. They're not small cap gappers in the strict sense. I don't know if this one finds another move up. I'll keep my eye on it. I don't know. I'm going to keep my stop exactly where it is. It's right below that $0.50. So if it loses it, and it'll be an L for me on the day. But we'll look to do better on CATX here as it comes into the 10. It's finding support at the 10, funny enough. So yeah, we'll see what we get there, Joe. What are you looking at?
Yeah, I'm going to hop out of this Qs, and that's going to be my last attempt. I'm not going to be trying to short this market anymore. 2 clean attempts right here, guys, so I have no worries about that. Still nicely green from that one NVDL short. But other than that, I'm going to look to continue to follow this trend. I might get involved in some Google or some Amazon because I believe they're lagging. So if they want to start to continue this climb, then by all means, let's participate on this ride and not try to force anything against it right there. So if we construct anything past 2266, then I'm out. And I have no issues with that whatsoever because I think there's going to be some good opportunities. I mean, Tesla just put in a new high. The Q's put in a new high. SPY put in a new high. Microsoft looking like it wants to break through some key resistance zones. Apple's starting to head back to the higher end of that indecision print. And then let's take a look at Amazon. Yeah, and that's heading back towards the volume weighted average price as well too, guys. So you can see what I'm looking at right here. So you don't want to be short this market as it continuously makes new highs and highs. You don't want to fight this. All right, so there we go, and there we go. I'm out. Yeah, so I'm out of that one. No worries about that, guys. I'm going to get involved in some Amazon. Don't want to be shorting this market, and I believe that these names are lagging. So you can see that big uptick here that we got in Amazon. I love seeing that there, guys. 207.19. We're now above some of these key resistance zones. If we can zoom in here on the lower time frames, and there you go. Boom, 206 cracked. You can see the volume slowly starting to pick up here in Amazon as we head towards the volume weighted average price. That's exactly what we want to see. Let's pull out our trusty trend line maker right here to see what we got going on. Once we crack that, this thing can be off to the races. What do you got for us?
All right, guys, if you want a prop firm that's transparent, fair, and actually wants you to succeed, then listen up. PropX gives you 1 to 200 times leverage, one of the highest out there, and no high watermark. It's fast payouts, it's real support, and they got a team that's actually on your side. That's why they're rated 4.6 on Trustpilot and climbing, baby. So if you're interested, use code TRADERTV to get 50% off your challenge right now. Scan that QR code or click the link in the description box and start trading smarter with PropX. Pass the challenge, get funded. That sounds pretty simple, right?
Yeah,
you pass the challenge, you get funded. Shout out to them. Great look there, and a great company. Thank you very much for that. Gorev, another day, another buy program on Micron. Let's have a look at MU, the OG Gorev, making, well, I'm going to have to agree with that, my friend. You can't just have one or two candles that are red littered amongst a sea of green, and the buy program does not get turned off there right at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock for that matter, because it's 20 after 12 and it's still going. Gorev, 102 incoming, 101.98 high. It's a good look on the day. It's not the biggest mover in the semi-microchip world. It's up 3 4/5, going almost on 4. But there's more aggressive names. For example, SMCI, 6 1/4 there. You also have MCHP. I've talked about MCHP as well. Shout out to Stephanie Link, who's buying that. MCHP 5 1/3. She was liking this on the daily. Let's take a gander of what it's been doing since she bought it. Yeah, she's like about $30 in the money, or 20 some odd dollars in the money. She was picking it up around here. So I like MCHP. In fact, it is now above the 200 EMA and SMA. That's my invitation to get some in there for myself. I was waiting until it cleared it. So it obviously had a little bit of trouble clearing the 200, but eventually it did it, baby. It retraced off it, found support at the 20, and now it's above the 200. You know, some people will wait until they get the golden cross, that 50 to cross above the 200. To me, it's enough that you clear the 200, possibly maybe even that 65 or 67 where we topping tailed. But MCHP being spoken about really well by several people. Pi as well. I mentioned my ill-fated trade on Pi, which is Impinj, right? Big, huge downturn, loses the 200. It kind of very similar charts to MCHP, gets into that 200. Unlike MCHP though, Pi having trouble actually clearing the 200, but you feel like it might just be short time until it does. Pi is coming from really high, guys, 240 bucks. It dropped all the way down to $60. So a huge retracement there. So that's what I'm looking at there. All right, guys, CATX continues to sell off a little bit. It is now at the volume weighted average price. This is my invitation to get in some here. So we're going to add a little bit of shares into CATX at VWAP. And I'm going to move up my stop now to current bar low. So we're going to move up our bar into about 309 loss. So if it loses 309, we're out. And we'll give this one the old try over here. We're going to see exactly how many shares we have left on CATX. We have a healthy amount, so we'll go ahead and throw that on there for the stop loss. And also, let's throw out some profit takers. So if this one does start moving up, I'd like to be a part of it over here. So let's throw out some there, and we'll throw some in the mid 40s as well. So throw out some there. VG continues to do really well over here. Great call out by Benton. Thank you, Benton, for pointing this one out. Big move up here on VG. We're along $0.75. It just worked its way up to 14. We just got a print there in the mid 90s. So VG up 18%. And a beautiful V-shaped recovery off a predictable area, AKA the volume weighted average price. So we'll keep tabs on that. Jamlocky, when you have a chance, could you give your thoughts on IWM? Let's have a look here. Go ahead.
No worries. I got
IWM. So the Russell today is up 1.5. I'm talking about the index, not the ETF. The RTY June contract, the best performing name on the or major average on the day, up 1.52. It's not even close. The NQ second best, up 0.76. The ES third best, up 0.53. And the Dow, as it has been lately, is lagging up 0.4. But good luck for all four major averages. They're all green on the day. I'm just going to look quickly at IWM, unless you need to go in right away.
Yeah, we might be.
Are we delayed?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let's see what we got going on here, guys. We got a nice little ad read. Let's go. If you want a prop firm, are we starting it now? It's not what I got going on here, but it's okay. I can find it.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, here we go. All right, yeah. This is one of the most valuable parts of Trade the Pool. It's called VOD, Video On Demand Library, a free resources filled with real trading stories, strategy deep dives, and practical insights to help you grow. Whether you're looking to improve your entries, manage risk better, or just stay motivated, this is where experience meets education there, guys. And to make sure nothing valuable slips through the cracks, there's the note feature. See something worth remembering? Click note, write it down, and it stays saved right inside the video. Head to tradethepool.com, tap Trade VOD, and start completely free right now there, guys. So go check that out. I think that's really important. I was talking about a lot of that yesterday. So yeah, let's see what we got going on, guys. Yeah, I'm in on some Google for a potential scalp here. I think I'm just going to get out of this trade because the market is extended. Microsoft heading back towards the middle of the range, and Google, the volume profile wasn't telling me that this breakout can be sustained. So I have no issues with that small little scalp right there. Really small to break. You can see the momentum slowly start to pick up, but the volume wasn't accelerating how I would want it to. All right, so there we go. Happy with that little move here. It is only about 10 cents or so, so I have no issues with that. Started really small, take it to where we were looking, and then we get that breakout, and then that's it. I'm out of that, a nice little small scalp on that trade. Oh, okay. Now, Amazon, Amazon is really starting to move here now, Sharif. You can see that volume start to pick up on the 1 minute time frame. I like this a little bit more than Google because the volume hasn't started to pick up. Let's see if we can get involved in this here. I don't want to chase it either because we are slightly above P-Pro VWAP, which I don't like, but we are right at the 4 o'clock open VWAP, which is a nice signal. And you can see here, guys, the volume profile, right? We're slowly starting to cool off. Or not slowly, we are cooling off. So you can see, boom, boom, boom. We accelerate, volume supporting it. Look at the pullback volume, and then we take that additional leg higher, and then you can see the volume supporting. So that's a big time genuine move. That's exactly what we want to see here in the strong names, and if you're looking for a specific breakout. So I'm going to look for a small scalp on this one. Start really small here, guys, and look for the continuation and just follow the strength. I mentioned the market is overly extended right now, in my opinion, but if the lagging names want to pick up, we can most definitely take an additional move higher. Sharif, give me a second. I want to kind of put in some stops here if you don't.
Yeah, of course.
If you don't mind.
STFUFFS. I love your name. And like I looked at it immediately, and like immediately came to me what it meant. So shout out to you. Can't say those words, obviously. Get that. $5 super chat. Thank you very much, my man. Tesla bull flag getting ready to launch. 354.62 is the next resistance. The 20 exponential moving average is at 351.71 and could be the trigger to go. Let's have a look at TSLA. Not really my wheelhouse, but I'll do it for you because I like your name. So let's load up TSLA over here. Excuse me. So I don't know off what time frame you're charting, but you said the 20 is at 351.71. So it's certainly not on the 5. Let's go to the 1. Let's see. So 351.71. Yeah, you're definitely charting on the 1 there, which is cool. I mean, I have no problem with that. I just happen to like charting on the 5. In any event, Tesla has been an absolute monster off the 10 EMA on the 5. Let's just increase that thickness over here. We'll go 3, so you can kind of see that. Yeah, this is a fantastic look for Tesla today. It had a bit of a tougher last few days, that is, and finding a nice bit of a bid today. 362.58. I mean, I don't know how you feel about this, Joe. Tesla possibly taking out highs. STFU saying basically 354.62 is the next resistance level there. Let's look at that. 354.62. So I don't know what you're seeing. Maybe this area over here, 354.62. You're kind of getting the line of best fit on Friday's pre-market price action. I'm not sure, are you using fibs or what are you using to base that exit on or that area of resistance? Let me know. But either way, Tesla is money buy off the 10 EMA. That's where I would pick it up and look for a trend continuation there. If it loses the 20, then I would be out. The money fills feel like they're somewhere in between the 10 and the 20. And you can kind of see that with this doji candle there at 1150. That would money fill. If you got filled around, 350. Couple of bucks in the money there. So let me know how it goes, my man. Shout out to you. Great name there. Ozan saying 355.44 will be resistance. Ozan disagreeing with you, STFU. Have a look at what he's saying there. Wisp away. Did I hear increase thickness? Drop it low. All right. I'm just talking about the thickness of the moving average on the chart. Let's not get carried away.
The other thick there.
Yeah. We're taking prints over here, Joseph, on VG. This one continues to go higher. An aggressive name today on VG, up almost 20% now. It's been a beauty off the tower. The volume weighted average price just took a print there above 14. Now the next level, I'm actually waiting at the level that it was showing on the ask side of the level 214.09. The high of the day is 14.10. But we didn't cross, so didn't get the print there. So keep my eye out on that. But it's really FSEL that's going to make or break now because we just got the ad on FSEL at the volume weighted average price. So this is, it either moves up or we take the L on the day. So FSEL up 12 1/3, but well off the highs, guys. And decision time here. Decisions. All right, yeah. One was just made right there. Nice little breakout. Another scalp on these potential fake breaks here, guys. I like that one there on Amazon. We might continue in this move, but I'm going to wait for a pullback, a retest of some of these levels, and then get myself a better entry, maybe even below the volume weighted average price. So we just took 2 small scalps there on Amazon and Google, but Google heading right back towards the higher end of that range there, guys. So you can see that displayed right there, right where I get out. But we're knocking on this door multiple times, and we can't seem to punch through just yet. I'm not saying that it won't happen. There's a chance that it is, but I want to see the volume slowly start to pick up there. The OG Darwin saying that there is Microsoft antitrust news. Here it is. Oh. Exclusive. French watchdog likely to rule on quant request by September and on whether to start Microsoft probe. Sources say Quant has asked France antitrust regulator to take action against Microsoft for allegedly driving down the quality of the French search engines results via Microsoft's Bing platform. People with direct knowledge of the matter said Quant, which has historically relied on Microsoft's Bing platform, wants a regulator to take interim action against the U.S. tech giant while investigating its complaint, their sources said. This really interesting headline, obviously yet another antitrust push by regulators against the Mag 7. My only interesting, sorry to interrupt you, by the way. Yeah, no, my only interesting thing about this is that Donald Trump has made it very clear in his negotiations with Europe, he wants European regulators to lay off American companies and stop taxing them by taking these regulatory, legislative, or litigation against them. So whether or not this is going to be something that it continues on or it ends with a trade deal between the two trading blocks is going to be interesting over here. Obviously, probably a little bit of leverage. Now, this has been launched in the ongoing negotiations between the European Union and the United States. I think Adira has some more information for us.
She got some more stuff for us there, brother.
So basically what happened here is going back to mid-February 2025, so a couple months ago, this was initially reported here by Reuters, just to give you guys some background on the story. So basically the report was that the French antitrust agency, which is the Autorité de Concurrence, would be investigating Microsoft with regards to Bing Access. So now it just sounds like the company that led or spurred on this action, which is of course called Quant, they want interim action. So while we have this French agency deciding whether or not they even want to probe, the extent of the probe, this Quant is basically saying we want action now in the meantime while the investigation takes place. And it sounds like, according to this Reuters report, this one that just came out now, it doesn't even sound like the probe has even begun. It sounds like they're going to be waiting until September to rule on this request from Quant and whether or not they even want to look into the company in the first place. So this doesn't sound, at least in the immediate term, particularly bad for Microsoft, guys. Back to you.
Yeah, it feels like it's a little bit light there. And it's on top of that, it's a French regulator. I don't mean to disrespect France, but it's not all of Europe. It's not the European regulator on behalf of all the jurisdictions. So we'll have to see how that goes. Joseph, shout out to Benton, man.
Shout out,
Benton, you called out this one. Shout out to you, my man. VG keeps on going here. We just took out the high of the day by a substantial amount. I think we were 14.10 high day. We just got into 22s, and this thing keeps going. It does not have a red candle since 11:20. It is 12:33. That is an hour and 13 minutes of no red candle on VG. On the 5, of course. I don't know what is happening on the 1 or the 3, but this thing is on one right now. What a move up by VG, the nat gas adjacent name. They do have a headline, so keep your eye out on this one. And it's a steady state one. You're not having to have your emotions all over the place because it moves up 50 pennies, drops, 30. It's kind of just a higher high, higher low situation. So shout out to you, my man. 14.23 high day, Joseph, looking to go more.
Yeah, good look there. And this is what I was referring to earlier, guys. Like some of the big names kind of lagging. I know we've seen the likes of Tesla and Nvidia trending throughout the whole session, but then we had Apple, Amazon, and Google just trailing everyone else. And then you can see them start to break some of these resistance zones and head towards the high day. Apple just put in a new high day trading at 203.61. And this is what I was referring to when you have them, these big names slowly trailing the overall market, and then they start to pick up steam. Look what happens to the Qs. That's exactly what I want to see.
He's done. I can't wait for Timofino to lock all over him.
Is it locked though?
It is. So guys, Devin Haney, Timofino Lopez locked in August 16th, 2025.
Hey,
can you guess where?
Just
guess where. You only need one guess.
Madison Square.
No, come on now. Who's running business right now?
Is it over there?
It's over there. It's in Saudi.
Yeah, there we go.
August 16th is going to be a great one.
You know who? They said that they wanted Connor Ben to fight Devin Haney.
I think Timofino is gonna.
He's gonna.
We saw Timofino on the Ryan Garcia card on the Friday.
The best performer
by far. By far. Came in jacked. Came in fast, looking like aggressive. I like that action. He's gonna poop all over Devin Haney.
Prime Tio. I always believed he was going to. I thought he had the ability to beat Gervonta. But then he kind of just took a kind of like a.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I think
Gervonta
he was the biggest threat. His defense is kind of trash, But I mean, who am I to say that or anything like that? But I mean, I thought Tio was going to be that one. Yeah, I thought Tio was going to be the guy to face Tank and beat him. But
a lot of the guys like Canelo, I think he faced Mayweather a little too early in his career. I think he maybe
Canelo.
Yeah, remember?
Yeah,
fought him in 09 or something like that, and it was just like way too early. He always complains about that too. So.
I don't think regardless, I don't think anybody's going to beat Floyd. I actually
not in his prime. No,
I've been like utmost respect for Floyd as of
goodness, yes.
Yeah, he's
I didn't like his attitude. I'm just gonna be for a long time.
I didn't think he was that good at talking ish.
No, but like he played the bad guy really well. Like he was, it was always about like Money Mayweather. He switched from Pretty Boy Floyd to Floyd Money, and I was like, I just didn't like that. Then when I started boxing and I started fighting out of the shell, and then you start watching the videos to kind of understand,
so
you just have a whole new respect.
You're a Philly guy?
The Philly shell, of course. Yeah. So like how he does it. And I told you yesterday, that's why I was watching Broner as well. But Broner is just hot garbage.
Yeah, Broner, he did. I don't even. See, that's the thing. I'll give myself credit where it's due. I like to like shell. So if I'm against a shorter opponent, shell all day. But then I have no issues with Dimitri beveling it and just going.
Yeah, so you can go like this out of the shell as well.
Yeah.
Especially if you want to square up. Yeah, exactly.
Off the shoulder, and everything we get.
You don't have to be in the shell the entire time.
No. You don't have to shell the whole entire time. Wow. What a breakout here on Amazon, guys. A big time move there. 207.40 we were in, and then you can see that we took that additional leg higher. Apple's still climbing, putting in a new high a day, and now we're heading towards the wick highs there on Amazon. Nvidia taking an additional leg higher. Microsoft breaking through some of these resistance zones there, Sharif. Tesla put in a new high a day as well, too. So, I mean, if you're looking to short it right now, you're going to have to be extremely patient in order to get involved in some of these names. I mean, we took 2 attempts on the SQs, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to be trying to short this market anymore, and look what's happened. I mean, imagine I was just bag holding these positions. That would not be fun. My whole day would be wiped out, and I don't want to be doing that. I want to stick to the system. I have definitive stops. We stuck to them, and that's why we still have a green day, and then we take 2 nice little scalps there on Google and on Amazon as well, too. Now I do believe that we are starting to reach that extreme extension standpoint, so I will be waiting for some key indecision points, but I'm going to be waiting for an A++. You can see I took 2 stabs at it already. I'm not going to be just throwing some YOLO shots in the air. I want to see an isolated candle print via a hammer or some form of doji, and then I want to see extreme stopping volume telling me, hey, take this short. If I see anything less than that, I will not be taking any more moves against this market. Pug Life.
Yeah, great.
Just sharing some of the profits from Nvidia and CRWV call option swings that closed today. Keep doing what y'all do. Pug Life, much love, brother. Thank you for that $50 super chat. That is big time. And then I think we have someone gifting memberships as well too out here, Sharif.
Oh,
Bob the dog. That. Bob the dog, welcome.
Get it, Bob.
I mean, Bob's been in here for a while there, guys. So shout out to Bob himself. Let's see what else I got today. No shorting, Joseph. Buy the dips all day. It looks like 2NY. I mean, that's what we did there on Amazon and Google. I took 2 attempts on these Qs, and I'm like, what am I doing? Let's find some longs, and we found Google and Amazon there. Scott Thompson, can we take a look at the Qs, please? I don't know what the next level is here, for sure. I mean, not too long ago, we were only 3% off of the all-time highs. So let's zoom out, first of all, there, Scott, and see where we're sitting at. Bang. We just punched through some key resistance zones right there. 525 and change. We break that. We're now at the top end of this range, probably less than 3% off the all-time highs now, guys. 2 and 1/5 roughly. So there we go. We're not far off it. This is the move. And now I said that we're not going to see an all-time high this year. Am I more wrong? Absolutely. The market is absolutely zooming off of Liberation Day lows. So here it is, man. I can't really complain whatsoever. Don't fight the trend unless you have that A++ setup. Be patient. Wait for those precise entries, and then sure enough, you'll be able to find
Jarhead Trader. Sorry to interrupt, Joseph.
Yeah, what do you say?
Eyes on NVTS. Here it is. Navitas Semiconductor shares trading higher after the company announced it's entered a partnership with Brightloop for hydrogen fuel cell charge. Okay. Now it's all making more sense. That's why they're running en masse like this. Okay, so there is some sort of let's call it semi-catalyst. So NVTS is the ticker. They're not exactly a small cap gapper. They're about $1.25 billion market cap. They've done a fair amount of shares. I'm talking about NVTS. I'll show you the chart in a second. 65.2 million shares traded on the day. So let's have a look at this one and see what the chart looks like over here. Let me just load this up. One moment, please. Okay, just 1 second, Adara. I'll throw it to you in 1 second. Just going to look at the technicals on NVTS. Look, it did breach the 10 and the 20. It was a little consolidative, I want to say, during the midday over here. Let's just say from basically 10:15 till about 12:20. So a couple of hours of, let's just say, mostly consolidation. And to me, I observe this to be a hard trade. Why do I say that? Because it really didn't show respect for any of the levels off which I would have gotten in. Not the 10, not the 20, not VWAP, nor the whole dollar level. So to me, NVTS, I'm not saying I'm staying away from it, but it's a bit of a tougher one to decipher from a technical sense, at least intraday. Adara, give us more information on this, please.
I just want to provide a little bit of context. So that story came out, it was published right at 8:30. As some of these news briefs often are on Benzinga, so it came out just about an hour before the open. But Navitas also had a bit of a catalyst last week with Nvidia, or I guess 2 weeks ago now. I was on I think it was the day before I left, so it would have been May 21st. I was on the market recap with Neil. And at that point, we actually did get a little bit of a catalyst for NVTS, and it had to do with, I guess, an NVIDIA-related partnership there. So NVTS, this is not its only catalyst. It does have some other steam behind it, for lack of a better term, and it has a 21% short vote as well. Back to you.
Much for that, Adara. Always giving us the context we need and the information we need. Shout out to Adara. Yeah, look, interesting look on NVTS. Again, though, as I just finished saying, to me, the technicals are a little harder to digest and to figure out what it's doing. So great move, just not for me on the day. Going to stick to what we're doing over here. Wolf seems to be defending the volume weighted average price. I don't want to say it's on its last leg because it's had support here or it's had respect, for the volume weighted average price. It's F-Cell that now is on its last leg. 548, I get stopped out. It's showing me 551, so we're going to keep an eye on that. We're going back to Adara. We have breaking news.
Ticker I haven't said in a while here, Sharif. DJT, this one pushing into day's highs. Now, if you're wondering why, I'm not seeing a source for this yet, but it looks like there is a report here suggesting that Donald Trump, or I guess his company, his brand, is going to be launching branded crypto wallets and trading application. Apparently, the goal of this is to encourage supporters to purchase his meme coin, which would be the Trump coin, and other crypto assets. So Donald Trump breaking into the branded crypto game, it sounds like it. As you can tell, traders of DJT very much are a fan. Back to you.
Buying?
Bro, we did the exact same reaction at the exact same time.
I just don't like it. Like, I like what he's doing policy-wise in so many other areas. I
just don't like his involvement.
I absolutely hate this meme coin thing that he's involving himself with. It stinks of conflict of interest, and it's not good for the crypto market, man. Where's Trump coin at? Relative to all-time highs? I don't know.
I don't even care.
Like, I hate this.
we can pull up Trump coin.
It's not for me, man.
Yeah, well, I told you guys about the story of my one buddy who decided to buy this because it's the next big thing, and I'm like,
no, it's not.
Like, all right, buddy. I mean, he is my buddy, but I mean, sure. To each their own. I don't even.
Your friend bought Trump coin?
Yeah, I told you. Yeah.
TR.
Oh yeah. Hello.
There you go. Where are we at?
Trump coin.
Come on, show yourself, Trump coin.
Yeah, $11.55 with
show the people
with an all-time
this
high.
Great looking chart.
Yeah, and what's that one guy who won? There's I forget the guy's name who won the dinner. He's the largest holder of Trump coin. I think he's like a Japanese individual. But here it is. He's got like $2 million in this thing or something like that. I mean, if you got cash like that to throw around,
I think he threw
200. Yeah. No way.
There was a guy there.
No
the range
way.
was 500,000. The range for people who got invite. I think the the least invested was $500,000. I think the dude you just mentioned was 200.
200 million?
I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong.
What kind of cash you got? Justin's son. That's his name. Yeah, I mean.
There you go, Justin.
China.
Yeah, he's from China. I know. I didn't want to.
What does he have? 200 million or 20
I'm pretty
maybe.
sure. I don't know.
It was somewhere. It had a 2 in front of it. I know that. But I don't know, Sharif. If you had that type of cash, would you be throwing it at Trump coin?
No, man. No, I wouldn't be. And I get the attraction. He's president. You know, things run up. But like, that's not really why people are getting into crypto. Go ahead. Absolutely, Andre. Is it ready? Is now? Okay, absolutely. Let's talk about easy trading computers. Guys, traders, are you ready to fully optimize the computer you use for trading every day? I know I am. Well, Easy Trading Computers and Trader TV have teamed up to bring you an exclusive sale on the world's most powerful AI-ready computers for trading. This limited time desktop and laptop sale includes exclusive performance upgrades, bonus gear, and 0% financing. That's attractive in and of itself. And it's only for Trader TV viewers. Yay! Scan that QR code, enter your email address, and unlock access before it's gone. This exclusive sale is ending June 12th at 5 p.m. sharp Eastern. So you scan that QR code or click the link in the description to find out more. Shout out to the great folks there at Easy Trading Computers. I remember when I first started trading, I had this old MacBook Pro. It was like a 2013, I think, and this was 2020, so 7 years deep, right?
7 years deep.
It couldn't handle Trader Workstation.
There's
It
no way.
could not.
Oh man,
No,
my
bro.
MacBook, I got it in 22, I think. My MacBook can't handle
No?
it whatsoever. No.
Oh, but did you
Unparalleled.
increase the RAM like I showed you how?
No, I
That's
never
the trick.
increased
I'll
the
show you the
RAM.
trick.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
On parallels, it can't hold it.
No, eh?
No.
It's
So
like,
I have
that's
to
the
run
thing.
it on actual iOS. So.
Yeah.
So-
So I ended up getting a gaming computer.
Yeah,
I just ended up getting a gaming
same.
computer. I'm like, okay.
Same.
Well, that's just what's going to run the
I have a
best.
Ryzen 5 with 1 terabyte SSD.
That's
I think.
badass.
Yeah.
That's
It's-
badass.
yeah,
You got an SSD?
Yeah.
So it's super quick
Super
then.
quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, your Kendo, New York City. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Much respect to you guys. Great content as always. CNBC got nothing on you. Everyone, let's get the likes up. Joseph,
Yeah,
I
let's get-
forgot to talk about that. I told myself
I didn't even look
I
at
would
it
remember
yesterday.
the likes, and I always forget. So guys, in case you're wondering why I want the likes, forget about what I want. Tell him, Kat.
Like and subscribe today.
We miss Kat. And in case you guys are really old viewers, do you guys remember this guy?
If you don't
You remember
like
this
the video
guy?
right now, subscribe to
He's
the
gonna
channel.
dunk on you.
Might dunk on you.
Get it, Feifei. Shout out to Fahad.
Yeah, he never did it.
He never did, eh? Yeah, Fabian, because like he's caught like midstream there. We don't even see the arm.
You don't even. Oh
coming,
my days,
coming
Google
forward.
is just gone now. Wow.
Take it over, baby.
Yeah,
Take it
Google.
over.
We're gonna get those likes and subscribes up though, guys. Just do us a solid. I'm looking at about 533, not quite 10% yet. Let's get to 20%. 1K likes. What should we do for 1,000? I'm not. Actually, I shouldn't even go down that road. Sorry about that. But I mean, here we go in Google. Nice big time breakout. But guys, let's get those likes to 1,000. 1,000 likes. That's not asking much. 5,000 of you. All you gotta do is just click this little button right here. Does the channel a solid. And I don't know how many they
You
got
have the
on
option
there.
to like and subscribe. This trade has unlimited
there you go.
upside.
All right. You know what I mean? Yeah. Sitting in my b-boy stance, feeling bored. Yeah. I know you used to do a little breakdancing back in the day too. No, Sharif?
What?
You said you used to do a little breakdancing.
Oh God, yeah. You want to see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, you got videos?
Oh yeah.
All right, let's go. There you go. Hey, there it is. 1,000 likes. We get Sharif's breakdancing videos. I used to be able to do the worm and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That's like
basics,
stuff.
guy. That's
Basic stuff.
basic.
Yeah. Other than that.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Here he is
this guy-
again.
This guy
with
said
liability.
this multiple times.
Don't read it out loud
not.
until we vetted it. You know what, Big Spile? I like you so much. On a different day, not today, I would have been reading that in an accent. And you know which accent, because you're writing it like it needs to be read in an accent. You joker. Shout out to Big Spile. Appreciate you, brother. China, very good country. Very good food, excellent leader. Shocked a Chinese man owns the most DJT coin. Can you say back channel at the dinner? Big Spile, he's in a trade war with them. Are you not noticing what's going on here? Like Donald Trump is not pro-China. I disagree with that completely. but I know how you feel about these type of things. So as always, my man, I respect your opinion, but I disagree. Okay, I don't like though the meme coin thing. That's part and part separate from the whole China issue there. But yeah, I mean,
Don't be rude.
I think he could be doing things in crypto a lot better than launching his own coin.
Be more efficient and then launching his own coin.
I don't think that that's the best move.
So what do you think?
Kind of like a rug pull type thing, like with these meme coins.
I'm
not saying he's
would be a
rug
bigger move, be more of a Bitcoin.
like pop your own exchange. Get into the exchange game. Rival some of these companies like yeah, exactly. Why does it have to be through the meme coin types of?
Well, I mean, we got Robin Hood.
For me.
I don't want too much competition against my good friend Robin Hood there.
Well, I mean, it's healthy competition is okay. I'm not saying Robin Hood loses the battle, right? But you know.
No. I think they've got a solid base, right? We've seen some of their numbers for the while. Man, this Google trade is going insane. Yeah, we can do VinFast, guys. Keep an eye on this Google tape. It is extremely strong and continuing to move. I talk about lagging names starting to pick up steam. Wow, absolutely amazing stuff right here. Don't be shorting this stuff just yet, guys.
Okay.
All right, let's check it out here. Are we ready? All right. VinFast shines at Indonesia Auto Show. VinFast stole the spotlight at the 2025 Indonesian International Motor Show in Surabaya, grabbing 4 major awards. The VF3 was named the best EV city car with 89% of 50,000 public votes, beating out Chinese and Japanese rivals. It was also the most driven car at the event. The VF6 picked up favorite new car launch praise for its sleek design and smart tech. VinFast buzz is growing fast in Indonesia, Southeast Asia's largest and fastest growing EV market. Surabaya. Hopefully I didn't. Did I say that?
What'd you do?
Surabaya. Is that how you say it?
Oh.
I don't know. I don't even know.
Tell him, Neil.
Tell him, Neil.
4:30, Neil.
Ooh, 4:30.
Okay. Neil's doing a video promo there. I'm just trying to get my TikTok video, so if you want to keep going there,
we'll keep going there. I was thinking of something else. I had something on the top of mind and slipped it here now.
What happened?
But we'll figure it out. Oh yeah, I wanted to talk a little bit about this boxing match here, but we got plenty of time to that there, guys. So I mean, let's see what we got going on. Can we pull up my screen here momentarily?
Pull it up, baby.
Yeah, pull it up there.
Pull up. Get it, Adara.
So yeah, there we go. Yeah, I mean, a scalp there on Google, but I mean, the move was continued. So a little bit of a missed trade on that one, but it is what it is. We accepted our fate. We took that move. I didn't see the volume start to pick up how I wanted, so I got out. That's okay. Let's see what else we can find. I mean, Tesla continuing to climb higher. I know Sharif was talking about that with an individual in the chat. But what I did was I wanted to pull up the chain to see what we got going on. And I mean, 360. All right, yeah. Yard sale. Yard sale. What, yard sale? Yeah, it's a yard sale. That's what you got to do. All right, yeah. Oh, we got something hot. No, Sharif, don't do it. Don't play it.
Why not?
Don't play it, brother.
Should I play the VWAP video instead? I know that one's a lot better.
No, it's not. That's not what I'm getting at. There. What I'm getting at is if we don't have 1,000 likes, we can't play the video.
Oh.
We're not asking for much. Just 1,000 likes.
Yeah, guys, let's get that like count up. Come on, guys.
1,000 likes, and then we get to see Sharif's breakdancing video. Oh. I think that's a fair trade-off.
I have better videos too. This is the only one that I actually, because I was at my parents' house and they were playing home videos when my sister came up from California, so we played some old stuff. So I just took out the cam phone, recorded a little bit, but there's actually better sequences.
What year is it?
You'll see. It's tagged.
Well, I don't know. We'll see. We got to get 1,000 likes.
Yeah, well, we got to get 1,000 likes before we got that, man. I mean, that's kind of crazy right now.
You know what's funny? So when I guess I was maybe just a teenager, 12, 13. At the time, and I wanted a camcorder, so I got a camcorder for one of my birthdays, and then that's what I started making videos. Yeah, so like I have a collection of me and my buddies doing like stunts and like crash videos at like 12, 13 on the camcorder, and we used to make like skateboarding videos and stuff like that.
Fantastic. That was all working up to the VWAP video. There was all a lead up to it, baby.
All the lead up to the VWAP video there. Yeah, exactly. All those years of recording.
Now, what did you guys do? Did you guys do skating? growing.
Oh, dude, you don't even understand. So like, I had like apple trees in the back of my in my backyard. So like, we put a piece of plywood. This is one of the videos, and like we jumped off the tree into the plywood. Yeah, it was like stunts, and like we had bikes, and we would run into each other and like just do crazy stuff at that age. And honestly, if I would have, I didn't know too much about YouTube, but I feel if I would have started to post those videos, I could have been like Jake Paul or Logan.
Especially in the beginning. It's like when it was like organic. Yeah, 100%, bro.
Yeah,
a lot of people did make it that way, though, didn't they?
It was like organically,
way.
and it's funny. If I want to watch some of those videos because they're most definitely interesting. But how many likes we got here now? 831.
Shout out to Big Spile, man. Sharif, when are you posting that manscaping video? When we get $100 super chat, I'll throw that on there, and only from you, Big Spile, nobody else.
Video?
No, I'll make one.
Oh, okay, all right.
What's the deal with Holo? 1 second, Andre. Holo, I want to mention, guys, MCTR. This is one that we had on our side chart today. I took it off because it was trading below the volume weighted average price. It has since rocketed up, taking out all the previous area highs. It is halted at 1287. Shout out to Scott H. Thank you for pointing that out. 163% halted at 1287. Sorry to keep you waiting, Adara.
No problem there. Just wanted to let you guys know. Here is the NASDAQ near day's highs. Fed's Cook set to begin speaking at 1 p.m. Now, I was seeing on Trump's schedule tentatively there was maybe a press conference here with White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. I haven't heard any updates on that, so unclear if that's happening, but I'll let you guys know if that does occur. What I do know is happening for sure is Fed's Cook commenting here at 1 p.m. So just be aware. In a couple minutes, here we're going to start getting some Fed speak. Back to you.
I'm satisfied with the 850 likes we got. Should we play the video?
Assassino, let me know when it's ready. But Assassino, can we play the music with it as well, so that it goes a little bit? What's that, Ramram?
Depends what it is. Mike, please.
Yeah, Mike. Well, even though if it's like a sample, right? So we should be okay. We're not going to play the entire song
so it's
there.
Posted. It's TikTok age. Okay.
So this is what you're going to see, something called the windmill.
The windmill. Oh, okay. So
I'm sure you know what the windmill is. Yeah. So the idea here, the windmill you can get into from many variations. The one that I started with there was on the ground, so you kind of kick your leg up, generate power, and then you spin. But you can get into the windmill through other moves, like the shuffle, or it's called the frog. It sounds stupid, but it's actually called the frog. Or you can actually be standing up, doing the standing up shuffle, and then jump in, roll off your shoulder into the windmill, and just kind of roll. It's kind of like almost like a tuck and roll for
So did you have like a posse? Did you have like a little b-boy
Yes, absolutely. So there was an area in my high school right under one of the main staircases. We would go hide because the teachers didn't want us to break dance because of liability issues,
you guys have
right?
to put the cardboard on the ground?
No, because it was what is it called? Tile. So it was decent, right? But my parents' house there, this is my old parents' house, my parents' old house, I mean. They don't live there anymore. I don't know, Assassino, are we ready to go? Okay. Almost. All right.
He continued. 898, another 100 to go. Let's get it, and then maybe we can get that video rolling faster. I am short.
We're good to
Tesla
go
for some reason. I don't know.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah,
there it is. Can we zoom in? Same hair. Look at that.
Okay.
Speed, baby, speed.
99.
Yeah, it was 99, my guy.
Let's go. That's crazy.
Thank you, Adara.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Now I'm gonna get better ones than that. I actually have like full ones. I have me doing like I could never actually execute the flare. Do you know what the flare is?
No.
I'll show a video super quick of what it is. So the flare was like what the gymnasts do, or whatever.
Yeah.
And that one was always harder because you had to generate speed with your legs like up in a V in the air and then catch yourself and your feet don't hit the ground. That one I couldn't execute, but I tried and I would like get 1.5. So there's a video of me doing that, and that was like my Achilles heel.
What are the chances of you being able to execute that now?
I can do the windmill still? But not with the same speed.
How you feeling after?
Okay.
All right. Solid.
The later I get too, like always in the summer, it's a lot easier than in the winter because it's just like carrying too much weight.
That's cool.
Thanks for sharing. The missus and I do a move. Yeah, okay, bro.
Yeah, bro. This guy.
He calls it, it's fine. I'm going to read it. The missus and I do a move called the wheelbarrow. Okay.
Right.
That's
All right.
great, bro.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to send a
guy.
video of me reading the comments to your kids. I'm sure they want to hear about that, right? Yeah, so when when things are clunking around in mommy and daddy's room, they know what's going on next time. Thanks for sharing. Boom. I don't have a filter, guys. Like, that's just how I am. I'm going to speak it real, and that's just kind of my modus operandi. Thanks for sharing, Tuan V. Thank you for the 1,000 UN Tuan Vo. Excuse me, not Tuan V. Shout out to you guys. I appreciate that. Nice comments from you guys there, by the way. Did 12-year-old Sharif have a mustache? No. He didn't.
Look,
and that was not 12. That was 16 in the video, bro.
It looked like you had a stash there, did you?
It was starting to come out. 16, It started coming out a little bit, right? MCTR open. I see it, Scott. I see it. It's open now. 1485 high a day on MCTR. Very aggressive move up here. Be careful with this one. Like many other names, it's nary got a red candle right now. So keep your eye on this one. Let's see what it does and whether it comes into a predictable level of support. Right now, I'd like it to drop a little bit closer to the 10 exponential on the 5 before I get in. But these are where the money entries are. And I've talked about this before. The way to trade these on the breakout like this is to look for a micro pullback to the lower end of the candle and then look for the break of the current candle high. That's 1485. We'll keep an eye out on this one. Let's see what happens, Joseph.
Nice. Okay, I'm just sending over. Did you have anything specifically you want to put on the poll? I got DJT, Google, and Test.
Whatever you want, throw it on.
All right, bro, throw it on there. We'll throw one more on there, and that is going to be the king. Bang. All right, there we go. Join the Olympics? Yeah, I mean, he looks like, oh yeah, you can go up against Raygun. I think you got a good chance against Raygun.
Bro, I don't think I could handle that kind of talent.
You can go up against Ray.
No, she's too good for me, bro. I mean, look, I don't think she was Olympic worthy, but I just don't like the kind of heat she was getting. She was getting crapped on from everybody. Obviously, you know what I mean?
Insane.
Like the poor woman, man. Just leave her alone.
Well,
Say that again, Adara?
They were really mean to her. I did not like it. Okay, She had a cute little name. Sure, there were some nepotism allegations. Not great, but you know what? She did something, and she was brave enough to do it on the world stage.
Adara, would you feel differently if she wasn't a nepo baby?
I would. I mean, like I said, I'm sympathetic either way. I think the sympathy probably for everybody would go up, and I would actually argue she'd probably get slightly less heat if she wasn't an argument. Okay, nepo baby's a little bit more complicated because we're through her husband, but I digress. Either way, yeah, I think people are mean, so people probably would have been mean regardless, unfortunately.
Boom. Just shut the door and make sure to like and subscribe, guys.
There you go. Yeah, I mean, there you go. Tough competition with Raygun there. So you gotta keep your eyes on that one. All right, guys. I'm short Tesla. Your ribbon down below says TSL under short. Yes, exactly. It does. It does say that epic strategy. I am short Tesla off of these highs. Small size, guys. Just putting something on kind of for you. And to see if we can get this move back towards the volume weighted average price. I mean, we're in this all day trend. Amazon heading back towards the volume weighted average price. Microsoft couldn't sustain that breakout. And Apple giving back some of that gain, some of those gains that some of the grounded gains, not too long ago. So we can see if we can get a move back towards VWAP. And in 360, there's a little bit of open interest there on Tesla. I know we're not there just yet, but I do like that 5-minute indecision print that I'm seeing. Is it an isolated signature? Not quite, but I mean, we are extremely extended off of VWAP. You get a nice solid print right there on this doji candle, looking for this move back. I think this will be a good target, 351 roughly. Even if it wants to get there, I think maybe 352 actually would be that first target where you would see a potential bounce, even if we get to those specific levels. So again, tight risk, not gonna hold on to these. We keep taking these stabs on the short. They're not working, but we take some scalps to the long side. They seem to be working. So this will be another attempt on the short side. Is it going to come to fruition? Maybe, possibly. I think we have to be patient. But if I can see that steam and the momentum start to pick up here in Tesla to the downside, there might be an add opportunity, but I'm willing to get out relatively quick just because I am counter trending there, Sharif.
All right, guys, keeping an eye. I'm stopped out of CATX over here, so we'll keep an eye out on that. Look, it came into the volume weighted average price and it lost VWAP. VWAP. So that is of no longer of interest to me. So we ended up stopping out. I did give back a little bit over here. So originally we entered in at 310, but don't forget we added at 327 on that move up, and it didn't end up giving me more than one out, so we'll give back a little bit right now, sadly, on CATX, but I'm keeping my eye on that. But it's been the VG show literally all day. This one did dip down aggressively into that 1390. I didn't add, though. I was waiting to see whether or not this one wanted to make it back to VWAP. It didn't hold up at the 10. For whatever reason, it found support at the 20. So not an area that I had predicted, full stop. So in any event, we're trying to work back into highs right now. We're still well below that 1432 high. We'll keep an eye out on that. 1432, we're showing 1412 right now. So we'll keep tabs on that. It's though, what's it called? Wolf, which has also been a bit of a problem for me at the moment. Let's see where Wolf's at. There it is. Yeah, look, this one looks like it's going to flat bottom break. So I think I'm just going to get out of this one. I've got, what do I have on Wolf here? I've got 40s on. I've got 39s right now. I can get out at 39s. This one is just not for me, sadly, at this level, because it's put in basically lower highs on every successive crest since making that 147 high. It's at $1.38 right now. It's found support at VWAP a lot of times, which is why it has me feeling like this is a flat bottom break candidate. We know what a flat bottom break is in technical analysis terms. It's a descending wedge with that same area low, but lower highs on every successive area crest. And this is giving up the ghost right now. So I don't think that this is going to be the winning trade that I wanted. I think I'm going to flatten out here and see what comes of this. But yeah. Interesting one here. Pug Life, I still have my rig and vinyl. I love it, man. Shout out to my old buddy as well, who used to be exactly what you were saying, Pug Life. He was like the DJ anytime there were parties or anything like that, and I want to like bust out my breakdancing moves. Damn. He would be DJ Ruckus was his name. Shout out to my man Ash. That's his like actual name in real life. So yeah, those were good times. Trading today for tomorrow. Neil, Joseph, Adara, Sharif, Obi. Where's Sean in this whole thing? Trading for tomorrow. You forgot about him? Appreciate you all. You make trading so much fun. Thank you. I appreciate that. Trading today for tomorrow. Kind words from you, my man. Appreciate that. All class there. Tisha, I hadn't seen you in the chat all day, Tisha. What's going on, man? Good to have you back. It's small cap gapper season, Tisha, in case you haven't noticed. So many big movers today. We'll keep tabs on all of them. Joseph, what do you got over there?
Yeah, I'm in this short. As soon as Tesla breaks this high, I'm out of this trade, guys. I mean, it's the longs that I've been working throughout the day. I know Epic Strategy said, isn't it a long? And I'm like, I don't know. We're slightly extended, and I want to see if we can get a move back. But you can see, look how aggressive the tape is. And now we're heading back towards the high of day, looking like with this momentum that we might put in a new one here. So as soon as we crack and sit above it, then I'll get out of it. Starting really small. I did put on a little bit more size than what I wanted to, that I was comfortable with, but nothing to really cry home about anyways. If we get stopped out, we'll still hold on to 90% of the gains of the day. So that's exactly what we got going on here with this Tesla. And I mean, if we fail to construct a new high, that's just going to put more conviction within my setup, all right? So that's exactly what I'm waiting for. If it looks like it wants to continue to climb into 1570s, then maybe we get out. But as long as we don't construct a new high, then I think this short might come into play. 1550 is going to be the primary target on TSLA. Let's see what Adara's got for us.
Just be aware here. We have comments coming from Feds Goolsby and Feds Cook, and they're both pretty kind of cautious here. Feds Goolsby has been notably, I would say, kind of hawkish as of late, saying that there is likelihood that we could see a direct tariff effect on prices within a month. So, but Feds Goolsby also saying at the same time here that these slowdown related to tariffs might not show up for a while in the data. So prices, maybe within the month, within the data, it might take a little bit longer. But we also have Feds Cook saying that there is some evidence that trade policy is now affecting the economy and that this might actually make it harder to get inflation lower. So slightly different comments there in terms of what they're viewing as the timeline. Both Feds Cook and Feds Goolsby are certainly seeing some impacts here starting to show soon, if not currently, with regards to how these trade policies and tariffs are impacting the economy. Back to you.
For sure. We're going to do the Playmaker poll, and then we're going to hop into the news there, because I know
that's good.
what we like to do. So we're going to make sure. Okay, so actually no, I'm not gonna do that.
What's up?
I was gonna say at 100 data points, I was thinking that we do do it via options contract, but with a $1.50 stop and then a $3 target, because you need to give that variance kind of in there. So maybe we'll do that. I was thinking about that last night, but
that's fair.
I think that'd be fun. I mean, we can start calculating some things in a different way. All right, yeah. Talk to me. We're going long today.
Okay.
Surprisingly, all the way up here, but let's rock and roll here, guys.
596.59.
596.59.
And then we're taking profits at 598.59.
598.59.
And then we're going to get stopped out at 595.59.
59. There we go. And it is 110. It's 110. Austin 316. Today is the third.
Yep. All right.
Yeah,
so let's start.
Let's cook up there. 98 there, Sharif. 98,
Yes, sir. Okay.
98,
Okay.
Yeah.
I like it.
I don't know who's 98 in sports, but
98 in sports. I feel like I should know this. 98. Neil even's like
98.
having trouble with that. That means I'm definitely not going to know it.
Okay. McDavid's 97. Oh, is Connor Bedard 98? Hey.
Neil says yes. There you go. Nice.
Yeah, let's go. All right.
I looked it up.
Did you look it up? Did you just type it in that quick? And then it was Bedard, right? Hey,
Hold on. Oh, Neil's coming in. You got.
I don't want anyone to get the idea that I was confirming Connor Bedard wears 98 because I know anything about hockey. Like, I literally, I'm like, 98? I'm thinking just like Sharif. I'm like, who wears that number? I had to search it because I knew it would be a hockey guy, and I'm not going to be able to get that one. If it's a different sport, you know. But
what's wrong with knowing?
I'm not one Canadian. There's another thing that happens. Like, when I was in Budapest, like, when you tell people you're Canadian, they're like, oh, so you like hockey? I just smile and I'm like, yeah, lots of Canadians love hockey. You know, obviously, I love Maple Leafs, all that stuff. But come on, man, like, we don't all skate. We don't all love hockey. It's just crazy.
Oh, there you go.
Nick Bosa.
Oh yeah, Nick
Bosa.
That's right. Good luck.
I don't know who BJ Raji is.
Or Jalen.
I'm kidding. Of course, I
don't know
who he is.
Jalen Carter is.
He is a 6-time NFC championship.
Go Tesla.
Packers. Hey.
DJ Raji.
Yeah. Packers.
What do you play?
I think he nose tackle. 98. You can kind of
remember. Oh, 98.
You can always tell who what numbers they are.
Yeah.
But kind of the new kids have changed that a little bit. A lot of the receivers don't want to wear 80s. They want to wear single digits, or like in the teens now, 14, 15.
What's up with that?
I don't know, bro. It's college or whatever they're doing. All right, let's do the news, guys. Let's talk a little bit about Meta, because this is a big headline today, not specifically for Meta, but for the company that they signed the agreement with, AKA Constellation Energy. Adara, I'm going to throw it up to you after I'm done this, because I want you to show everybody your trade, because she had an absolute banger on this one. We're just going to do this one first, and then we'll take a quick pause to see Adara's trade. So Meta signed a 20-year agreement with Constellation Energy to purchase about 1.1 gigawatts of nuclear power from their Clean Energy Center out in Illinois, starting in June 2027, so we're a couple of years down the road. The deal secures the entire output from Clinton's single reactor and prevents its potential closure. Good luck there. Terms of the deal were not disclosed, but it will be expanded upon and will increase its capacity apparently into 30 megawatts. Now, Meta won't actually use the power coming out of that nuclear reactor directly, but it will actually use it to offset the emissions via the regional grid. The agreement supports Meta's goal of achieving 100% clean electricity across all their operations. We'll have to see how long it takes them, but they're not the only Mag 7 name or company in general that's doing this whole push of teaming up with energy companies. Microsoft signed a 20-year deal. Remember that 3 Mile Island revival? That's Microsoft. Google, they've committed to funding 3 new nuclear sites, and they partnered with Kairos Power. Amazon invested $500 million into SMRs, small modular reactors, so this is very much in vogue right now. with big tech in general. So this is Meta's first nuclear energy agreement, although the company has previously sought proposals for between 1 to 4 gigawatts of nuclear generation. Meta's return, though, Meta remains in search of advanced nuclear partners, signaling continued investment in next-gen power. So good look for Meta at that time. Adira, show us that trade.
Thank you so much for that transition, Sharif. So basically, CEG here, this 330 level in the daily was pretty significant. So I was watching that. We get a bit of a bounce slightly below, I guess, that 327s. I initially tried this as a long, didn't work. It gave you basically right to view up. Then it came back. I lost less than half a risk unit on this. But then I started drawing this little trend line, right? Because we're trying to make these higher lows. So I thought if we break below this short-term trend line, I think it would be a short. So that does come into effect. I got short mid 330s, risking here to the top of this little shelf area, the 334 level, and it came in. So which was quite nice here. Took some out here. There's a bit of a stall at 324, arguably too early. Then we get another piece because this was a little bit of, I guess, a earlier level here, that 318s. Then we ended up getting stopped out here, 30-minute prior bars, all good. I'm short again here, but I think we'll probably get stopped out of this, just 15-minute prior bar. We were kind of sluggish. I thought maybe a little bit of a bear flag breakdown or the stiletto pattern, if you will. Who knows? Chilling, waiting to see what happens. And thank you, Sharif, for giving me that opportunity. Back to the Bash Brothers.
Dara.
Very nice there.
Yeah, obviously another very spready ticker that's down, obviously, Dara's wheelhouse, and he's been watching the show for a while. You know that is her kind of, that's her modus operandi. Yeah, so shout out to her.
That's her thing there.
Let's talk about hims and hers.
Okay, yeah, I was going to touch on...
No, you want to do your thing? Go ahead.
I was going to touch on Meta because you were talking about Meta not too long ago, the Sharif show. Just to chime in a little bit, just from that bottom that we've seen here, guys, we're up 40%, all right? So that's a big-time move here in Meta. And then off of those all-time highs after that move, we're only down less than 10%. Okay, so these are some big time recoveries we're seeing across the board in a lot of these Mag 7 names. That's just what I wanted to touch on from a technical standpoint with Meta.
All right, guys. Yeah, I see it, Tisha. MCTR is absolutely going. It's rejecting 15 though, so be careful with $15. Look to pick up MCTR on the micro pullbacks. Look for a break of 15. Shout out to Tisha. All right. Hims and Hers acquires Zava to fuel their global expansion. Well, if you're watching the show, you know Hims and Hers. You can get, weight loss medication. What else? I think you can get Viagra and all that other stuff. There are men's health stuff. Okay, hair stuff. This guy's pointing at it. You're killing me with that, bro. All right, man. So you can get some good stuff there from Hims. In other words, you can get that stuff you don't really want to go to your doctor for, and that's what Zava does out in Europe. So Hims and Hers announced the plan to acquire European telehealth platform Zava as part of its global expansion strategy. The deal hasn't closed yet. It's going to close mid-year, so we are mid-year, so I'm not sure how long we're going to be waiting here. Financial terms were not disclosed, but will be detailed later in future filings. The CEO of the company said the acquisition aims to accelerate their European growth and facilitate entry into new markets. Who can complain about that as long as they're profitable? And in fact, with this Zava expansion, they're going to be in Ireland, France, Germany, and they're already in the UK after picking up Honest Health back in 2021. So they've got a good foothold there in a lot of the bigger markets in Europe. Zava already has, though, 1.3 million active customers, which increases Him's total base there by about 50% to 3.7 million. Fantastic look there. They've been operational, Zava that is, since 2011, and they've developed strong infrastructure across Europe. So, at least prima facie, it looks like a good buy there. The CEO goes on to say that the European market actually offers them better pricing dynamics, and they also have fewer insurance provider complexities than they would in the United States, so maybe more administratively easy. He believes Hims can scale faster internationally than they can in the U.S., funny enough, due to favorable regulatory and economic environments. We'll have to see how that all plays out in real life. They will retain their name, Zava, that is, for a few quarters before fully being rebranded to Hims and Hers. The merger will integrate Zava's capabilities with Hims infrastructure while retaining local market familiarity in the short term. Anything with you, Joseph, before I go on to Apple?
Off of these lows here, Sharif, 164%. That is a big time return there in Hims. brother. So yeah, exactly. So from April to where we're currently sitting at the end of April to where we're currently sitting at 164%.
Not bad at all.
Yeah, that's not bad at all. I mean, down.
Assassino, can we show his?
We don't have it up here.
Yeah,
We
no
got to pull
problem.
up here. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a big move.
Yeah,
it's a big move.
Yeah,
there
we go. Bang. There we go. 164%, guys. Not too far off of those all-time highs. Let's see from a percentage metric exactly what we're sitting at right there to where we're currently trading at 24%. But I mean, 164 move off of the lows compared to a 24% move to where we're currently trading at. I will gladly take that off of the bottom.
Goodness,
that's a big time.
Very volatile stock.
Very extremely volatile. I mean, like, if you want to talk about it from a technical standpoint, we go from 72 all the way down to 25, right? So that's a 65% haircut. So if you could hold on to that, or you started to grab some shares down there, then you got to participate in that. But for me personally, 65%, I couldn't sit through that. I'm like, yeah, see you later.
All right. We're going to talk about the hot garbage Apple after we get back from Madeira.
Damn.
Yeah, we'll hear about the dead one very soon. I just want to let you guys know a little bit of a pop here in Tractor Supply Co. That is TSCO. This has like a 38% short flow, which I did not realize. But basically, I'm just seeing this circulate on X now. It looks like yesterday, a representative here, April McLean Delaney, filing here 3 new purchases of Tractor Supply Co. I looked into this. Looks like this was valued, I think it was seeing value here of around $1,000 to $15,000. So not a huge purchase, but this is significant because April McLean Delaney sits in the House Committee of Agriculture. Tractor Supply Co., of course, related to the agriculture space. So potential more, I guess, government insider trading here, sending TSCO with a little bit of a pop. Keep an eye on this name. Again, this was filed yesterday, but this is circulating around X right now. Back to you.
For that, Adair. All right, guys, Apple starts their worldwide developer conference, short form WWDC, obviously, on Monday. And AI likely will be the main theme, at least, that's what I'm guessing. So let's talk about what JP Morgan thinks about the upcoming event. They reiterated their overweight rating on the dead one Apple with a $240 price target, implying a nice move up from the current area. It was 201 this morning. It's 203.25 now. The expectations, though, for WWDC, unlike last year, are very modest, okay? With analysts highlighting incremental rather than transformative announcements. So not to expect a Google event, where they really lay on a lot of their innovations. Unlikely to be that. We'll have to see if they surprise us. The focus here, Joseph, is going to be on AI, as I mentioned. Expected to expand their AI LLM integration beyond just ChatGPT, possibly including the likes of Gemini. And when we got this morning, Anthropic, which is why Google started selling off in the pre, right? We were looking for reasons. That was why Anthropic being floated around by Bloomberg as a possible replacement for Google. We'll have to see how that all works out. Or like Breno and I were talking about this morning on the Big Desk, when you load up or you set up your brand new iPhone now, what does it ask you when you log into Safari? Do you want DuckDuckGo, Bing, Google, whatever, Yahoo as your default? So that could be one of the things that Apple does. Which LLM do you want as your default? And it provides you with, 4 or 5, just like it does right now with search engines. So we'll have to wait and see what is actually done IRL. The key updates, though, to expect some possible on-device LLM access for third-party developers, also Siri upgrades and native app AI enhancements. I think that will be a big one. Native app AI enhancements where the app itself is the AI rather than Apple itself having to be the creator of the AI. Leave it to the developers. That's what they've done really well for the past 20 years. Why deviate from that model? That's what Danny Ives has been saying for a long time. He's been saying we should expect an AI app store, so to speak. Potential, but less likely to be announced, is news on Apple Intelligence in China. We know that they partnered with Alibaba. That is one of the requirements of the Chinese government. If Apple wants to drop Apple Intelligence in China, they need a local partner. My memory tells me that it was Alibaba that they chose. And also less likely to be spoken about is a North American Siri update before 2026. We've already kicked the can down the road. Unlikely for anything to be updated before the calendar hits 26. And we all know Apple lagging behind its peers in AI, but seeking to reassure investors with steady progress. What's up, Adair?
Yeah, I just want to let you guys know here, in case you missed it, yesterday there was this report suggesting that there is a letter coming from the White House or from the U.S. government basically saying to trade partners, you have until Wednesday to give us your best offer for these trade deals. So we actually now have White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt confirming that this letter is real. It's coming from the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative. And basically the whole goal of this is to remind countries that the trade deadline is soon. She also said that apparently the U.S. is, quote, on track for good deals. Meanwhile, Fed's Gould will be speaking a little bit more cautiously about this, saying, quote, the escalating unfounded trade war could spiral up the inflation rate. So Fed's Gould will be warning about the tariff and trade relationships with regards to inflation. As we do have, sounds like from White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, some optimism from the Trump camp on, I guess, this trade situation. Back to you.
Thank you for that, Adara. Just looking quickly here to see how close we are off all-time highs. Don't look, Joseph.
Okay. Yeah.
How close are we to all-time highs?
On the Qs?
Yeah, and Q, yeah.
Yeah, I looked the
other day?
No, I literally looked about half an hour ago, but I'm going to say less than 1% now.
We're 3. 3.72, yeah.
3.6, yeah, sorry, less than 3 is what I meant to say about that.
That's fantastic. I just remember that guy in the chat. I should have written his name down. I would have called him out. He was like, see you at the bottom, bro.
Who said that?
I don't know, some dude. Anyway, let's talk a little bit about Apple.
I said the market wasn't going to make an all-time high this year.
Well, it still has it.
No, but
you still want to go with that?
Well, we can't make a bet on it.
$150 bet?
Hey, listen, my guy, don't worry. You're going to have your time. There will be that time where we will find something that we need to bet on. All right. Because I would say we could do Teofimo, Devin Haney, but we already know which way that's
I can just
going.
Bet with the sports app on that, my guy.
Yeah, exactly. It's not the 150.
Well, I could put 150.
But it's not that 150.
Let's go on over here. So Apple strengthening its App Store kind of presence. Revenue grew 13% year over year in May after a 12% year over year bump in April, beating expectations both months. So not a bad look there. Evercore ISI also reaffirming their outperform rating on Apple with a bit of a higher price target than JP, 250. JP's has 240, citing strong U.S. market performance. Also Goldman as well. Goldman and Citi both coming out today maintaining their buy ratings on Apple with a $253 and a $240 price target respectively. So, both around that mid-twos. Let's just call it that, okay? All 4 rating agencies, we'll have to see how they do. Morgan Stanley, though, today reaffirming their love, their affinity, their desire for all things NVIDIA, maintaining their overweight rating and reaffirming it as their #1 pick in semis. They described NVIDIA as a unique opportunity with business momentum expected to accelerate despite consensus fears of a broader sector slowdown. Someone needs to tell whoever is worried about this that NVIDIA is now the most valuable company in the world. They just took Microsoft by a couple hundred million there, or a few million. There's been strong performance across the board, hence why Morgan is all gung-ho about NVIDIA. Recent results showed outperformance on gross margins, even excluding China revenue. The networking division, which had kind of been slower as of late, has shown signs of recovery, with supply chain commentary reaffirming the positive outlook here, especially around AI racks. We know SMCI, Dell, HPQ, they all deal with that AI rack business. The analyst noted there that gross margins ahead, as well as positive commentary on rack supply, as well as ODM inventory, is expected to resolve. So not a bad look there. Even though it sounds all gravy, we know that NVIDIA provided very limited guidance for the second half of 2025 and 26 for a reason, because of geopolitical concerns, especially as it regards to China, which was up until recently about 20% of their market. Despite this, Morgan Stanley says NVIDIA has materially undershipped demand and reinforces their confidence in some upside potential. So we'll have to see how that all works out. Joseph, anything you have to say before I go to Donald?
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot that I can talk about with NVDA, but I'm not going to get too deep into it anyways. But I mean, we got the big hyperscalers with the likes of Amazon, Meta, etc. Everyone who's buying up all of these chips. I don't think the well is going to run dry anytime soon in this company, and I absolutely love it for the long term, especially with these golf deals. We've seen that the UA deal is bigger than what we got going on here on the western side of the world. So again, you can see it displayed in the price action of this name. We're trading right back towards those earnings reports high. there's not enough good things I can say about
Yeah,
NVIDIA.
absolutely. Good look here. Let's talk about Dollar General. Where's it at right now? I haven't been looking at it. Obviously, DG. See where if it's still up on the day. Now, up 14.5, not that far off highs. And they had a beautiful report today. They raised their annual same-store sales growth forecast about 1.5 to 2.5%. That's up from the 1.2 to 2.2 they were talking about. It shows the.
Sorry, can I say one more
Yeah,
thing
yeah,
about
of
one more
course.
thing
Yeah, go
about
for it.
NVIDIA, and this is what I was referring to. So Microsoft, Amazon, Google, and Meta, analysts expect the combined spending by those four alone to top $345 billion this year, and that's up 41% from last year, and then it's going to increase next year as well too. So.
Sure.
I mean, that's cash.
Well, that's big boy money right
cash,
there.
yeah.
Big boy money. And nobody's disrupting them yet either. And let's not forget, it's going to be tougher to disrupt NVIDIA in the way that a traditional sector could get disrupted because of their software, because of CUDA.
Yeah.
CUDA locks you in. We've seen this with Apple from the retail side, and we're seeing it right now with NVIDIA from the B2B side, business to business. They're really able to lock in their clients or their customers through that CUDA software architecture. So we'll have to see if that can get outdone by AMD or some other competitors. We're still yet to see anything substantial come out of Europe. AI related. We're probably going to see something coming out of China sooner rather than later, whether it's from Huawei or SMIC. Some of the other companies that they've got there, we'll have to wait and see what that ends up being. But you feel like Europe doesn't have that desire because necessity, you always hear this adage, necessity the mother of all invention, right?
Yep.
And Europe doesn't have any embargoes on the chips, so they can buy them as they please. Whereas, China, clearly not in that case, so they've got to innovate. We'll have to see how that all works out. Back to Dollar General, guys. Here, same-store sales rose nicely, 2.4% year over year, beating the consensus estimate by about 1%, which is not small. They also had great or strong Q1 performance, supported by increased foot traffic and demand for low-cost essentials. I'll just tell you, on this side of the border, we have something called Dollarama, and it is just flying. You can't go to that place without it being packed. By the way, they're opening stores at a time where other companies are closing stores. That should tell you in and of itself that demand for cheaper priced goods, obviously a priority as inflation. Well, I don't say the rate of inflation is slowed down, but prices haven't come down. And wages have not adjusted to the price hike. So people are looking for discounts. I don't have to tell everybody. Everybody knows what that's like.
See this pack of gum right here, 98 cents at Dollarama. Why would I go to anywhere else and pay $2 for the exact same paper?
I don't know. And there's plenty of Dollaramas everywhere, bro.
There's literally
plenty.
They're on every other corner.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I love going to Dollarama.
I love it.
I have no problem with that.
Exactly.
Canadian tuxedo, you're killing me, Mike.
Who said that, man?
CUDA makes switching costs way too high, says trading today for tomorrow. Probably by design, wouldn't you say, to lock everybody in. So, yeah, we'll keep going on here. I'm not going to wax poetic too much about Dollar General. Li Auto, a name that I had in my swing trade and my long term for a long time, jumped nicely today, about 6.5%. Right now, it's not that far off. That 6.5's up 6 1/3, so not really giving back much here. This is not a new headline, as Adira brought to my attention this morning. They reported earnings already, and deliveries came out for Chinese EVs yesterday. And for the first time in a while, Li Auto out-delivered XPeng, which had been the big boy on the block lately. Like, I used to poop on XPeng back in 23 because they were doing bupkis. Well, and that's not the case anymore. But anyway, Li Auto delivered about 41,000 vehicles in May, topping the 40,000 mark for the first time in 25, outpacing XPeng, which delivered about 33,525. A lot of it is attributed to strong monthly performance. Goldman Sachs raised the price target on Li Auto from $31.70 up to $35.30, citing better than expected profit metrics and a strong sales outlook. Just to give you an idea here about Li Auto, guys, they are not a pure BEV play, battery electric vehicle. They're not hybrids either, okay? So they have a gas engine on the car, but the gas engine doesn't power the car. It just regenerates the battery. So you get that pure electric feel. If you've driven an electric car, you know that electric motor goes when you say go, gives you that instant torque. So there's no ICE component to this other than to say it's charging the batteries. That's kind of the niche that Li Auto has tried to build for itself. which makes sense in China. Well, it does make sense here too, and you've seen that because hybrids are way outselling purely electric vehicles now. And you see today Ford, electric vehicle sales down 25%, hybrid sales up 25% or thereabouts. So it gives you the idea that what the customer wants. Li Auto plans to launch, though, even though they're not fully electric in their entire lineup, they are looking at getting fully electric SUVs in Q3, delaying its full EV push from 2025 to 2026. They got one called the i8 SUV coming out in July, and then the i6 SUV out in September. The models are projected to sell about 6,000 to 10,000 units a month. We'll have to see if that manifests or not, but not a bad look here for Li Auto. Anything before I go on to Robin Hood?
Not necessarily about those two specific names. What I'm starting to see a lot more around the city is the Polestars. I like them. I like the look of them.
I don't like them.
You don't like them?
No,
Hey, oh,
I don't.
wow.
I don't like the Polestars, but you know I'm invested in it.
Yeah.
And the reason I'm invested in it is because it was south of that dollar. I picked it up.
Yeah.
Anyway, Joseph, I see these things on freaking mass. Everywhere I'm seeing them.
Yeah.
That hasn't translated into big sales in the States.
Yeah.
They're selling big here. You want to know why? Because you can get them for $350 bi-weekly.
There you go.
And so you pure EV play,
Yeah.
400 kilometers worth of range. But I bet you most people don't know that they have 5 actual models. You think that they have one, which is a Polestar 2, which is what everyone
What
sees.
everyone's got
They
right
got the
there.
1, 2, 3, 4, and there's a coming 5.
Oh, okay. That's very, very interesting there.
I personally, and here's the deal. So they're owned by Volvo. Volvo is owned by a Chinese company called Geely. So they're actually a Chinese company, but they've worked around it because of the ownership, and they built a thing in South Carolina, so they won't be subject to tariffs because they build them in the United States. Yeah. Adair's got news.
Yeah, bit of a drop here on TSLA. Worth noting, Elon Musk a couple of minutes ago just posted very much not in favor here of the great, big, beautiful bill. So that's happening here with TSLA. He's just not posting in favor of this bill. It's being circulated on X. We'll have to see, I guess, how this unfolds from here. But the stock right now, a little bit red, unclear if it's related to this post or just in general. But keep an eye on Tesla, guys. Back to you.
Tesla right now, guys, as well, too, so you can see that displayed on my chart. But e-signal, new traders, listen up. Ozan, where are you today?
Where are you at,
In the
Ozan?
chat, yeah. First month free, that's right. We're waiving fees. Trade smarter, not harder. Upgrade to Elite, analyze, strategize, capitalize. Our platform, it's everything. Infinite data, instant trading, lightning fast market insights, game-changing charts, predict with backtesting, reliable real-time data, global markets at your fingertips, all in one platform. Don't miss out. Execute your best trades now. Ready to elevate your trading. Scan the QR code or check the link in the description. Ozan, I was at the airport. Where were you? I was waiting for you. I waited, and you weren't there at arrivals. I didn't see you there, brother.
By the way, guys, I just wanted to mention that Volvo doesn't own Polestar exclusively, but it has a majority stake in it. So I just want to clarify that. Listening mode, good trading day, so enjoying. Get it, Ozan. Let's talk about Robin Hood looking to further expand their footprint. This time, they're weaseling into Europe. They just weaseled into Canada through the acquisition of Wonderfly. That's why we had Mr. Wonderful on to announce that. And now they're working their way in Europe by acquiring Bitstamp, a major global crypto exchange. The deal instantly grants Robin Hood 50 plus active crypto licenses across the UK, Europe, and Asia, which is obviously key for a global expansion. Bitstamp brings with it a robust international client base, something Robinhood previously lacked. So not only are they everywhere in North America now, but they're also got a footprint in Europe. Shout out to Vladdy T. So the acquisitions here move beyond just the regular retail side of crypto, but it gets into much more nuanced area like crypto lending, staking, API infrastructure, white label crypto as a service offering. I had to actually Google what the hell that was this morning. I didn't know. It also adds an advanced order book and custody systems, which helps Robinhood scale into institutional grade services like smart order routing and settlement. So,
I love smart routing. Man.
Tell me about it.
See, it just picks the. Oh, are you saying was that?
Yeah.
Tell you
no
about
idea.
it, or oh yeah.
I don't know what it is.
Oh,
yeah.
so it will just pick the best, most efficient route for you.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah,
fantastic.
so it's just like you don't even need to think about going.
Don't we have that on IB?
Yeah,
there is smart on there. Yeah, I've
exactly.
seen that. Yeah,
and that's where I started. I was using it on my other on my other one, right?
See?
So it's just like boom. Whatever the best fails at all.
Amazing. Who's going to complain about that?
Exactly.
Choosing the market maker for or the gateway, excuse me.
Exactly.
So the acquisition provides Robinhood with much needed regulatory on-ramp into Europe, which is good. According to this article, crypto regulation is clearer than in the US. I think it's gotten a lot clearer since Donald Trump took power, but Robinhood also plans on keeping Bitstamp's current brand and infrastructure intact for a while preparing for deeper integration in the future. So good look there for Robinhood. As I mentioned, they acquired WonderFi in Canada, so they've already weaseled their way into other parts of North America. Now they're looking at getting into Europe and Asia. Rocket Labs, anything you want to say quickly?
Yeah, I mean,
Go ahead.
looking to get involved in Europe and Asia, that's just more money for this company. I mean, we've been talking about it. I've been talking about this name. I compared it. This is my Palantir to Katina, or my pick to Katina Man's Palantir.
Hey.
Yeah, I really like it. And I mean, it's put in a new all-time high there, Sharif, off of those lows. And I just talked about kind of the growth cycle that this name's been in over the past couple of reports. And I'm talking 2 quarters ago. And that's what really drew me to this name. Like, we just put in another high right there. This is an all-time high, sorry. I think 80s was, and that was just shortly after the IPO. But we're not far off of that all-time high now, guys. 72.37. So we've breached this previous pivot and then continuing to climb. But what really drew me to this name a couple quarters ago was the 98% increase year over year in options activity. There's an increase in overall user base, and then you had that 700% increase in crypto transactions. For me, that's just substantial growth across the board in many, many ways for this name, and that's what really drew me to Robinhood, and that's why I'm still attracted to this name at this level as well, too.
All right. Sorry, guys. Just 1 second over here. I think I lost my screen. There we go. Yep, there it is. Sorry about that. All right, let's talk about Rocket Labs. They launched their 65th Electron rocket for Black Sky deployment. So Rocket Labs, obviously one of the competitors to SpaceX, publicly traded though. They successfully launched their 7th mission of 2025. Not a bad look there. The launch deployed Earth imaging satellites for space-based intelligence firm Black Sky, which is traded, guys, publicly, BKSY, if you want to do more digging there. The mission brings a total number of satellites deployed by their Electron rocket to 226. That's total, not on the year, so not a bad look there. The partnership with Black Sky is strengthening, according to the CEO. He says they've got exceptional agility, meeting mission needs. With each mission, Black Sky is expanding its Gen 3 orbital capabilities. Good look for them. I love the name of this guy. Anyway, so we'll keep going on there. Pinterest as well had a headline today. JP Morgan upgrading Pinterest from neutral to overweight and raising the price target from 35 to 40. They like the user growth, the monetization, and the profitability from last year. So they're looking for a better year this year. So that's just kind of some of the news, obviously, that we had. There's more that has populated since I made this, obviously. So keeping an eye on that. All right, guys, let's talk some trading over here. Let's talk about VG. This is the one that I'm still holding out hope for that it takes out that 1432 high of the day. It's at 1420 right now. Just took another profit taker there. Keeping an eye out on this one. But look at FCell recover. Now we're only about 4 pennies out of the money. You can bet your bottom dollar that I'm going to try to get out break even over here. So let's go try to get out break even at the area where I am long, or the price where I'm flat. So let's see if FCell can get itself off that $0.50 where it found support, 550, back up to 560 it goes. It's broken that downtrend, at least for now. We'll have to see if it can continue to go here. This one's been one of my worst trades on the day, I would say. And then looking over here, Wolf, this is another bad one. So we'll give some back here. We're long 40s It's now at 37s. So this one,
Channeling your inner Obi there.
you know, I always put these profit takers. Yeah.
No, I was talking about these.
No, that's the chart going crazy.
Oh, is it?
No, I would never have those. Like you can see on my chart over here. No. So anyway, WOLF losing the volume weighted average price back up into $1.38, but yeah, I don't really see this one heading to the high side there. Good holding on FCell. It outdid my patience. Yeah, you know what? I could pay the price here for it because I'm 5 pennies out of the money on a $5 name. So we'll keep tabs on that. Last but not least, CATX, as I mentioned, this lost VWAP, so I got out. Kind of feel bad a little bit because it did find about a 30 penny move off my out, and but it still hasn't taken out higher highs though. And that's what I'm looking at there. Nothing else really doing here. Let's have a look at that other one, MCTR. What is this one doing? So it didn't clear 15. This one had trouble clearing 15, and it's still having trouble. We still got a downtrend that is in effect right now on MCTR. It really hasn't changed its tune all that much, maybe a little bit. Off this 130 candle. Since that 130 candle, we've been putting in higher lows, but not exactly rocketing up in the way we were earlier. So keep tabs on this one. If you're watching these small cap gappers, MCTR up a respectable 170%, the strongest one on the day, Joseph.
Yeah, good look there. Yeah, so I mean, we're still short this Tesla right off of those highs. That's the thing. It wasn't the best entry on my behalf. I would have liked to get as close to that signal as I possibly could, but that's not the case. But at the end of the day, I'm still risking only about 12 cents or so. So if we get out that now, if I want to have a proper 2-to-1 risk to reward, I need to wait into the 40s. All right. So 48 or 38 is roughly where I'm going to get out here out of all my position. That's even if we get it. I'm not going to add to it or anything along those lines. I mean, I had a really good trade here on the, what was it, did I short? NVDL short. Even though it was just a micro pullback, we still had the ability to capture that move, surprisingly, off of specific signals. But I do believe that this market is going to continue its strength throughout the remainder of the session, and I don't want to be going too heavily against that. And I think waiting for 1540s on Tesla is a little bit of a push. So again, if we do crack into, see where we bounce, and this is what I was referring to earlier, this was probably be a good level to look to take a little bit of profit, but just because of my risk to reward isn't there, I have to continuously hold this a little bit longer. So 38 is that move that we're going to look for. So I mentioned 72s was our stop. We didn't get quite there, almost got stopped out. So now we need to wait for 38s, and let's see if we can get this momentum to the downside, excuse me, to slowly start to pick up. Excuse me. Yeah, and I mean, so this is what we got going on there, guys. If there's any specific names that you want me to go over, if you want to go over some options activity, for sure. If you're implementing any specific strategies right now, let me know what you guys got going on. I mentioned what I had with Salesforce. So I started to grab some Salesforce. I have a bid out for some contracts on Salesforce, starting with shares, and then I'm going to look to add into this position if and when the thesis starts to work. So that's what I usually tend to do, and I find it's been working relatively nice for me. I'll build a nice base with shares, and then once I know that, like, okay, the conviction's there, I have a high level of probability within the setup is when I will start adding contracts, because it is quite expensive, right? It's almost just under a $300 name, and I don't want to be grabbing like 4 or 5 contracts off the bat, right? Because you could take some hefty hits, and the risk profile is relatively wide as well too. I had to give it $10 to start, and we'll break down the trade because I don't want to just get out in the middle of the range, right? So for me, I'm all about risk to reward. What am I holding this for? Where am I wrong? And I know a lot of my my friend traders, everybody here, you don't have a trade plan unless you know where you're going to get out, right? You don't have a trade or anything if you don't know where your job is to get out. So let's break down this CRM potential position here. So again, we dump on the earnings report. Now we have that indecision print. So we have the hammer candle plus the volume. That's 2 levels of conviction within it. So, okay, let's start to get involved in this name. And also one thing to know, I'll take a couple of steps back here, is that if I grab the contracts right away, within a couple of days and the volatility starts to cool off, I'm losing money even if I don't depreciate in price that much. I'm strictly losing money to the cooling off and the decay of implied volatility. So for me, The more we move sideways right now, that's going to put those options contracts at a lesser price, and then that's going to get me exactly what I want. So if I buy those slightly out the money, now I can start to gain the extrinsic value, and then if they trade in the money, I get both of them, the extrinsic and the intrinsic, and that's kind of the thesis and the game plan of what I'm specifically working off of. But here we go. This is my out. This is where I started grabbing some at 262s, and then now I have to give it to about 252s for me to know I'm definitively wrong. And with that being said, the more sideways that price action that we have, that's better for the options contracts to start cooling down. The IB starts to cool off. They become less valuable, even though they're still worth quite a bit. But then you can also get a nice clean move, and that's just going to give me more conviction within the setup that, hey, the ATR is cooling down. That usually leads to more price appreciation. So that's what I'm looking at there on CrowdStrike. I don't have to, I'm not in love with this trade, but I do like it just off of those two signals.
All right, man. Keeping my eye here on FCell as it got right back into my break even, but it's a 2-penny spread on a $5 name. That's obviously quite displeasing. 565 on the ask, 63s on the bid, waiting for the print. We'll see what we get there. I worked my way back into this one over here. CATX punched in at 40s. I'm going to give this to current bar low. I'm looking for a break of that prior bar double top at 45s, and then ultimately a move back above 50. I liked how this found support at VWAP thereabouts, and now has put in a nice higher low, higher high pattern, even though it had a 2-candle pullback on the 5. I'm not going to risk a lot here. We're going to risk about 13 pennies or so, give it to 27s, give or take. So not a bad look there. Guys, BMEA was another one that we talked about earlier in the show, but then I took it off because, well, it lost VWAP. Well, here it comes again. You don't see this that often when a small cap gapper like this loses VWAP almost entirely there by a substantial amount and then rockets back up. Here we go. We're 1 penny off the high on BMEA. And this stock is up. How much is it up? 67% or thereabouts, 259 high. We had trouble with that level before, but look at the closing print on this candle here at 145. That is the highest closing print candle on the day. Boom! There it took out the high in the 69. BMEA going and going. So we got a midday breakout right now on BMA, and look at that volume profile. I know Joseph will appreciate this. Higher high, higher high, higher high. So good look right now.
It start to pick up too as it breaks out.
And it just made me look bad because this bar right there was actually higher than the one prior, and then as soon as you looked over, it dropped. I swear to God. We got the video. We can rewind it.
It lost volumes, huh?
I don't know how that happened, but in any event, good look by BMEA there. Keep an eye on this one, looking to take out highs. Let's weasel on over and put some profit takers just above that 345 area. I know we're going to go to a deck in a second. She's got breaking news, so let's not keep her waiting.
Go, Tess.
Thank you for that there, Sharif. Keep an eye here in CLF. This is quite the look here for Cleveland Cliffs. Also keep an eye on ex-US Steel as well. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt still conducting her press conference here, and she said that Trump is going to be signing an executive order today to double steel and aluminum tariffs. So aluminum and steel tariffs definitely happening here. Keep an eye on CLF. Back to you.
That Adara, appreciate that.
What's up, brother?
Hold on. Now we're gonna have to slow down a little bit here.
So cool, eh?
Okay, so we want to know about it, bro. We want to know. You took a strength training class, and more pumped I could not be.
Too many squats.
Too many squats, says the Katina man. Go. No, go.
Your old knee there, eh?
No, but obviously the Katina man has been smashing the swimming lately, so I was pleased as dang punch when he told me today, strength training class, but it looks like they did a little too much lower body there. But you're sweating up a storm, bro. Barbells, curls, deadlifts. Okay, we're loving it, man. This is everything. This is everything over here. So the Katina man doesn't.
Yeah, how is it outside though? Is it warm?
Well, look at him, bro. He's glowing. I mean, obviously it's hot out there. What were that was the weather lady on the news show that I watched yesterday. It was like the Triple H. It was hot, humid, and something else. Hot, humid, and there's another H there. I forget. I forget it. Shout out to
her.
Yeah, shout out to her. Whoever she is.
I mean, well, I was telling you yesterday, Sharif, I did a record number of muscle ups in a row yesterday.
Okay, so we need answers here.
Yeah.
So tell us a little bit about it.
Yeah, I mean, so yesterday, just right off the bat, while I had like the full amount of strength, I'm like, all right, And I only usually work muscle ups at the outside gym, and that's summertime. So
Fair.
all the whole winter, I'm not really into them or anything.
Kipping though, right? Are you doing straight muscle ups or kipping muscle ups?
What is kipping?
Like when you generate power.
The first one I do,
Yeah.
but the other ones,
They're strict?
Yeah, they're strict. So yeah, I did a record. So the first one I just
Thank
need
you.
to get up, and it wasn't much, but it was 6 in a row, and I'm like, hey, that's pretty decent. Yeah,
That's really good.
That's really good. Yeah.
Okay, well I don't know how
And
many
I don't like cheat or anything like that.
don't go on one side and
no,
push
they're
up.
proper.
No.
It's funny. Years and years ago, a Russian man taught me how to do them, and ever since.
Russian man, huh?
Yeah, about like 10 years ago on.
I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I can appreciate a Russian muscle up every now and again, you know.
Those guys are into.
Oh, absolutely, and they're all into kettlebells and
Yeah,
stuff
exactly.
too. I was gonna show you. I archived this picture on my my Instagram because it no longer fitted. You know what I was trying to do over here. But I have. Have you ever done muscle ups on the rings?
No, that's tough.
I got a video for you, my
This
guy.
guy doesn't even.
Neil,
This guy pulls it up right here.
you've never. I got it right here, man. Do we have time on the show? We got 5 minutes.
got
Give me a
5
minute,
Do
man.
it on the rings. I've never.
How do
done it on the rings.
Ram? How do I get my archived videos on or my posts on Instagram? How do I No, you know how you can archive stuff so you remove it? I didn't unarchive it, but I archived it. How do I de-archive it?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Okay, so Joe, take over for a sec.
Yeah,
So
absolutely, guys. We're going to take a little bit more off of Tesla as we run into some of these targets. So a nice little short ski. I mean, this is why being patient, when the market is continuously squeezing like that, you don't want to get frustrated and just short over again. It's like, okay, accept your loss. All right, now we're going to get the move. So, I mean, surprisingly so, which is quite insane, is that I've made more money on the shorts today than I have on the longs. Which is, it's like, yo, what? Let's do a little quick trade review of what we had going on. And I mean,
Joe.
yeah, I told Sharif how many shares of IBIT I had this morning, and then eventually I just missed the bulk of that move, and I'm like, oh, that's no fun. But what do? We just keep our composure, cool like a cucumber, and then we just, we take a nice short here on NVDL. The ones on SQs didn't work, so I'm long SQs, synthetically short the market. Let's pull it up here. So 2 attempts on that. I'm like, son, AC Slater. We'll see you later on that one. We're not going to try this too many more times. We're going to be patient on that front. But here we go in Tesla. So that's that. Oh, and Google, yeah, so there it is. SQs was IBIT is, we did lose more on IBIT than what we made. But then again, those are the only 2 red names that we have on the day. We'll pull back up Tesla because we are short and it is making another leg to the downside. And I'm talking like we're not too heavy on shares here either, guys. Just kind of holding on to some of the profits from the day, but we will take off another 33% of exactly what we have left there. And that's what we got going on.
Yeah, there it is. This is my CrossFit days.
Nice.
Yeah, let me show this, Andre. Here we go. So this is what I mean by kipping. See how I generate power like that?
Yeah.
I can't do strict ring muscle
No, those
up.
are too hard. Yeah. I could probably do that.
Can you want to see something?
Yeah.
This is a 140. This is I think a 135. Yeah. Check this out, bro. Not bad.
That was clean.
Not bad there, huh?
I'm gonna start calling you Rich Froning.
Oh, that was back in the day, man. I remember that guy.
Would you rather be Rich or
He was an animal.
Rich or
Matt Frazier, bro.
Yeah,
Matt Frazier's an animal, man. He's like.
Because he beat Rich's record, didn't he?
Well, he did.
Yeah.
But I like Rich because he actually strength trained as well. It wasn't just about CrossFit. And when they kept asking him, they're like, "What? How are you so good?" He's because I do weights as well, bro. I don't live just in Metcon world.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Wow. Look at this move there on Tesla.
Bro needs to catch the weight lower. Thanks, T for Tiger. How is it there on your little seat, judging everybody?
Yeah, bro, that is insane. Do you know what this guy just did? Let's see your video. TM me on X and send it, and we'll post it.
I'm not staying with Sharif anymore. I'll be throwing you around, Ozan, if I don't have weights, man. Bring some weights with you, and then everything will be fine. All right, no, I'm playing, guys.
I told Ozan I was waiting for him at the airport. You didn't show up, so.
Now, what a guy, bro. He'll throw me from the window, he says. All right, guys, we're having a good time up in this place. All right, guys, I was able to extract a quick profit taker there on FCell, but true to form, I'm just too stubborn to get out break even, so I layered some more profit takers to the high side. It doesn't feel like it's going to move back up. Let's see what it does at 555, where the volume weighted average price is, keeping an eye on that one. Also, VG, looking like it doesn't want to take out that high that dates, back into that 20 exponential moving average again. So where are we long here on VG? We're long 74s. It's still showing me 05s. But it does look like it has a lower high now looking to break lower low pattern. So that is of concern to me. And last but not least, we've weaseled back into CATX over here. Let's see how that one's doing. Well, we're still kind of break even on it. Really nothing doing there. I'm looking for the 10 exponential moving average to hold on CATX. And I put my stop below prior bar low. So we'll give this one to about 27s, give or take, 330. 340 we're in, so we're risking about 13 pennies here. So that's what I'm looking right now. I'm looking at right now on the small cap gappers. By the way, guys, CATX is on the Amex network, so in case you don't find it, they are on the NQ. It is on the Amex. But BMEA continues to give you opportunities. Ugly kind of topping tail candle that goes into 269, drops back down into 230, but guess what 230 is? A higher low and VWAP. So right now on BMEA, even though it's zigging and zagging all crazy, what it just did was put in a higher high and a higher low. So keep your eye on this one during the power hour and when the big kahunas come on, because it's holding VWAP and it recovered nicely off the loss of VWAP there midday at around 11:45 and back up it goes again. So this one could be primed to go, especially if it takes out 269er. Not a bad look at all. We'll keep tabs on that. SBET, guys, I didn't want to get involved in that at all, and that's kind of why I said that, because, well, it dropped from $82.70 down to 62, quick as you like. Keep your eye on that one as well. It could lose even more here. It looks like it has some support at 62.50. Anything you want to leave them with there, Joe?
Yeah, I mean, short the market, guys. Just stick to those outs, especially with the strong market like that. So if you're looking to short, just make sure you have that definitive risk measures and abide by those rules, because that's going to give you another opportunity to eventually get into that trade. So you can see throughout the session, we just continuously squeeze. And if you weren't patient enough, you would have ran out of ammunition and wouldn't have been able to take this because you weren't willing to accept the fact that you were wrong. But here it is, a nice little short there on Tesla, right into the volume weighted average price. I'm going to close it out for you guys right now. Is it 2 o'clock? It is, Sharif. And
it
just
is?
like that,
Okay.
the trade is done. Nice short on Tesla. Thank you guys all for joining.
Tara, you killed me. It's like, Tara. That was like perfect timing.
FF, what are you talking about? I mean, we had to, I did not, actually, I don't know what you mean by that, but I definitely did not lose my shorts. I was in the shorts. That's for sure.
I just wanted to say before we go, buy Epic Strategy. You lost your voice on this channel.
No,
It's been
what
real,
is it?
brother.
No.
Peace. Big kahunas.
Oh, Epic, what do you do?
He's an idiot.
Welcome back. Welcome everybody. Okay. You know what was crazy? I was impressed. Sean, you're doing strength workouts. I mean, Joe and Sharif talking about all the, like, he's showing off like this kipping and all this stuff.
Oh no.
Look, man, the only workout that I did today was them curls with that cookie we had at,
I got the cookie right
at
here.
lunch. Oh, you got a different one.
Did I? This is chocolate chip.
Oh, I got
I
like.
just realized I didn't eat it.
I got like it was like a lemon.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
The lemon one's not that bad.
I thought it was pretty good, man, but there was only one. So I got like one, like you break it up so I get more than one rep. Just that's what I'm talking about. You got to make sure you eat well. Oh, I appreciate that. Oh, that is soft.
I'm all about sharing, I'm all about sharing. Pretty good, right? All right, I'll take over.
Oh, this is
you might be a minute on that.
This is legit.
All right, welcome everybody. I'm still in. Oh, it doesn't show you what I'm in right now. I'm still in these two trades, but Nvidia is trying to make a way down. So there it goes. There we go. These are from the open. I didn't do much over lunch at all, to be honest with you. I went down there. I forgot you didn't get to go see the car, but Randy and I went down there. One of my hubcaps. I actually took off those arrow wheels. Underneath, there's some really sweet hubcaps, some really sweet rims. So I took those off. Now I'm trying to order these like caps and everything like that for the tires, wheels.
A tasty burger.
Tasty. So we didn't do too much there, and then we walked around, we did our thing, but here's Nvidia. Looks like it wants to break view up. I just heard Joe talking about, the market's coming back in, and that's obvious right here as well. There goes Apple as well. We actually have one piece left. You know what? let's just regroup and get the you know what out of everything right now. I don't even have the news in my ear right now, so I'm not sure what this whole story is. It may be nothing. I don't know. I feel like the best thing to do is just to get out when stuff is going like this. So there it is, man. We got down at some good prices. Boom, 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 all over the place right there as we continue to go. So yeah, nice plays there. Look, everything's been good, man. Palantir down here, 131. Everything's cracking a little bit lower right now, so I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I'm going to load up the news.
I have it up.
Yeah, I have it up too. I don't hear anything. So
I think look, it could be technical. I think like really the acceleration just happened when the NASDAQ cracked like 21.7, it looks like. There was nothing at 2 o'clock. We didn't know. Is
there an auction?
No, there wasn't an auction or anything. So there was nothing at 2, but there was some acceleration there when the NASDAQ lost 21.7, 59.8 is on the ES, went as well. But yeah, that move into VWAP there.
This Palantir might be a buy.
I don't know, like I'm in Micron.
I bought Palantir.
That was more of a trend break, and it just lost 2. I was looking to play it back into 101.
Oh, it's Fed minutes just dropped.
Oh, it was minutes?
I think so.
Why?
They just said these minutes are from the old, I don't know, I just heard in my ear something about Fed minutes, but we didn't have that on.
See, maybe my thing is not on then.
I'm gonna try Palantir down here at VWAP. It's just a nice move down. It's not the end of the world. It was up 1%. Like when I sat down a couple seconds ago, we opened up the cookie, and the next thing I know, this thing's cracking. So there it is, a nice little pullback in. I'm going to take advantage. I'm going to go to one of the strongest stocks in the market. Not today, but recently, Palantir. That just fell right back into that level there. So we picked some up at 91s. We'll see where we go now on Palantir. Just put a little magic stamp onto this one and watch to see where it goes. So a new position alert for me. Palantir will get something out here for a little bit. We'll take out 5%. We'll see if we can get 10% up there at 08s. And then see if we can run from here. But Palantir right now on watch. You know, so far so good, man. Yeah, you know, welcome back. These are the markets that we have. Right? Yeah, see, overall Reserve Bank. This guy's reading Fed minutes right now in my ear. So I don't know exactly if there was something that pumped through right now. But there it is right now. So market moving around. That's good. Thank you so much for joining us one more time here. We're excited. It's going to be a big afternoon, I would think. We have some earnings later on. We have Brian Shan. Oh, Palantir just at 04, and then it flapped through again back down to the downside. So there's definitely something hitting right now, and we're just going to watch out for this market and see if we break too much lower because we don't understand what's going on. 131.50 right here for Palantir, I think, is a decent spot for us to get out. So we'll wait for 131.50 to come in, but so far so good right there. But yeah, nice little move down right now.
Yeah.
I don't know. What say you? But
not seeing or hearing, like you said, not necessarily seeing or hearing anything up here for myself. There were Fed speakers, obviously, that we got to pay attention to. And you never really know how they're going to move things. We're supposed to be, Logan wasn't supposed to be till 3.
Yeah, the Fed minutes of discount rate meetings got dropped. Fed releases minutes of discount rate meetings at 2 o'clock.
Usually that's not much of a...
I just found it on Financial Juice. I just went somewhere else. It just said Fed minutes release.
What's causing it to move down? I want to see if NVIDIA holds VWAP, that's going to make it... That's going to make or break what I want to do here with Micron, because NVIDIA just bounced pretty clean off the volume-weighted average price, 140.60. If it holds on here on another retest and breaks back out, then I probably just punch out of Micron as it's getting close to that 101 target. So that's what I'll be looking for right here. I see a lot of people talking about MCTR, which is Control Group Limited. All right, then why does it start with an M? That's just weird. Another halt. This is halted up like multiple.
Is it a SPAC?
No, it doesn't look like it. No, I mean, I'm guessing no, based on this, like recent IPO maybe, with a, what of a squeeze this is on. But now halted up like 3 times here. So a couple of halts here, halted again, indicated open as $1 higher for everyone watching. It's 2016. Right, NVIDIA's bouncing off VWAP. I'm going to get myself out of Micron, and I believe
we have a good trade.
Sharif is locked and loaded and ready to go.
Welcome to the afternoon rundown, everyone. The show where you decide what we talk about every afternoon. Neil's back. You just saw him, but the boys are locked and loaded, and they're ready to look at the tickers as decided by you. But the only way to get those tickers up there is to join Joseph and I on the Midday show. Get into that chat and vote for your favorite tickers every day. Only the top few make it on, so make sure you are getting your friends to vote your way. And in order to vote, you got to like, subscribe, and share. No, you have to be a subscriber, but like and share anyway. Here is the look at the 4 major averages on the day. The Russell 2000, the outperformer on the day, up 1 2/3, followed by the NASDAQ, up 3/4. Today, it's a duel between the S&P and the Dow as to which one is leading, both up 0.5%. So all 4 major averages in Greensville. Not a bad look. The first ticker, as decided by you guys, the one that Morgan reaffirmed today as their number 1 pick in semiconductor land. It goes by the ticker NVDA, boys, above $140 and 2.5%, overtaking Microsoft as the world's most valuable company.
Like an NBA game with this most valuable company in the fourth quarter. Like you just sort of
I think it was. I think it'll be back and forth for a while. Well, based on certain stories coming through and this and that, because Apple has a long way to go back up. Like Nvidia's at the highs, pretty much. Like we're $10 away.
I kind of feel like Nvidia's got this one.
Yeah. For a minute, I think Meta has a chance. I could find out how far back Meta is.
Oh, I love Meta.
Nvidia today, I don't. It sounds like a broken record, but this is what it is every single day, because I think we're gonna put out a video or something about some of the sticky note and different things that we all do around here. But I think it's pretty obvious what I do, and that is make notes, trade off notes. Today Nvidia was great down there. We wanted that trade. It was the number 1 trade idea for myself. It fell in. We took 139. We took 138, and then the rest, as you know, is history. Just straight up to the upside. It's my number 1 stock by far. It's like 5x what I made on Palantir. It's just a big day there for Nvidia. I watched it go up. We were able to get something out here near 142. I mean, I was with you when this was all happening. Now it looks like it's definitely trying to fade out underneath the 200, underneath the 50, trying to come back in. So as the futures go, so does go Nvidia, but you're still up 2.5%. What a great trade. We broke through some levels there today. Again, this 138, we're finally back above where we were on earnings day right there. There's the earnings collapse. Not even collapsed. I mean, it just fell back into 132 and now back up to 140. So we just made $8. That's 6% in 2 days. So I think there's more to go here for Nvidia. I would say all-time highs are imminent, but again, Morgan Stanley's top pick today, my top pick today, and let's just see where it goes. Although I'm starting to think about short. Now, I know I'm long Palantir. We just got out of Palantir, by the way. I'll talk about that in a minute. We still have some shares. But the NASDAQ's falling in, so we got to watch out for NVIDIA. Possible retrace back into view up right there. And again, Fed minutes came out again, and I don't know. It seems like we're going downside here pretty quickly. So just watch out for all of your plays. Here goes Palantir. We're waiting for 131.50. We just got another fill, but we're long at 131.77. Got some out on the upside when we went into the teens, but right now NVIDIA and everything else coming to the downside.
Yeah, it was like a jigs because I was teeing it over, like, man, Nvidia is the strongest of the strong. It's the one that's about to bounce on VWAP. And unfortunately, like, no, like it's just, we just cracked right through the volume weighted average price. So in the long has been fantastic. I think as we're sort of talking about the biggest company and who's going to be the biggest one, I think that's game over. Like for the long run, I don't know if Nvidia never loses the title again, but I get the feeling that if we're looking at this on any reasonable time frame, the chance for Apple and for Microsoft is in the rear view. Do I think we get to 150 imminently? I don't know how fast we'll get there. It seems like we're from one consolidation to another, but this last consolidation, maybe we'll put up a 15 instead of, I'll get that wick. I thought I got rid of that. This last consolidation held the mid 130s, low 133 level. And as long as we close, even in a dip here, if we close above 138, I'm bullish on this, but having just lost the volume weighted average price, I think you're waiting for 138. I'm in one short now. I'm sort of thinking about what in the chip names I'd want to be short. If we're breaking at, AMD's already too far gone. Intel hasn't necessarily broken that far either. So this could be something for like a late retrace if we keep falling here. Maybe a look at that. See if that can head to the downside. I mean, I don't necessarily love this stock. It's under the 50 on the daily, and it's broken trend a while ago. But there might be a nice little trade here if Nvidia keeps on falling.
Wait until we get to Tesla, which is going to come up next, and you're going to see something that's falling down. Sharif, give us the news, buddy.
Hard to say, Sean, what it is. I mean, they were up nicely in the earlier trading session, 3% and change on the back of on the back of Australia deliveries, guys, where the Model Y increased in sales productions versus the same time last year by about 122%. Obviously, the refreshed Model Y is the reason. But this post just came by Elon. Elon kind of digressing a little bit, not really towing the company line. Boy says, I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. This massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know who you are. You know you did wrong. You know it. So really not towing the company line here when it comes to the administration, boys.
Boy, I had no idea.
Elon, tell us how you really feel,
I had no idea
bro.
he was talking like that. But hey, man, real sees real, I guess, right? I mean, he's just calling. No, it's about time.
I appreciate the honesty, man.
No, I just like the fact that he's saying that, and then like 2 days ago or 3 days ago, he was there. Did you see his black eye, by the way? He said his son gave it to him. I don't know. I guess that's right. I mean, if someone was literally beating up the world's richest man, then I think we probably would have heard about it.
Aaron gave me a...
Oh, did she?
I didn't.
Nice, Aaron.
No, I didn't get like a black eye, but like, shoot, we just like play fight, like wrestling, you know, when you run with your kids. And when they get like, she was maybe like 5 or 6, it's just starting to get a little bit strong. And she clocked me with an elbow. I mean, like legit. Like it was one of those.
Knees or something.
It was she got me really good with an elbow. It happens. That's it. But back to those are strong words by Elon. What I respect. If you're going to be fiscal conservative, whatever it might be, or whatever side you believe on, if you have an internal consistency, I can respect that, whether I agree with you or not. In this particular case, it's hard to disagree that spending for all governments isn't a little bit out of control. If this is part of what's going on with the stock in this pullback, so be it. But I got burned going long this morning on Tesla, and it's hard to not look at where. One of the strongest names in the market for most of for lunchtime at least was Tesla.
Is definitely a level. I mean, it held it, came back in, bounced off of it, ripped, came back in, bounced. right there for Tesla, because if this market ever reverses, this name has a lot of juice to it. It's better than the market. We know that. So I'm going to be long Tesla than the TQQs. And right now it looks like Tesla is rewarding that move. So let's go Tesla. Let's go Palantir, baby. Let's go market. Let's go. Let's move back here to the upside right there. So what's up, everybody? What's up, everybody? We're riding this Palantir today. Google, on the other hand, I have no actually holding it for a while. What else is that? Look at it. So let's go find out what's going on with Google. Yeah, guys, they're retraced the high side that morning sell-off that we got in the pre-market that came on this unconfirmed rumors that Apple is reportedly causing perplexity to bring into search titles, potentially replacing Google in Safari and ChatGPT in Siri, again being reported by Bloomberg, unconfirmed reports. Well, I was short early on Alphabet and slightly red on it, and then we got green on it going long. Pretty much where we are right now. So Google on that news this morning was a flat bottom break from the 167.5. That was support for multiple days. We'll do the 15-minute do it right. Double bottom yesterday, and then Friday's lows. I think it's about 167.5. That consolidation, we ended short out here at the open. Then we broke out that $0.5. I'm back into long now as we just on this little push on the future of the market, I should say. This little push in the market, we're able to get down into that same level. So I had 54 long. My stop is just underneath 40 of the prior bar, which you can't see. Yeah, you can't even see. If we go over here, it's just underneath 40. This prior low we had long for. If we lose that, then wait for a VWAP here, 167. Oh, and I just got trailed out of Micron. I just got out of Micron. That bounced off 101 and a quarter. That was a big consolidation zone here for Micron at 101. So that short we want to have essentially just a trend break, and that's going to be done at least for now. And we talked about another semiconductor name that was on an absolute tear today. Let's go. We'll talk about all these stocks. Let's go talk about SPCE. I know we'll go over SPCE. Headline today, boys, on SPCE, but you got to think it was moving in sympathy with Nvidia after that Morgan Stanley news. So off the highs, but still about 4%. I saw this one, guys, almost up at 6 1/3. Fantastic move on Monday, yesterday, and continuation of the strength today of $42. VF6 picked up favorite new car launch, praised for its sleek design and smart tech. VinFast buzz is growing fast in Indonesia, Southeast Asia's largest and fastest growing EV market. Singapore, go check it out. I swear I just saw it look like me shaking hands. That was just a quick buy. VinFast, no, I'm not in the EV game yet. Yeah. If I did, look, if and when I do, it's gonna. I've already said it's gonna be a Tesla. I checked if it's charged. I'm Tesla. I was Nvidia was the new Tesla. Yeah. Shout out to VinFast. I've seen VinFast on the road though. I actually want to go over to Dell. I mean, you just talked a little bit about that. I think Dell, they came out with a good report. HPQ was sort of the other way around. Dell, look at this, up another 3.5% right there. There's Dell's report shot to the high side, and they faded back out. I think this name might be one of the better ones in this space. Wow, Palantir. I mean, I was like, I'm going to go over to a strong stock on this dip. Now Palantir right there. Dollar Club again. Yeah, there's some news about Donald Trump and the Trump meme coins and all that kind of stuff. But I really like Dell. I think Dell would be the best in breed here for server-side technology. But SMCI, I mean, those of you that are in the business would know sort of the difference, HPQ, Dell, SMCI. But yeah, 105 and change. I really like Dell. It's up 3.5% today. Anything back into view up, I think is a long. I would, if I was in SMCI, I might switch over back into Dell. I just, a good report there. I like it. Michael Dell's in charge there. So I like that. I would go with Dell rather than SMCI. But the one space that continues to heat up, of course, is this nuclear space. Let's go find out some more uranium plays here with Constellation.
You'd think that this would be a good headline, Sean. You're signing a 20-year agreement with Meta to open up a 1.2 megawatt emissions-free nuclear energy. The market thought so, at least the algorithms did in the pre-market, that is. But as you can see, we've given up the entire move, and now we're negative on Constellation Energy, down 0.08%. Market not really digesting it as we thought.
So these are the same things for all these. I don't want to say the same things. We've seen carry forward in many of these names, of course, but it's always like you sort of buy the rumor, sell the news. And obviously, as that came out, everyone was like, thank God, this is great news for them. But all they're doing is really just selling energy that they already have. So it's kind of like, okay, they got a new customer, but I do feel like it's nice to have Meta, behind you and at least purchasing some of what you're selling. But does that really mean that you needed this 20% bumper, whatever it was early? I guess not. And then there's the move all the way back in. So, I feel like I need somebody in the space to tell me what's going on here, because I would have thought that it would have gone red, and that is what it did there. So, I don't know, maybe you guys in the chat can tell me, buying stocks, that's the question. Yeah, I bought some stocks just yesterday. So shout out to the poll right there. Get into the poll right here. But yeah, I don't know, SMR, they're all falling back in today. So yeah, just I guess the tale of the story's over. Wait to that next deal. I like CEG breaking 320 right there, but it's got to get back up. So just a support and resistance place. New and returning. Okay, we've got some new viewers. I like that. Did you mean order that up? Yeah, remember to like and subscribe. That's pretty cool. All right, we'll talk about that in a minute. But right there, 320 for CEG. I like that position, but it's got to come in first. So that's the place that I'd be looking here. CEG in and around $3, $320 for that break long. That's my look for Constellation there.
My one concern is that candle on Constellation. I'm going to get to GV in a quick little second, like a sympathy play, because I own that stock. And this candle on the daily, that if it were to close right now, this is what it would look like. And that's not, there's no dark pool. That's real. We're up at $360, man. That is a very nasty looking candle if this is how things end up on what you think was positive news. If that causes some kind of a turn, I think it's an opportunity maybe to trim. Like I just looked at what G Verona was doing, a sympathy play. It just wicked a fresh high, tagged $500 and reversed. To me, that's an easy trim if you're looking to trim. If you're looking to trim something anyways, because it's been running really well. I think the stock has doubled since April. That's like whatever that's a great one. But like that topping tail candle, and then what you see there on CEG, like that candle is nasty. If we close down here, I think it could be an opportunity to trim some of those nuclear names off. As far as I'm concerned, like it's a epic fail because I didn't reverse into the short on Oklo. It's Oklo, not Oklo. We had a breakout trade. It was good from 57 to 58. Then I kept going long off the 51 half level and eventually stopped it out. But the rest of the day, I was like, look, that is a rejected breakout. And usually you'll hear me say something like first available short. And the first available short, you had to wait for it, but that first pop did give you a short in 52 half. I was long into that resistance level. Let's see if we can actually retest that. I think 52 to 52 half would be a reversal zone specifically for that stock. But it's actually not the nuclear names that are going right now. It was one of the quantum names. I don't know if it was all of them. Sorry, not QUB. I always do that. It's QBTS, sorry. sometimes, which is weird.
UTM is a name.
It is one. It's just it's not the one going. It's D-Wave that's going, which of course is a New York stock. So D-Wave had just recently broken. Oh, it's coming back now. It had just broken out the top, and now trying to hold some higher lows. So there's a little bit of relative strength going here. When the market pulled back like that, for something to be breaking the highs in that moment shows some strength. I think the play could be off of VWAP if it continues down further. But this is set up for a breakout this afternoon. Yesterday's high was taken out there 17.4. The opening range top was 17.55. It just barely broke that, so this top break would be like 57.
Holy shit.
Well, to me, that's a breakout play. It's either a VWAP or breakout play on QBTS for me.
All right, like I have no idea what how $1.20 in the money. Oh, I did want to bring up another thing. I did try. So I've already gotten out of a lot of this Palantir. What I lost on Robin Hood is half of what I have left on Palantir. So that's part of risk management, man. The minute that this broke 40, we got out. We were long at 60. That's a 20-cent hit right there. It turns out to have been well worth the hold, but the market has retraced back up, like we sort of said. I mean, no predicting that the market was going to do this, but we said that we liked this for a potential move back up right there, because if it was just the minutes, we couldn't really find out any reason why that move happened there, and we just fell right back in. And I was like, said that maybe potentially we can touch that VWAP, but we did take Palantir. We did get stopped out of Robin Hood. So that's, you know where I'm going to go for some strength. I mean, I went to Robin Hood there up 6%. That made sense to me to go there. Unfortunately, it made one move against us, and that was enough to chop. But Palantir, same kind of ways right there. We went long on Palantir. We were able to get out. Then we tried it again right here into the teeth of 70s. That didn't work, so we got out at 52. And then we waited and we got a little bit longer, and there's another out for us at the top there for Palantir. So back in. So this actually is going to turn out fine for us, as I can clearly see that we've done quite well right now on that. But we only have a third left of our reload. So let's just hang out, see what winds up happening. We didn't look at any banks recently. I mean, we couldn't. That's thinking about Robinhood. Makes me think about this. But XLF up today. I want to check out on SoFi, because again, whenever we talk about Robinhood, I think about why my money's sitting in SoFi. But
try not to.
Down today, SoFi. I mean, maybe this is the next one to go. I mean, I don't want to say it's not. We have to wait for some sort of a catalyst. I don't know where that's coming from anymore, because earnings are through, and now we have to wait for SoFi. But it's nice that it's kind of hovering above the 50 period and the 200 period in and around $12. So we're going to watch out for that level as well. But that's a play for us at some point, SoFi. And then you know what else I noticed? You don't know about this, but Webull is getting killed. And I don't, it's the same. It's back down in $10.
Oh, no, it didn't. No, I didn't.
Did you buy some finally?
No,
I wanted to get into some Webull.
But no, I'm not filled. No.
Yeah, I think it's probably worth trying. And the reason why I bring this up again is because of we had Scott Tileman on from Trade the Pool on Friday. And he was mentioning to me all about that trade as well. He thought Webull was a good trade down here. I'm not, this Friday.
It's a SPAC buy.
Yeah, but it's not a SPAC. It's just it IPO'd. Yeah, it's just a $10 level. Like this thing IPO'd at 14.
What? I thought it was a SPAC.
We'd have to double check. I mean, it could have been.
Well, either way, we were talking about the $10 level.
Well, hold on a second.
I've been stink bidding under 11 for a while now, but I didn't get filled.
ask
When you
Paul.
said it, I was like, is it under $11? It was, but it's like barely under $11. Like this is now, like the low of the day is 10.89. I'm pretty sure, I'll have to double check, but I had like a 10.42 level. I like the number 42, Jackie Robinson. So I probably just threw that out there like a month or so ago on the off chance. What I might end up doing is just take, because I wanted to buy this one as like a long-term like shot play. I'm like, if it gets back down $10 again, I'd start getting in. And I think if it closes under 11, I'll probably just buy. Maybe I'll just buy the close.
I know what I can do to get everybody really happy, and you should probably stay in this. What I'm going to do is maybe I'll sell my SoFi
Don't sell.
and then get into Webull. That way SoFi can go to $40, and then I can be like, why did I switch again?
Well, the switch that should have happened, we all know, was because it's the one we talked. What's weird about it is when we discussed this with SoFi and Robin Hood, Like, we had nothing but, it was weird because we had nothing but praise for Robin Hood, despite, I think, both of us, I know, holding SoFi on our personal accounts and not really owning any Robin Hood. So it's what it is. Don't do it, Dexter Smith says. You don't think, we're talking about Webull, you don't think it's worth a shot down here? Which is fair, to each their own. I think it's really, I just like the shot play now.
I don't know anything about. I mean, I don't know anything about it. I mean, obviously their quarter was not well received. It's down 4.5%. It's at all-time lows. Like every single print that comes through is an all. Like I don't even know if we really traded down there on Webull off of its first trade there. Yeah, it might. It looks like on this chart there definitely was something here. So it must have been some kind of a SPAC. I thought it for a minute there. I got to refresh ChatGPT. It's not telling me anything. It's like,
oh yeah, that's what.
But yeah, so I don't know. It must have been down there. It's saying its 52-week low is $10.79 actually. So I don't know. But yeah, we traded down here anyways, right off the IPO. So or whatever it was. It's a couple first days of trade there.
Oh, yeah, it's saying it was.
Oh, it's saying it was on my.
Yeah. So here.
Oh wait, there. Webull has never been a SPAC. It says. I just asked. What? Yeah, Webull.
Okay, can we do this? So you pull that live, and I'll show you this. Okay, ChatGPT, this is yours or mine?
That's
yours.
yours.
Mine. Yes, Webull went public through a special purpose acquisition company merger. February 20. You can read the rest. Go to Sean's.
Yeah, it says Webull itself has never been a SPAC. It remains a privately held fintech brokerage platform. So it doesn't even have this one as even going. Oh, there it is. Webull has not gone public via.
Come on, chat. You saw that live, everybody. Come on, chat. You need to do better.
It says
get the answer right, ChatGPT.
And it says on his that it is a SPAC.
You see this?
That's for damn sure. But yeah, whatever that is, man, it's all the rage. That's all I can tell you. Of it, but this has been a absolute. There's almost no better stock. Look.
answers to essentially. I know we worded it maybe a little bit differently,
I have to
but
refresh
come on,
my mind.
son.
It's like my chat sheet. I don't know. I just see the videos.
I mean, you're the one that told me to watch the movie. Oh,
Which
by the
one?
way, no.
Data, everything. Every time they phone me, they have better deals, but it's always more.
Have that. Yeah, let's cancel the breakouts. I had a breakout order if it could have gone higher. You're seeing it started to pull back into the what? Right now, a lot of people say block is better. What's weird, I said openly, like I use a heck of a lot more. I use block all the time just because I happen to be on WhatsApp most of the time. I'm discussing things with friends and family. And I have complexity on my phone. I'll tend to use whatever's there, but at work, it's always ChatGPT that's open up on my browser. That's the one I've been relying on. It's just disappointing because I don't mind if you get something wrong, but when two people give almost the same prompt I think it's priced pretty much to perfection. Let's just chill for a second and go back over to, if I'm not going to see anything on a QBTS. It was looking stronger a second ago. Google just made the bounce off view up, so it's looking a little bit better now than it was before, because now you can play off 67. And the other way to look at it is, well, it's trying to break this slight downward trend that got put in. And this was right at about 2 o'clock when we came back to it. It kind of made like a consolidative up and now push back. So if it loses trend, I think you can wait for VWAP. If it can close this bar and break out this top in here, like 167.5, then we'll look to get back into the long. Miss Lucia is saying, welcome back, thank you very much. And what's happening with oil today, see Oxy. You know what, that's one of the things I did not review this morning. There's a lot of times, one of the first things I want to do when I'm back, I try to unplug a little bit. Generally speaking, I knew exactly what was going on with Nvidia because I can't stay away from that stock on vacation. But I didn't really look at what was going on with oil at all. And I don't want deals. I want my today play. And we'll see what's going on with Oxy. Do I even have Oxy anymore? Oh, I do. Yeah. What is going on with Oxy? And why is it so strong today? Because it's been an absolute dog. Is Oxy back on? Oh, what is oil? USO. Well, Oxy in particular has been so bad. And I'm like, why are you focused on Oxy? Because it's back above the 50 period. Now remember, this was a complete trap the last time I did this. Big time trap above the 50 period moving average. Downward sloping 200 period. Both those things absolutely stink. But maybe just for a trade here, like off of 42s the next week, if it can hold resistance into support, that's a pretty good, wow, that's a clean breakout. Should look at oil this morning. That is a very clean breakout today on Oxy at 42. Congratulations if you have that. I think you play it back into the 42 level. But Brian Shannon taught me something that I pay a lot of attention to now, is I am not as big of a fan of swing trades with a downward sloping 200 period moving average. If I take them, I hold them for less or take them for smaller sizes because of something that he showed me, which is played out truthfully a few times. Let's go to the desk for our interview.
We're so excited to have with us here today Eddie Z of Easy Trading Computers. How are you doing today? Great. Thank you for being here.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having me.
Awesome. So we're going to ask some questions here to give people a little bit more insight on trading computers, what they should be looking for, etc. So we're going to start here. What mistakes do traders make when buying a computer specifically for trading?
Well, I think the mistake that we see traders make the most is that they tend to focus on price instead of what they really need for trading. So when you're trading, you have such an incredible amount of data that's coming into your computer. A real-time data stream is like a fire hose of data. So if you think about, imagine if you had to stream 10 Netflix movies all at the same time. That is literally the amount of data you're taking into your computer all at the same time. Now, you don't have the, you're not able to process that in real time. Think about when you load Netflix on your TV and you see that spinning wheel, the little spinny wheel that goes around. That can be a problem if you're trading. That information has to come into your computer. Your computer needs to turn all of that information into real-time quotes, into indicators, your charts. And if you have like 50 symbols on your screen and you're running level 2, all this has to happen at the same time. So what happens is that a lot of new traders, even veteran traders, they let their machine get very, very old, and it just can't take in the mega amounts of data that we have coming in today. And that's really the biggest mistake I see traders make.
So with all of that in mind, I guess how would a better, or how does a better computer actually help trading now that we know what not to look for?
Well, when you think of a computer, the main engine of the computer is something called the processor. The processor takes in all that data, turns it into those charts and indicators. So you really want a processor that has a tremendous amount of horsepower. The CPU is doing all of that work to generate your real-time quotes, your real-time data. So you want the fastest, most powerful processor that you can get right now. You don't have to go crazy like a server-style processor, but Intel and AMD make excellent high-end processors that can handle today's mega levels of trading.
So with that in mind, too, great transition here. I guess, which of these would you say is the most important for trading? We're talking about processors, but between CPU, RAM, or the graphics card, what should people be really emphasizing here?
Well, they're all very important. So the processor is extremely important. And then, of course, having a good graphics card is important, especially with AI. So all of these new modules that are coming out in these trading platforms that run AI, all of that AI is processed, believe it or not, in the graphics processor. So having a good NVIDIA graphics card, in addition to having a strong processor, is going to make all the difference in the world. And then nowadays, you want at least 32 gigabytes of RAM in a trading computer. And that's really key. And then on the other end of that, if you're going to buy a new machine, you want to make sure that after you own the machine and you have it set up, that the company you bought the computer from has your back. Because inevitably, something goes wrong with your machine. It's just inevitable. Even if it's just a Windows update. Have you ever been hosed up by a Windows update? Who are you going to call? You're going to call Microsoft? I'd rather get a root canal than call Microsoft tech support. So having a company that really supports you after the sale is extremely important, with technical support and with a warranty.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So now that we talked about the machine, I guess, what about monitors? We talk a lot about screens here, and I guess in your opinion, how many screens is ideal for someone who's just starting out with trading?
Well, if you're used to just using one, I would at least bump it up to two. Because if you ever traded on a laptop before and you're banging around in that taskbar just to get from window to window and then maybe to your order bar, it can be really, really frustrating. It can be just very tedious. So just bumping it up to two monitors will make such a difference. Go for a bigger size monitor, like a 27-inch monitor, make a tremendous difference. If you've already used two, 4 is the next place to go from there. I personally use 6, as you can see behind me. I used to use 8, but I found that it's actually overkill, and our minds are not really set up to multitask like that, and it can actually get distracting, especially with the larger the monitors get. So like 4 27-inch monitors works very well. The ones behind me are 27-inch, so 6 also works very well.
So I guess now if you're looking to build a future-proof setup, now that we have a little bit more info here on the computers themselves, what would you recommend?
Yeah, the highest end Intel processors. So they just came out with a series called the Ultra, Intel Core Ultra, the Ultra 9. It's an excellent processor. AMD has the Ryzen 9 9950X processor. Those are both, for both of them, that's their highest end processors currently on the market. You should get at least 3 to 5 years if you run one of those processors. At least 32 gigabytes of RAM, 64 gigabytes of RAM. The more RAM you have, the more apps you can have open at the same time. And we tend to run lots of apps at the same time. I mean, if you're running your trading platform, like I'm running TradingView, TradeStation, then I'll have like ChatGPT open, say I'm watching Trader TV Live. At Trader TV Live all by itself uses a lot of resources. So when you're running a video stream, so having a lot of RAM helps with that a lot. And then again, an Nvidia RTX 4060 GPU, which is a graphics card. I don't want to baffle people with too much technical speak. Nvidia RTX graphics card will cover you on the AI side for some time to come.
Well, thank you so much for going over all of that. So before we let you go, Eddie, why should traders consider EZ trading computers?
Well, we only deal with traders. All of our machines come with a lifetime technical support guarantee. So as soon as you purchase a computer from us, we have your back. As long as you're using that machine, you can call into our tech support. It's a premium level of tech support. Again, it's not like calling Microsoft or Dell or HP's tech support, which really can be torture if you've tried to do it yourself. Our desktops come with a 5-year warranty. We cover everything inside the case. And we just build a very high-end product, and we give you that personal touch, not like when you go to a website and just select a computer and buy it, or you go to Best Buy or Micro Center and just take one home. And those kids there usually don't know what you need as a trader.
Yeah, well, the emphasis
That's
on
why we're here.
Sorry about that. Yeah, the emphasis on trading, I think, is so important. And thank you so much here again for being with us. Eddie Z, founder and CEO of Easy Trading Computers. Thanks for taking the time to talk to us.
Thanks so much. By the way, we do have a very special promotion going on with Trader TV Live, exclusive for Trader TV Live folks. So when you guys put that ad up, there's a scan code there. It'll take you to a very special offer. There's free upgrades just for Trader TV Live folks. Go ahead and check that out at your convenience. And again, thanks so much for having me.
Honestly, fantastic. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we're talking about. It made Neil and I right away started checking. We made sure that we did have that 64 gigabyte like immediately. So we want to thank you for coming through. And we actually just talked about the special promotion there. We'll have that back up. Make sure you do click the link in the description, and it'll be flashing on the screen momentarily, I'm sure. So thank you, Easy Trading Computers. And you know, we've been talking about them for a minute. Even Neil was scanning the code there, and I bought 5 laptops for you. So that was a good one there as well.
You know, you got to.
But yeah, just keep on going with all that. And you know, the equipment is what's important for sure, right? You got to have the strategy first. Make sure you have the right equipment to execute it. Look, I don't know if Palantir has one of these supercomputers right now, but it is definitely going right now. Since we left you, it was 5 cents in the money, 10 cents in the money. Now it's 220 cents in the money as we have a $2 winner rate here just right off the jump. And it's funny because I was like, wow, if the Nasdaq's going to go down, I'm just going to go over to a name that I like. And that was Palantir, and boom goes the dynamite there, straight to the upside, man. We're back to the day's high for myself again. And there it goes, man. We did, you know, we went to Robin Hood, and that is not having the same juice behind it as Palantir. So I have no idea, man. In and out quickly on Robinhood. When this is what my losers look like, and this is what the winners look like, I'll take that day after day. So we did get stopped out early on Palantir, the same trade we got with Robinhood. We didn't get stopped out of it all. We got stopped out of some. And then I was like 131. That 131 is the level that we wrote down right here. All right, now it's 250 in the money. We are really ripping up here on Palantir. $134.40 all-time highs. That might have even been made this morning. I think that was in the last couple.
Rigetti on the quantum names, that's going to be blue ocean.
There it goes, July 19th there. Back a while ago where this name absolutely crushed. And then I was right here. And I was just like, okay, I'll buy some. And we were able to get some of this name a little bit lower, obviously a lot worse than where it is right now. So this was great. We've been holding this from time. I think it's more than double right now. With the account for crowd strike, there's definitely been a changing of the guard as far as crowd strike versus NW and all that as far as the chart is concerned. And not only that, these aren't even the big winners, the big winner. And still, CrowdStrike is the big winner, but watching CSCR, even as opposed to NW2, I mean, I'll throw up. This is another one of those trades that just goes boom right there. This is also a double, like your G turn over there. This is also a double since the lows of April. Zscaler is absolutely, oh yeah, this is a monster. Now, it ain't no Palantir, but it's something right there as we continue to go higher and higher and higher. It might even be better than Palantir at this point. Power hour don't matter to me today, man. We are powered up right now. And this Palantir, I'm just sitting back now. We're now 350 in the money. It's hard enough to find 5 cents or whatever it seems like. But there goes Palantir right now, just Rip City. And it's just going and going and gone. Eventually, here's Aaron Judge of the stock market as Palantir just keeps on going upside right now. There it is. There's 134.75. That's the mark that he's recently had 134.48. So now we are back into all-time highs for PLTR. The name that just keeps on giving. I was just noticing right there. Palantir and Zscaler both are doubling as many names here. That's why I wanted to put Jupiter over there. Also doubling from those lows. That's a huge move up right now for Palantir. Look at the last 4 days. Well, let's just say the last 3 days. 121, 134. Nicely done there. Coil, break, boom, Palantir. And just lucky to have this kind of a winner. I mean, you never know where you're going right over the whole thing. We have to get something out there as we approach the highs of the day. Good bottom pick there. Lucky that the market fell in. But there's 135. Yeah. Like, I don't even, we just rejected a little bit, want to take a better piece off. And this is again a benefit, like trying to push a little bit more size when we have this kind of a move. I still have enough on board here to be something. So, I mean, there goes Palantir. We just took another piece of 135. It's just going. It's just going. I don't know, but yeah. So, all right, let's look up Micron. Micron was another name that, Opie and I had looked at this yesterday when it had just kept on going. And we wanted to eventually go short on that name, and we did that yesterday. And that was a great short rate there. I actually had this Opie had a little bit higher. And then there's the play down for Micron into the end of the day, and we nailed that one. We got out before the imbalances, and it actually kept on going even lower. So watch out for Micron here today. It's a little bit, not a little bit, it's a lot different, I guess, than how it's looked in the past, because that move has come in right now different than yesterday. And now it's retracing back up. Yesterday, the market sort of closed down here. Now we're making a move up. But look at it, right, this 200 period. I think this might be a break long, if anything, on 102 and change. But yeah, thank you so much for the nice comments right there. Yeah, I know, but and still, look, I try to trade is what we're doing. Just a few names today, a few good trades, and that's all that it takes. It takes one good trade, right? It doesn't take, for me, it doesn't take many. It just takes a few. So if you can hit it and trade with proper share size, it doesn't mean a lot of shares or a little amount of shares, just a proper amount for you to be comfortable. That's how it all starts. So yeah, man, it must be the lucky cow hat as well. So thank you for that. Thanks for bringing that up. I forgot we were wearing this. So there as the money coming in with the lucky cow hat as well there today. So a hugely positive day and just waiting for more trades. It's 3:03, right? I mean, it's 3:03. It's about an hour to go.
A couple of things here. I didn't notice these guys get smoked. Reddit got smoked. Just heard the checker saying Reddit might be down. Shout out to David. Appreciate you, David. Been a while. Obviously, I've been gone last week. I'm sure you had fun on the show as always. I love this. 6 screens. Nice day. If anyone in community in Edmonton Friday for game 2, DM me if you want to grab a beer before or after. It'll be a sea of orange and we're wearing the 97. We'll see. I love playoff season, but I'm frustrated with the fact that it kind of came back. I'm like, guys, we'll be able to watch NBA basketball because I don't really watch sport on vacation. They don't start till Thursday.
Yeah, NHL starts tomorrow. They give a week off for NHL.
It's too much, man. Like, it's just sometimes it's too much. But shout out to you, David. Obviously, like Edmonton. Reddit down, like you're saying they're down. They're actually getting smoked. I didn't realize it was quite this bad for Reddit here. I'm not a huge fan of them. I think I'm a little bit more excited to see when Discord comes in. This has got a pretty distinct, like triple, let's call it like this here on the daily. That's what I'm kind of seeing with Reddit. It tried to break out today. Here we go. If you just go like the last bounce for May, and another one mid-May, it tried to break that trend and is going to reject the trend line for the 3rd time here. It needs to close above that trend line, then you can start going on Reddit. Not a good look for them whatsoever. And I don't wonder if we're not going to see Discord for a while. If Discord's not going to, we're in the bull market for a while now, so you would have thought those IPOs that are waiting would be churning already, and it's disappointing that we haven't seen that one. We just jumped into QBTS and the trend break. I'm out in front of high day, and then we're still going to take the breakout trade there. Tesla's at 350. Why does it always stop at 350?
10%.
Every time. It always seems to stop at that $350 level.
Oh, yeah, it's back there.
It did in the morning, and then held this support, and now it's resistance. He needs to break back above that 350 here in Tesla. And Sebastian in the chat, don't forget the stake bid. Last time ERJ, you missed Hood as well. I never got into Hood. I don't think. No, there was a couple of times where I think I had stink bids in Robin Hood on the daily chart. I missed ERJ. I've never played ERJ, so I'm not sure what you're into there, Sebastian. But yeah, it's an ETF I've never played. Tesla 350, let's see if it can happen, but I still like QBTS into that high of day. And I mentioned Micron, that I was looking for a re-entry into the short on Micron. It stopped moving. So the re-entry would have been back in here where we got it the first time at 102.5. The stock's literally not doing anything. I don't really see much of an entry if it's not going to move. If it starts to roll over, I can join short. But I'm just going to, we're fortunate enough to trail out and catch the bottom end of that move. But if you're going sideways at 3 o'clock, there's no point trading back into Micron.
Right, CoreWeave is 147. I just saw someone in the chat say, what's up, Joseph Birch? I'm going long Tesla breaking 350, so when that happens, that happens. It's funny that you guys mentioned that, so there it goes right there, 350. We talked about Tesla 350 when it was down there, so let's see if it can print out just light, man, like half a unit. Nothing too crazy on that one because we don't want to give, well, we're not going to give anything back, but we don't want to give anything back. So we'll wait to see if that breaks it, and then we can use VWAP, which is at 149 anyway. So that's why I'm only using half a unit. It's in the afternoon here. We just made basically our whole day times a little bit more than that, just alone on this Palantir trade. So we have 10% left of this, and we'll take a small piece of Tesla when it goes. What's up, Joseph Birch, man? What's up to you too? I hope you're doing well. I mean, we're liking things right now. If there's any sort of trades that you guys want us to look at or any sort of symbols, please give it to us. That's why Neil and I are looking in the chat. That's why we talked about that ERJ there, which we don't have, and Reddit and everything like that. So let us know. Netflix, I think, is a name that I recently bought Amazon. I recently bought Eli Lilly, Elon Musk. Okay, Elon Musk posting on X. Oh. He said the whole revenue of SpaceX will exceed the whole budget of NASA. So,
Hasn't NASA's budget been dropping for a while now?
I don't know. Maybe just a prediction, I guess. By all right, so we'll wait to see SpaceX. I mean, obviously, that thing's going to be ticking soon and getting back there to the upside. And that's going to be the next, like, you want to talk about an IPO. Like, bro, man, wait till that goes. And
Neuralink is going to be big.
talking about Neuralink, I just think is so far away. That's all. But yeah, it's going to be just that.
If people are all about quantum right now, they're excited about Neuralink too.
What means your position? Right there. So we're into 350, and the reason why, so we got 350.02, so good fill, we're in it. Let's just see where it goes now. We're into this Tesla position. Risky, yeah, but not risking a lot. So it's just a huge move. Not a huge move, but we just went straight up $5. So it could fall down again, and if we do come back in, we can use, this is 348.50, VWAP is 348.75. For some reason on my chart on E-Signal, I have VWAP at 349.25, but there it goes right now, 25 cents in the money, man. It's like everything we're touching here seems to go temporarily, and then we'll wait to see where it goes. I'll take something out for a quarter, I guess. I don't know. We just stopped there. See if I can take out like 5% there. Now we're trying to fall back in. So I was just looking for a stop there. We already talked about it. Breaking through 349, I think we'll stop out. If this goes $1, that's kind of where that 200 period moving average is. So honestly, trying to go actually a little bit higher than that. So trying to go 1-to-1, a little bit more than 1-to-1, I think is fine. But I'm already in scalp mode. So what we're doing right now, there it is. Like there's an out there. We just got 25s. So there's a 25-cent winner for you on Tesla. Again, it's just different. Oh, it doesn't show me.
Position board.
Maybe in position board, not on.
Give it a minute.
We could give it a minute, yeah, but I'm in Tesla for a couple minutes now. So there it goes, man. We're in Tesla. We just got a piece out. We'll see. Hopefully we can adjust that. That is the right trade for me for Palantir.
Oh, that's right.
Probably right for QBTS as well. So, all right, so we're in Tesla. I have 350.02s. We just got out of what percent? 10% there. I thought it was 5%, but I just hit my normal 10% there. So now let's see if it can go up. I mean, next call, 350.50, and then we'll wait for that to see if it goes. Like I said, this is not one of those trades where it's like first thing in the morning where we need to let this go. Right now, we're just trying to make some trades here and then hold something for that bigger move if it does happen. Wouldn't be surprised if the market just kind of does a little bit of this. We kind of got into VWAP there, back into the 50 period, and now it just kind of wants to dance. So yeah, lighter. I mean, this is why I told you it was about half of a unit for me on Tesla right there. So we'll see what winds up happening. It's about 15% or so of what we took on Palantir. So let's see what happens now. Again, Tesla $350 stock, Palantir $134 stock. We've been really loving Palantir today, and we haven't traded Tesla. So we'll wait to see what happens now. Good little level there at 350. Let's try it. It's failed for us before, so I wouldn't be surprised if it does this again. I'll average down into that 349, like 349.30 or so, because we're getting out on VWAP. So it's not going to be a huge hit for us either way, but so far it's not the greatest as it is coming back down. Here, maybe if I get in one more time, because now it's erased your trades as well.
I just took a fill and it erased. Yeah, okay.
There it goes. All right, so you've got to fill. Okay, so I just have to wait.
You did that?
I didn't.
Usually that happens.
Oh, maybe
when
yes.
you take a fill.
Oh, I did take a fill. No, I didn't. You did. I didn't get filled on.
No, but
out on Palantir.
Well, either way, it's that's correct for me because I was about to mention I jumped into
there. Mine should flip. Yes.
Oh, okay. It took a second.
I know how it works. Yeah, so I just took another piece out there on Palantir as it made its way back to 134.50s. So we just took that 134.50. Now let's see where we go here. Tesla making the move down, Palantir making the move up. This is what we're doing, man. I feel bad about chasing this Tesla. I think that's what we did. So that's why it's less of a trade, right? The Palantir fell into our lap, a completely different story altogether. Apple, so we also got dropped out of Apple during that sort of chaos to the downside. But Apple, another monster today, could have been better. Didn't have that many shares because we had gotten out, and then, anyways, Apple hopefully can go upside now. But we're going to wait for Tesla. I'm bidding 349.30s, see if we get a little bit more down there, and then punching out if it does break 339. Bitcoin 106, at least that's battling back.
Yeah, it's looking pretty solid.
What was that plum today? I still have mine over here. You have yours?
I did. Disappointing. I didn't think it was.
too
Yeah,
hard.
the other thing too is when you're in Europe, I was just in Budapest for anyone that isn't watching for a week, and shout out to Obi for doing a great job filling in like he always does. But I find when I travel to Europe, like it's only a week, but I get accustomed to like how great everything tastes.
Trying to find a basket.
And then you come back, and it's like, yeah, I need perfect fruit, I need perfect vegetables, and you don't necessarily always get that here. That said, I was in Rome last year, in Budapest this year. There wasn't a comparison. Pastries, desserts, fantastic. It's just the food there is good, but it's not the same. It's not the same thing. Like if you're a foodie, that's not it. But if you want some beautiful places to see and walk around, of course, you can't go wrong. So we mentioned I jumped into Micron off of this local high, just above the 102 level, that we're sitting in here at 85s and just giving it about a quarter, right? So just above the 102 is going to be the out. First bids not till we get to the 60, which is actually more than 1-to-1. Should have it at, oh, that's right. Yes. At the 60 level, then we'll look for that low of 102.2. If we get VWAP, fantastic. I didn't pull the trigger reloading on QBTS as it's just going sideways here. The volume was starting to pick up, but you can kind of see that it's stalled out there on the volume. With it 3:15, with only 45 minutes to go, like I want to see the volume continue to climb, put in a red candle, and starting to slow down a bit. So no reload on declining volume for me on QBTS. I'll hold it to see if it can break that high, but it's looking a little bit disappointing as far as I can see. What I love about this market is there's something for everybody. This MCTR, which has done 37 million shares of volume, up 550%. Opened up again, another fresh high, but it just rejected. So it halted at 31.70 and then kind of failed a breakout on the reopen, went all the way down to 29 bucks. It's right back testing those highs. So pulls back $2 and then retests the highs. It's a bit of a crazy one. I'm not touching this with a 10-foot pole. I think someone asked something about shorts. No, I'm not paying for locates on this thing. There's mean reversion shorts, and there's, this is not the type of stock where I would try a mean reversion on. Like Micron is the kind of stock that I would try a mean reversion on, not MCTR. Gave it a shot with a tight stop because it was going sideways, but it's just ever so gently moving higher. Maybe not twice as much Nvidia. I'd have to double check, but it's significant.
I don't know.
It's significant. It's
Neil and I trade prop. I've only ever traded prop. Obviously, I've never traded like. That I have left on this Palantir trade is what we just lost on that whole position. Talking about Palantir, Joe Mama, right there. Oh, Joe Mama, that's good. So I don't know, maybe there's more interest in the option side for Palantir. I don't try to, I'm a very, very simple mind, and I'm not trying to mess around with looking at too many things. I try to play price action, try to play momentum, try to play levels. Very, very simple to me. I don't even like head and shoulders, this and that, blah, blah, blah. To me, that's just noise. So I don't listen to it. I don't trade off of that. You guys know how I trade. It's pretty simple. And yeah, today's pretty good. The only thing I want to tell you is now Palantir is now more than half of our Nvidia profits today. Backing on Palantir, so Nvidia was about 4 times more than Palantir, and then now Palantir is about half. So we made some good inroads here with PLTR into the closes. Looks like it was 135. Every print higher right now is a brand new all-time high. And then you kind of get some more out for Palantir. It's gone up to the highest single name I own. And that was never, so it's a good thing that happened, but it was never the idea. I don't think my number one holdings are the indexes. I didn't even own any indexes about the beginning of this year. We've sort of layered into those. So that's my number one holding. But if you had the NASDAQ, it's the S&P will be the number one. The NASDAQ is probably number two. And then just as far as a single stock is Palantir right now. So I think we're going to have to trim some of that 135 and change. But then what am I going to do? Put it back in the NASDAQ? Do I want to sit in cash or sit in Palantir? That was one of those. Yeah, it's one of those. It was the only reason I sold something like that. I remember, right? It was just one of those. I looked back and it was the number. It was why is it Eli Lilly the number 2 holding in my portfolio? Yeah. And I'm like, this was never my intention. I'm like, do I like GLP that much? My answer was no. So sometimes you trim
But I was like an auto buyer. Like it just the money went straight into the.
What I do, I pick up my phone immediately to find out. I was getting nervous. No, but like literally, I just look at this phone. I just always put it in the index. It's like I never, unless I have a really good reason to want it to be in cash, then it's like I just sort of think of the long term as being invested in the market and hold it. Just very quickly, because QBTS might be failing to stop break. So like the long obviously was better. If you look, what if we buy better prices? They're much better. But it was a pretty clean breakout through the triple top today. But the thing that I'm reminded of is when in doubt, zoom out. And when you zoom out, I'm not going to put it to a 15-minute. You can kind of see just going back to when I was gone last week. It has this rejection of $18, and then the opening range, it kind of rejected a lower high here at $17.75. So it is overhead resistance into this breakout. And so if it loses this prior bar at 53, it'll be a tight stop. We'll get out. We bought the dip. That was clean into the high of the day, but this breakout here we got at 58. It printed 65. It printed 70s. But if it loses 53, I'm going to jump out of this. I just noticed the overhead resistance on QBTS. And you should, when you're doing this, it's like, you should always zoom out before you take a top break. I thought it was a little bit more clean for some reason to like 18.4. And I kind of know the reason why, because I looked at the daily chart, glanced over, I'm like, there's room to 18.40 here. That's almost $1. But really, that's a lot of resistance, 17.80 to 18.80. So that's the reason we have a very tight stop. It will work, but we'll take what we can get, and we will not be upset. Corey makes fresh highs, of course. I wanted to get to that whole stock. MCT, what was it again? MCTR, that's what it is. Thank you very much, Derek. Derek forgets nothing. It's unbelievable. That whole stock MCTR, you heard me say that it wasn't a good short. Well, I wasn't going to pay for shorts. Obviously, it would have been a good short, failing that fresh high that it put in, the hold high. That said, there was no crazy like post-halt up candle that I would revert, but I think if you took it, it worked for you. Anyways, down, I don't know why it hasn't halted to the downside. That's almost 10% in a single 3-minute candle, down to 27 even. So it might be on its last few legs in here, whatever MCTR is. What's the name of it? We can say it. Control Group Limited. Well, I did say that last time. So you saw the plan of action for QBTS is not to reload it and to tighten the stop up. The other play will be just hold it into 18 if it breaks the high. Might as well get an order there just to have a chance. I'm not really expecting anything crazy at the close in terms of like index action or any imbalances. In a few minutes, we'll have an early look. Could expect some volatility in the chips today from what we saw with the buy program on Micron. That reverted late in the day. I'm looking to see if there's like one last salvo down on Micron. I was hoping this would push back into the highs and we can see 102.5 to get another trade in. But we are running out of time for sure. Good question here, Hypercube. Did we figure out what the sell-off was from? Is it the tax bill? I don't know. I think we've got to be talking about, if you're talking about specifically like Tesla here at like 353, like falling off the reversal. There's one heavy candle in the Qs, and you're going to talk about this as like the sell-off into VWAP. Maybe that's what it is. There was nothing specific that was hitting the wire in that moment, so I don't want to tell you why it happened, but the heaviest stock was Tesla. No questions asked that I can look up and see. And some of it had to do with, I know Elon's comments, maybe regarding the bill, maybe that had something to do with why Tesla was getting pushed down so much, because I would see him going against the president, which ideally is not something you want to draw the ire of. We'll see. I can't get enough of this. I cannot. She told me to. She's like, this goalie was staring me down. And then I went, look at the edge work on the skates. Like, it's not even,
You gotta highlight the time on the clock too.
Oh, that was the penalty shot though. She already got 23 seconds. They were down 4-2. Yeah, you're right. And she made it 4-3 there.
That's what I'm saying. Like
it's a half. So it's actually only 28 seconds left in the game.
I didn't know that.
No, it doesn't matter. Still,
But
yeah.
still, like that.
I didn't even realize that myself. I'm just sitting here watching Palantir, and I was like, I'm going to go watch that again. I already put that up on X. Go find me on X if you want to see some fun stuff like that. And then also, man, like we had a great weekend as well. Like there's more of this, but there's my dog Belle. We talked about that yesterday. There she is right there. There's Gia. And here's all the girls as I talk to them about we beat Royal York 20-0. We mercied them. We only did 4 runs an inning. They played 6 innings. We only played 5. We weren't going to bat the last little bit. So right now we're looking for some more competition right now. So if anybody has a 13U team or a 12U team that plays hardball, it's all girls. Bring it on. We're actually playing the boys, the rep boys. So some kids that are 12 years old, they're hitting. It's 200. The bombs, I forget what it is to deep center. Not that far, just a little league diamond, but they're hitting bombs over the fence, like 2 and change for little league. It's
That's about right.
Yeah, it's amazing. But anyways, okay. So just quickly, I have like 2% left. That's it of Palantir. We went up to 135 there, and we have 3 or 4 outs. We have more than that, but a bunch of outs right there. My last out was on the way back down through. So we're going to put a bid right there. Sorry, not a bid, an offer to get out. You know where the stop was on this trade? 131 break. So this was 40 cents worth of risk. And it just turned out to make $3. But there was the risk. We'd written down earlier that we liked 131. Palantir has been obviously a pretty good name for me today. We had it there, won, lost it. That last time we broke through 131, and then it came back again. So we'll take that fill, gave it to that area, and then boom goes the dynamite there to the upside. So let's now cancel that stop and put it in right here. Just a break of 134, 133.99, and we will mark it out of that trade. Get that set up there with these hands, and now wait to see it's 330. It's getting a little spicy to get into anything right now because, again, we do have less than a half hour. I'm at the highest spot I've been at all day, so pretty proud of that right now. And not doing a whole heck of a lot, except for noticing one thing. Look at Micron right now. Wow, that name wants to just sort of cruise a little bit higher here into the close. But Amazon, man, maybe I should have told Amazon or Bezos that I bought some yesterday because this name is not participating very well with today's rally. It is down 0.5%. Now, I really like Amazon. We heard Bill Ackman and Pershing Square come through and say that this is one of the names that they bought in that depths of hell, which was mid-April. No, I'm not scared. I mean, I bought more yesterday, and I just figuring it's doing this. I think we want to break up higher. I really like Amazon. The most recent buys for myself were CRM, Amazon. We bought CRM today. We can actually have it look. That's probably down. Marvell. Wow, what am I doing? I said I wasn't going to buy individual stocks anymore. Marvell, Amazon, CRM, basically all AI and tech-related names.
You know what I'm annoyed with?
They're ridiculous, but then I did buy the S&P.
CRM just made that. Was Infosys?
CRM agent.
Who did they just buy?
Oh, who did buy? Yeah, Infosys. Yeah, INFY.
And then, right, it was INFY, right?
Something like that.
And I remember thinking, okay, well, when there's a dip on those, wait a couple of days and then buy the dip, and I was gone. I didn't even look at it. But
CRM. No, they reported that's that move down for CRM.
Still though, you know what? Yeah, I own this. I haven't done jack with this stock in a very, very long time. I'd be curious to even look to see where I own this sucker. Like, didn't sell anything, didn't buy anything. A mutual friend of ours has a cousin who works there, and we were talking about it. Obviously, he's gonna like what they're doing.
I mean, I like Agent Force. I like what they're doing.
Well, I like the acquisition for them. I like it as well. I just got to think about what I want to do with that stock, because that's one where I haven't sold and I haven't done any cleanup. And I do believe software is the answer, and I do believe they're a good AI play. Just one quick thing here. The QBTS just tried one more time. We're going to go to Adara, but it tried one more time to bust up to the highs. Couldn't do it. It looks like it's going to break out. I'm not moving the stop, but it'll be just underneath the break-even stop. It looks like it's running out of legs in here, unfortunately. Let's go to Adara. Fed Logan speaking.
I'm going to give some clarification here on CRM, actually. So it wasn't Infosys that they acquired. It was Informatica. That was their most recent acquisition for $8 billion. The goal of that was to, I guess, increase their AI and data management capabilities. So that was that acquisition there, Informatica, $8 billion. It's also worth noting here, Fed's Logan is speaking, apparently not commenting on the economic outlook in her prepared remarks, but a couple comments just generally, I guess, about economic outlook, less specific to this current cycle, for lack of a better term. So Fed's Logan here is saying that she believes that the monetary policy framework should be robust to a range of scenarios, and that the Fed should pay attention to overshooting full employment, that they should focus on achieving 2% inflation and not trying to make up for past inflation shortfalls. So really, like what we've heard from all of the many Fed speakers today, Fed's Logan focusing here on the idea we'll get to 2% inflation. That should be the focus beyond any distractions. Back to you.
All right, Infomatica.
Infomatica.
The more Infomatica you have, the better it is. Thank you for that info, Adara, on that one. You know.
No, INFA, not INF1.
Yeah. But anyways, just $8 billion. Yeah, nothing to worry about.
What's 8 billion among friends?
I don't know. CRM's market cap probably in the 200, 300
Oh,
billion
goodness, easily.
mark there. So I think that they probably just sneezed and all of a sudden they acquired a company. All right, so there it is right here. This is why, I mean, we have many examples. You can't put up numbers, honestly, unless you have risk management, because you could put up numbers, but then the next I mean, I think another good example of that right here is right here, right now, and that was we got hit on a Hood and Tesla.
don't have Joe's. Oh, that one. And I thought Joe was going to hit his butt. Steal names, 1 million to the sell side. It was yesterday. This was up 23%.
Yes.
I want to say yes. Yeah, it was yesterday. Very, very good day for the steal names, and a very, let's just say, program day for Cleveland Cliffs today. Like that, to me, is a buy program pretty much the entire day on CLF. So when I see that, and I see a sell imbalance, yeah, someone's probably just taking profits. It's the longest thing the entire day. It just seems like profit taking to me. It's a fraction of the actual volume on the day here, 81 million shares. Let's go over there.
Be aware here, a little bit of, for lack of a better term, wick action in MP and TMC. These are both kind of natural metal-related companies. I took a look at these because I just saw a headline here. I'm seeing a report. Donald Trump is expected to waive statutory requirements under the Defense Production Act in order to help increase domestic production of critical minerals and weapons. So keep an eye here on some of these minerals and metals-related plays located in the U.S. Getting a little bit of a violent move here, likely on this catalyst. Back to you.
And we'll look forward to see what will happen with crowd earnings. Scott Thomas is saying they better have good earnings. Well, I don't know what. Well, no, I don't disagree with you. The whole space you're paying a premium for, they just broke fresh highs. So, yeah, like when you're breaking highs going into earnings, we know which way the risk usually goes for them. I would say I feel at least a little bit better. You know what? Yeah, enough of this. I think CrowdStrike's a great stock and it's breaking out. Make sure you tune in. We always know Brian Chan will have some fantastic news during earnings season. He's on tonight, right? He should be on tonight. He's fantastic, and Sean and Tara and Brian are going to give you the goods. But Elon, I want to say, runs his mouth about the bill, and while the market bounces and goes higher, it's right back to that 345 level. So yeah, the selling is going in here pretty hard here on Tesla. If it doesn't hold on to 345, I'm probably, yeah, I mean, 345, I almost guarantee you I'm going to write down my notes tomorrow over under 345. I'm going to favor shorts. Is likely my guess. As it does not look very good. And Harry Pages, can you show us what columns you brothers have in your balance? Okay, sure. Usually kind of gloss it over. It's pretty simple. Stock, which direction the imbalance is in, how big is the imbalance. The paired volume is the key. It's one of the keys that I think it's important to have on there. The time just tells you the last time it updated. And then the source, alt stock, a lot of times that'll be a little bit useful. So you can always just sort of hover on it here. Anytime we pull it up, just hit the pause screen, grab it. If you have any questions, you can always ask us, guys. It's just no issues. I know we glossed over this pretty quickly. We also have a video that you can check out on the imbalance locator made a few years back, and it's valid. There's been trades off here. There's been big ones in the past. Like I know, like there was one a couple of months ago. Well, it was a while ago actually on Tesla. A good one on Palantir, and JWN had a recent good one. It doesn't mean that every single day we see a big number on here at 350, there will be an opportunity. There's a reason why we bring it up. You never know where your bread's going to get buttered. And to Chris L, I hope Elon has not ended the bull market. But the reason I don't think that's true is there's a distinct difference between, and this is a 15 versus 3. But like this is a NASDAQ right now at 0.7, right? Like you're just making a slight pullback off a strong day. What Tesla is doing is distinctly different. Distinctly different. It's clearly much weaker than the overall market right now. Like Nvidia is holding up pretty well here. You know, it just seems like it's Tesla which is taking it on the chin. If it wasn't 345, I'd consider a bounce play. At 345 the time, not the price. It is at 345 the price as well. I consider a bounce play, but it's way too late. The stock I was looking for the breakout was going to be QBTS. Still successful this afternoon. It just didn't sustain the move the way that we would like it. They gave you a couple of points if you got it from bottom to top and didn't re-enter. You got 1 point each way. If you took kind of the breakout to the high or the breakout to whatever, 1770 ended up being that high of the day. I want to see more on this potentially tomorrow, but it was the only one in the group that was going. But we'll see. MDB is another one I keep seeing in the chat here. MongoDB, not a stock that it's not really a day trading stock. Thank you, Derek. Yeah, they report tomorrow night. It's not really a day trading stock. However, if it breaks out here above like 203, 204, that gets pretty spicy. Like a brick wall in the low 200s for the last few months now, at least. David, again with the super chat. Appreciate you, brother. Second trip to Canada in 30 days. When customs ask me purpose of visit, always say to collect deed for 51st state. Mixed reaction from agents. Some laugh. I have a buddy that works at customs. He'd laugh at that. I promise you. I'll show him this joke and he'll bust a gut. I actually have 2 friends at work. One of them is actually like he is on the job now with customs, but the other one is he's the dude that I have a good friend of mine I play baseball with. He's the dude that is on the plane with you when you get deported. So he literally is like he escorts people on the plane when they get deported. Man, he's got some stories. Big dude, but the nicest guy you've ever met. Like he should be a comedian. But I get that. It's a funny joke. We're not going to be the 51st take. We'll get that nonsense.
There's no way in hell I would say that to a customs guy.
Well, I mean,
no way. I mean, just because like you don't know who you're going to run.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like my buddy would laugh at it.
Yeah.
My buddy would laugh
at it. Results. I mean, I just think. I mean, we all think it's.
I can laugh at that joke.
I just saying like you just. Yeah, most custom. I'm just saying like.
But you don't know.
I wouldn't like. It's just like you're trying to get into the country. They literally hold all the cards for that. So I don't know, but yeah, what's up, David? Man, I mean, everybody doing themselves, of course, there. And I think that there goes Tesla right back into some lows. Like if we didn't have 3 more minutes until these imbalances, I'd be all over this thing right now. I'd be going long. I think the long is here right now. So again, a look for you if you're looking long. I like it right there for Tesla. But again, we have to be flat at the end of every day. And of course, when we're making predictions like this and making calls, it has nothing to do with tomorrow or the next day. I'm just looking at levels for right now. And you just fell right back in, right into your lap again right there. I would even potentially go longer again on Palantir if we got back to this 133, which we're pretty close to again. But wow, this was a day maker, a day adder, but definitely helped, get that day where it needed to be today there for us on PLTR. But the moves continue to join Adair and I tonight as we'll have CrowdStrike. That should be a heck of a lot of fun, and then we'll wait to see where we go after that. Trump-based branded crypto wallet sparks controversy. I don't know what's going on with the Donald Trump coin today, but we haven't looked at Coinbase in like forever.
5%.
Yeah, good. Yes. We didn't. I want to see that when Derek comes back. Did she tweet out? was talking about it. I know she was working on it. Our picks, because I have Coinbase in there. Okay, we do have. I'll get her maybe when she comes back. I'm talking about. Oh, there it is. Yeah, she did tweet it out. Okay, so this is from June 2nd. Yesterday.
Oh, from yesterday? Oh,
yeah, right here. It's you and I. Right there, leading the way. These are the picks that we've had on board there. Everybody Redsville, and then right now though, we'll take. You and I will put Trader TV on our backs here and wait to see what happens with these other guys. I know that's the problem is like we're the ones with the bad backs and Trader TV live right here. So we'll see what winds up happening. We got Coinbase in there as well, so add another 5 points on that right now today. And we've got Palantir and we have the Dow Jones. So we'll wait to see. Brendan's just rolling with crypto. I think so is Sharif.
What's weird about that though is I openly said like one of my picks, like I would be selling some today, but we're not really. It's not one of those. Because I think after what I saw with CEG. Yeah, like that CEG.
That's what's leading you right now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's the reaction.
Oh, the imbalances are out.
Imbalances drop. We'll finish that thought in a quick little second. I just went to my quote board to show pretty much nothing. Intel's 1 million to the sell side. HAL, Hal's at 2 million buy. Ford 1.3 XOM came out as expected. 1.9 to the buy side. Yeah, nothing really. Where's the big NASDAQ names? Nothing.
No.
Palantir's a buy, 760,000. So how much has it done? Like
80 million.
Yeah, 760 into 80 million is not going to do anything. I'm surprised not to see any of the chips in there. Alphabet 700,000 to the buy side.
Yeah,
the market's
Google's there.
The market's actually 290 to sell, 290 million to sell, and nothing really standing out on the board for the imbalances, unless you somehow care about a 1 million imbalance on Intel, which I suppose most people would not.
Joseph said he expects to be in second. What, on the chat he said that? I expect you to be in first, man. I thought you were smarter than us. But we'll have to wait to see what winds up happening.
Is Robin Hood? No, Robin Hood.
He went back.
Yeah, he went back. It's Meta, Tesla. Okay.
Ooh, I like all those.
Look, I love Meta.
I like everybody's picks. I have no idea.
I bought Meta twice.
We're just playing around. Like, I don't know. We could do another one. We could do a mid-year one. I'll put this 38% in my pocket, and we can repick again if you guys want to. You could go short on anyone. Yeah, we could go short.
Oh, well, you know what? You could. What would be a fun one? I didn't think about. I thought we were only picking buys, but what a fun one to do would be a forced short. Like you have to pick short, and so that like it forces you. What are you the most bearish on?
Yeah,
just to switch it up a little bit.
I like that too.
So but like, when's the starting date? Like
I like all of these things, man. I like me and Joe have a bet on for he's got the Florida Panthers.
Someone in the chat was talking about the Pacers in 4, and I'm like, I should have responded like, what do you like? First of all, what do you want me to do? You want me to paint my face? Like, just whoever it was, if anybody wants, I'll just take OK. No, I'll take OKC. I've been OKC the whole time, so I had no issues.
Sweep is.
But Pacers sweeping, like, what kind of odds do you want? Because I'll wear some face paint, do whatever you want to do. You can send me an apple fritter, and we can figure that one out. But it's going to be OKC. Like, that's not even a thing. Trust me.
Oh, trust me, bro. Trust me.
No, okay.
Man, my arms.
They got that one, man.
Okay.
I had to throw tonight.
Oh yeah, we play tomorrow night.
I don't really have to throw. My daughter plays baseball. Coach.
Yeah, we just have a game, so it's all good.
It's just it's regular stuff. It should be fun. The weather should be fantastic.
Yeah, oh yeah.
It's gorgeous out right now. So only about 7 minutes to go in here. Of course, remember your aftermarket. You're gonna CrowdStrike is the big one tonight. Let's see how cybersecurity does. Again, the premium's pretty big. What is Tesla doing, man? Did it tag 43? It did.
That was that buy. I said we should be buying 43s, but now it's at 44.
It bounced right there, I guess, off right when the imbalances hit. That's sort of the thing. If it comes out of sell imbalance, then you're in trouble. What are the odds?
It's not even close.
Oh goodness, that's what I'm saying.
In order to win $100, you have to lay $750
what do you even
on Oklahoma City. That's how much. So you have to lay $750 to win 100. So your bet would be you'd lay $750, you return $850. And Indiana Pacers, if you bet $100, you'll make $530.
So that's a good one.
Right there. And the MVP, of course, as long as Oklahoma City wins, that's a wrap right there. As you know, the best NBA players are outside of the United States. I think we understand that. Giannis, Luka, Shea, keeps on going.
The All-Star game should be
Anthony
USA
Bennett,
versus the
you know,
world.
stuff
Did you just say Anthony Bennett? Oh, come on, man.
You heard it here first. He will be wrapped.
You like him, hate him or love him, the underdog, whatever. 120.
DANG. And oh boy, man, we called that Tesla trade, and I was too scared of it because we had
Don't leave me hanging. I hope this Giannis thing happens.
Well,
But I'm a little.
no, I'm not saying it's.
It actually closed at $11, but that's close enough. I mean, my stink bid never got filled. I was sitting at 1042, so pretty much no chance there. As we're going to get some earnings for you today, everybody. Obviously, the crowd's going to be a big one. That should matter. I just heard Wells Fargo in my ear. Not really sure why. Are they moving? Yeah. Wells Fargo looks like it's moving big after market. That went all the way to $85 and pulled back in 78. So Wells with a massive, massive move here. It's already pulling back into 74. From 75 into 85, now back into like 70, 78. So Wells Fargo absolutely on the move here. It's going to be a wild one. It was a crazy day today, led by the chips on my account here. We'll have earnings as well. We got Brian Shannon coming through as well. On the market recap, so everybody, it's Sean, it's Dara, it's Brian Shannon, and Wells Fargo. Going nuts. Recap starts now, everybody.
making sure that Brian Shannon. Oh no, no, he is not. All good, my friend. Sorry to do this live, but I forgot I mentioned that I was going to do it because Darren, I normally does message me. It's all good. Brian just got your message. Thank you so much, Brian Shannon. He's joining us. We don't need Brian Shannon. All right, let's go find out. Here it is. Federal Reserve announces Wells Fargo is no longer subject to the asset growth restriction from the board's 2018. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember reading that 2018 enforcement action against the bank. So now they're no longer restricted in their growth assets, whatever that means. I do remember that back in 2018, Wells Fargo was really. Wow, I just saw Brendan sort of back there. It is sunny. It is sunny days right now here in Toronto, and absolutely loving life right now. Shout out to Marissa. Shout out to my daughter as well. back into 77. So yeah, that's a fat finger trade for sure, right there on Wells Fargo. We're getting ready for Asana earnings, and yeah, that stock might be heating up. That stock might be a little too hot as it's making a move outside the 1913, 1930 right now as well. But the big report waiting for is CrowdStrike. So there goes CrowdStrike, not doing too much, but a nice move here in the after hour, just up a little bit. 490, this one in there. We've already talked about it. Come at the king and maybe get burned. CrowdStrike right now at the upside. I would say they're going to have to come out with a great guide in order to hold this. So I'm actually a little bearish about the report, but just because if this was like a strict tech name, not just like a hack, I mean, it's just cybersecurity, then yeah, maybe this would come to the downside there because this seems like it's priced for perfection. We'll wait to see what happens with CrowdStrike. But just quickly here, as we get ready to rock and roll, I want to say thank you everybody for joining us one more time here into earnings. It's a little light today on the earnings side of things, so we're going to go over a little bit of yeah, Hewlett Packard also earnings out as well. So there goes Hewlett Packard, nice upside move. We saw HPQ the other day, go a little downside. Here goes HPE, trying to make that back upside through $18.38 for HPE adjusted earnings. 38 cents right there. The estimate was 41. I guess they're getting 38. I don't know. I see 34 on EPS from you, Adara. So we'll figure out what's going on with HPE and get that. And you also said Asana also is out. Wow. Okay. Sometimes you don't know about what earnings plays are coming through or not. But right now, there it goes. Nice upside move here for Asana. CrowdStrike also out, I guess. There it is. Who just made that call live on the air right there? There goes a nice move down for CrowdStrike as that's to the downside, reporting 73 cents. CrowdStrike, bye-bye. Ciao, Bella. We just talked about this live on the air. There it goes to the downside. It could still come back. But again, unless you're perfect, this market's going to hit you. Ciao, CrowdStrike for now. Anything on a move down for CRW? I'm going to obviously Adara is here doing the best work. But CrowdStrike right here, back to the 457. So what do you want to talk about first?
And I'll talk about CrowdStrike. So
Okay,
revenue in line. Q1 revenue 1.1 bill versus estimates of 1.1 bill. There we go. So that's in line. EPS slight beat here. Adjusted earnings of 73 cents per share versus estimates of 66. But revenue, even though it was in line, was up 20% year over year. So not a bad look there. Annual recurring revenue up 22% year over year. And CrowdStrike announced a authorization program here of up to $1 billion. So I'm seeing more numbers come in. Looks like
$1 billion.
Well, this is interesting though, Sean, because I was just seeing here on X, and compared to my estimates, it looks like a beat for EPS and inline sales. Now it's showing here, it looks like they actually missed on EPS and sales. It looks like there's different estimates floating around here, guys. It's a little weird. Q1 adjusted earnings here, 73 cents, missing estimates of 81. I have not seen estimates of 81 for what it's worth. But that's what Benzig is saying here. Sales 1.1 billion versus estimates of 1.16 billion apparently. So this is a bit different. This Benzig number does not really jive with what I've seen earlier. But we're looking on. Let's take a look at AAPL now.
What was the news if you don't remember? Do you remember what MCTR, what that news was?
It was a small cap. I don't remember.
Yeah, because we are up absolutely huge in the after hours again with no ability to halt this thing right now. MCTR basically is now at the mercy of the float, and shares outstanding. We have 50 million here on Trade Ideas, but there it goes, man. $44 ticking higher right now for MCTR. Just looking here on the 1 minute chart, on a daily chart, it says halted right now. It's not halted. We'll review this, but there it is on the daily for MCTR. Boom, a big middle finger to the shorts, and now right up here right now. So closing here, next day candle up there, although we are in the after hours. So, okay, let's go with HP. Are you ready for that or Asana?
Yeah, let's do it. I can do either. So MCTR, there was no news for this ever.
All right, there's HP.
Really talk about it. We'll talk about great look here. They're actually in a double miss. So,
wow.
Okay. So Q2 earnings here, adjusted earnings of 38 cents per share versus estimates of 41 cents. Sales, 7.63 billion below, well below estimates here of $8.17 billion. So their revenue up, though, 6% year over year. Annualized recurring revenue or annualized revenue run rate up 46% year over year. But yeah, I guess that must be what the street's liking here, even though they did have what I'm seeing a double miss. Let's take a look here at ASAN. That would be Asana up a cool 10% right now. So this one here, missing a little bit on sales, Sean, 187.27 million versus estimates of 192.6 million. They did narrowly beat here in EPS 5 cents versus 4 cents expected per share. And their guidance here for Q2, higher end of this guidance is going to be a beat. They guided 4 cents to 5 cents for Q2 adjusted earnings. That would be a beat compared to estimates of 4 cents. Then their sales guide for the quarter also in line here. So 192 to 194 million. The midpoint of that is 193 million, and it is above estimates of 192.2 mil for the quarter. Now, they actually raised their fiscal 2026 guidance as well for ASAN. So raising their EPS guidance all the way to 22 cents versus 33 cents expected. So below estimates, but again, increase here, and they widened their sales guidance as well. Their sales guidance and EPS guidance, even with the raise, still missing estimates pretty heavily, Sean.
All right, good, man. Mixed performances today all around. I mean, depending on what sector you're looking at, as you can see on the sector board right here, we had marijuana to the downside today with MSOS. I mean, this has been a pretty ugly move for them, down now another 3%, as this is never going to, I don't want to say never, but I do not like this as an investment period. At least with solar and everything like that, I can sort of see the way, even if this gets like legally, federally allowed or whatever, they change the other thing.
I have crowd guidance.
Okay, CrowdStrike. Look, I mean, we're right back into here into 450. To me, this is a buying opportunity right now. So we're going to find out what this is all about with the guidance. But again, I only was talking about it because of how perfectly it was priced. I brought this up to Steve Talman. I brought this up yesterday to Michael Noss. The exact same thing I asked him. I said, we're too far away from the 200 period moving average. We had a nice move upside. So, Zscaler gave us an idea that maybe we would beat. But there it is right there, coming back in. I think it's a buy at 453. What does it look like?
I mean, they raised their fiscal 2026 guidance, EPS and sales estimates, but let's talk here about their Q2 guidance because that's not so good. Q2, 82 to 84 cents per share they're expecting, well below estimates of 92 cents. They're seeing sales here between 1.145 billion and 1.152 billion for the quarter, again, below estimates of 1.23 billion. So they did beat here. Their guidance was better than expected for fiscal 2026, a fiscal year. It's Q2, the quarterly guidance, that is going to be a bit of an issue. I want to clarify, the Benzinga numbers that I'm seeing here, Sean, I'm not seeing them anywhere else.
Okay.
I just want to clarify that. So Benzinga's had a double miss. Everywhere else I'm seeing was inline revenue and an EPS beat. Okay. So I just want to put that out there. We'll have to wait and see how everything shakes out. But all I can do is read the numbers that I'm seeing out here today.
Yeah, no, that's all good, man. That's all good. We'll wait to see, but I do like CrowdStrike there. And then the other one there, HP, let's just have a double check on that. Upside moving to 1850 and now coming back in just one more time. Let's just review the market just real quickly. Today's NASDAQ was really led by one company. I mean, there's been many other companies, but up 3% at its highs, a little bit higher than that, was Nvidia. And they really sort of have started this move higher again, taking out, or coming into the post earnings day move. So we'll have to wait to see there. We've already filled out that bottom, then right into there, that high of 142 before earnings. We did make that move back into 132, so down about $10 and then making it all back today before going out right at the close near some of those lows. So we'll have to wait to see there as well. I thought we had a big move in. We just talked about, I want to check out Enphase quickly here today just to see what they did. Yeah, Enphase up 5%. Energy strong today, led by Enphase, which of course is alternative energy. This was a nice performance there today as we talked about the TAN ETF. So they're a nice little upside move for ENPH, SEDG, Solar Edge. Some of these moves up nicely there. There's Wells Fargo now out with the press release confirming that the Fed has lifted their restrictions for growth. So that should be good for them. Now, they were only able to invest a certain amount of their assets. Now that's gone. So there it is, a nice move to the upside. We did get a nice bump also today in energy, as that was a nice move up. We just talked about the TAN ETF. JP Morgan, I think we're about to break out back into highs. So there it goes today, although not great. On the upside of UNH, but basically investors just waiting around here, and we'll check out.
We are at all-time highs, but look at this area here that right now around.
Ting.
Ding. Shot.
No tarps off, my guy. Save that for the bro show. Okay, here we go, man. Under. not good, not good. Opposite
bad.
there. And so we'll see. That was Fabian getting a little excited there. The ones that do, but yeah, I mean, that's more like there we go. So we'll see that as an effect here. Ford, GM, but that was always the case. So it's just that we got that here, got the money right now. So now we're waiting to see if there's anything going on. We have CLF, had a nice look, so nothing going on. I didn't want to bring up Cliffs again because we saw Nucor, which was a big move as well. Wow, I didn't actually realize how beat up this name actually was, getting a nice bump there off of some of this news again. Stateside, countryside of the United States, good move there for Cliffs yesterday. And then Nucor, I always thought Nucor was the best of breed. But again, these steel names definitely hit to the downside. I mean, if you do think that the taco trade is on, you may want to buy, or actually the opposite of this, you may want to sell some of these names coming back in. But we'll wait to see what happens with Nucor and all of that as tariffs on right now to any steel produced outside of the United States brought into the United States. Those companies would pay 25% more. So not great for Ford, not great for anybody else doing business with steel and producing there in the United States.
So I want to clarify too here. Phil Sanchez here, Philly saying that's news we already knew that is correct. Caroline Levitt, your White House press secretary, said that this is going to come into effect tomorrow. Apparently Donald Trump's going to sign off on it today. We're going to get that doubling of steel tariffs. It's going to come into effect basically midnight, I guess 12:01 a.m. tomorrow. So just be aware we will have them tomorrow. It's not necessarily new. I know you're researching where these tariffs are really steel. It says Tyler versus steel and aluminum. So that's my knowledge there. Again, I'd like to look more into it, but I'll do it again here. Keep an eye here on QETS currently. Do you have Quantum filing for a shelf registration or potential sale? Just type WBTS, my bad. Here, yeah, so drop here for QBTS. Filing for a shelf registration for potential sale up to $500 million in common stock.
Oh, okay. That's all right. That's not that bad as I thought. Market cap right now $5 billion. If they're going to go $500 million, that's fine. But there's the downside kick there. If you're holding shares, I think you're pretty happy that we are now bouncing on Quantum down here at 17. I would not consider that. Normally, it's like if they're going to drop 25 or 30% of their market cap back on the market, that's not going to be good. But well received right there for QBTS. I'd be very, very careful. Earnings per share still red on this name. I think earnings per share red everywhere. This should not affect Rigetti. Rigetti already did their offering last week, and then you're going to probably get Oklo and all those names as well, or IonQ, sorry, in the quantum space, maybe doing the same. There's the earnings per share for Rigetti as well at minus 0.08 cents there. So not good for earnings on these quantum names. But again, we've been pretty upfront with earnings, and that is that they know that quantum is years away from any apps or anything like that where they're actually implemented into the market. And I was wondering about quantum. You guys tell me in the chat, what does quantum do to Bitcoin? I was always worried about, I've been invested in quantum for forever. It's just, I was nervous about it potentially breaking the blockchain. Once quantum computing can come in there, what does that mean for encryption and things like that? So whether it's not blockchain or not, what does it mean for all the encryption, which I think is why you do see names like Zscaler, CrowdStrike, and all that continue to be really popular. CrowdStrike really holding that level that I like at 450, man. So we'll see if it can wind up holding down 4% right now. Is CrowdStrike. I want to thank everybody for watching, man. Again, not too many earnings today, but still almost 4,000 of you watching, man. So we really appreciate that. Thank you for all of that. Now it's time to go over our stock heat map just real quickly right now, just to look to see if we can get a good idea of some of the names that were bouncing around here today, whatnot. So here we go. Apple and Microsoft sort of leading the way here. Apple, Nvidia, sorry, not Microsoft. Nvidia 2.8%. Nice move there higher as we regain some of those levels off of earnings again. Nice move there for Nvidia. Chips ahoy on that one. And as Donald Trump still starts talking again about more positive, hopefully traveling over there to China, or at least meeting, talking with President, we can get that going. Broadcom, what a move from Broadcom. Neil was speaking about SMH and saying that it was really just being led by Nvidia. I didn't want to interrupt, but Broadcom, that's the name. Texas Instruments, Qualcomm. At least if I can zoom in a little bit for you. There's Texas Instruments and Qualcomm and Boeing in this space as well. Or I don't know. But there's a nice move there back in for electronic technology. Nice play. What were the negative names today? More over on the other side right here. As we have Google down 1.69%. We got that little scare early on Google that potentially Apple was choosing Perplexity instead of Gemini. We got a report about a month and a half ago. ago or so that Gemini may get leaked into Google or into Apple. I think they're going to use everything and just give you the option, whatever you want. But it's what's going to be backing Siri. We do hear from them Monday on WWDC, June the 9th. That's going to come out. And then Sharif was kind of like, oh man, WWDC was so disappointing last year. Apple went up 10% in 4 days during WWDC. So we'll see. Hopefully it's just as disappointing again, right? And then we can get that move higher. So we'll wait to see what's going on there. Palantir leads the way every day, it seems like, especially when the market wants to go. The beta on this, we pointed out over 2 to 1 to the market. So right there, Palantir today up. Hello, Alex? Yeah, we're talking about it. Yeah, I'll call you after. All right, see you, Alex. But there it is, man. A nice little move up there for Palantir today. There's JP Morgan, Berkshire downside. Not sure what's going on with that. We do know they do have a lot of I thought they had a lot of Wells Fargo. We'll have to check their filing. But Berkshire there with Wells Fargo should do better there tomorrow if that's the case. This little symbol over here, Tesla, up 0.46. That was nice. But what a day Tesla had today. If we're going to look at that, CrowdStrike still holding. Yeah, Tesla was a great stock. Actually, we wound up being okay on it while we were down on it. But okay because we did not suffer this move. Again, you had called that up, and I think we talked about some of the things that Elon was talking about. It wasn't great, man. He does not like that bill. All the work and all the negativity that he had to put up with going through Doge and trying to cut some of those, different areas of government spending there, departments.
He's not pleased.
He's not pleased because he had to put a lot of people unemployed and whatnot, I guess. I mean, you guys are living it. We don't have Doge here, but you could see Tesla's stock kind of was going the other way. A little bit of a hit now, not liking the fact that they're just going to spend all that money again, running, some talk there. So nice downside push there for Tesla into the close. I don't know if it had anything to do with that, but again, their market cap still pretty nice, 1.1 trillion. Remember when they were like 500 billion or something? They're up double on the year. Yeah. Tesla, not year to date, year over year, up double right now for Tesla. You got something else for us?
Well, I just wanted to comment on that. I think part of it might be, at least from my perspective, when I saw that is, what are the biggest things? Like Tesla ran up crazy after the election. A lot of things ran up, but with Tesla, we know that he was very close. Elon Musk became close with Trump about a month before the election, and people viewed this as really positive for the stock initially, right? Because he can use his connections to maybe get some of these deals. Right. So, but then when he became too focused, when he got into Doge, it kind of became a negative for the stock. But here's the thing. There was very clearly when he left the administration, I guess officially last week, there was still the sense, even in Donald Trump's truth post, he'll always be with us, kind of. Like there was really very much the sense of camaraderie still. Then Elon Musk publicly disses the one big beautiful bill. That is Trump's baby. That is Trump's child. So I think maybe there could be a bit of a sentiment shift there from like Elon being associated, that might be okay there for his, the company itself. But if he's going against Trump now, that could be viewed as a bit negative. It's like people want some weird happy medium where he's involved, but not too involved, but not too uninvolved. That's my interpretation. Who knows?
No, I think that's exactly right because it's kind of like we're scratching each other's backs, and it's Elon's going to need some help federally and statewide to make sure that the robo taxis and all this goes out without exactly what you're saying. So good look there. What was a winner today was Robin Hood. Oh boy, what a move up there for Robin Hood, just absolutely smoking. We wrote down today on the sticky note that we wanted to grab 70 long, but as you can see, that's long gone right now, up to 71.60. Robin Hood continues to doing, again, a great deal of work for stockholders. Nice move there. You're talking about a double up from those lows as well. That was $31 up to $71. There goes Robin Hood. And then another name that I just can't weave around. Ooh. I mean, honestly, man, CoreWeave right here. We thought the move was pretty incredible over the last couple of days, and then it's like, well, today's another day. What about 25% more there for CoreWeave today? Just going up here in the after hours, just continues to go higher. And I haven't traded one share of CoreWeave, I don't think. I don't even know if I was long. Probably I was long off the IPO.
You were in the IPO.
Yeah, I was in the IPO. Yeah, okay. So definitely in the IPO, but wow, definitely not part of this right there. As CoreWeave, IPO up, IPO down, comes right back into those levels of $37, and it's not just 150. That was less than, about 5 weeks ago. down there. Last week of April, we made that bottom, and then now it is all the way up. A name that's not having similar success, Webull. Webull down to $11 and change today, down another 3.6%. Again, you know, not great, down 16% since it's open, and we're going to wait to see right there, 13.17. I believe its IPO was in and around $13. Gets up there that day, closes that day around the same. Then the very next day, we blast higher on that as it just gets going. And I feel bad for anybody that bought on this candle or this candle or this candle or that candle or this candle or that candle. You see where I'm going? Because we are all the way down to the downside. I think Webull probably needs to get bought at some point. I may take a stab at this one as well. All right, man, we are getting on in time. I'm surprised we don't have that horn going yet as we get ready to wrap up the show. I did want to, whoa, there it is. Okay, well, it's 4:30 now. Eli Lilly, a recent name that I had bought in as well, but I bought right at this level. So looking to get some more in. Did not get filled down here at 700. We didn't get that opportunity. So if it does come back in, I do want to buy some more. But yeah, I'm waiting for Webull as well. People have $8, $7 targets in the chat. Look, we did a great job today. We did not have Brian Shannon. I'm sorry about that. But Adair and I definitely covered a lot of the names. Let's just go over some of the earnings plays just real quickly. Hit the like, hit the subscribe, man. All right, so CoreWeave. Yeah, let's go through our stock, but those are one of my favorite ones right there as well. Let's blitz these names just real quickly. There's CrowdStrike down 5% again. Not a great number, but they do issue that. I think it was $1 billion buyback or something like that. Yeah, so a nice move there for CrowdStrike coming back in. If we look at the daily for Crowd, I think we've done a good job here pulling all the way back in. Let's see how it settles down. Let's use our 3-day rule, the same rule we used on CRM to get back into CRM today on the upgrade. As soon as I saw Dare at that board, upgrade CRM, let's buy it and not miss the boat on that one. As we say, we're going to buy lots of things. Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't. That's CRM. Asana comes out today, and that name was downside, I believe. Let me check a 1-minute chart. Yes. So upside early, which was confusing me when I saw the chart, but Asana now also pulling back in, relatively flat. So we'll, you know, that report kind of doesn't give too much concern there, but Asana just hovering around its price. It has a lot of work to do to get back up. And then HPE, again, we saw HPQ last week. HPE, that's what it looks like on the daily, and this is what it looks like today. A nice beat for Hewlett-Packard Enterprise there to the upside. So yeah, so far so good here with earnings today, not that bad. And let's just see what Nvidia is doing here in the after hours. Not much, just tricking down a little bit. And then another name that's very popular, Tesla as well, downside. QBTS off that offering. I said it wasn't that bad, and there it is right there, bouncing off of 17. So a pretty good look there for quantum names and QBTS. Okay, Adara, I was thinking about what I was going to ask you because we always do something pretty fun and pretty special. Okay. This one, I'm interested to hear your opinion here because I don't know where you're going to go with it.
I never know these ahead of time either, guys.
No, nor do I. I make it up as we go right here. But this is your favorite day of the week.
Oh, you know what? I like a Thursday.
Okay, boom. Thursday is also my favorite day of the week. Yeah, I love Thursday because you're looking forward to Friday.
Yes.
Right?
The week is more than half over.
Right, exactly. So you kind of like, you celebrate that it's Thursday night because you can kind of do something that
Simple. Hit the like, subscribe, and share it. It's Trader TV Live. We're here, baby.